Goodwee Batteries and Solar Hunt expertise, the perfect partnership. And Octet, fueling business growth with smart finance solutions.
Day 2 at Adelaide Oval. Australia will resume at 8 for 326. The Bunnings build-up Victor 18-inch classic cut mower available at Bunnings Warehouse. No better man to start the day with than Alex Carey, who's with Adam Collins.
Alex Carey, man of the hour, first Ashes ton, first ton here at Adelaide Oval in front of the biggest crowd ever for a test day. It must have been just a remarkable experience.
Yeah, it was. It was a great turnout. Pretty good day's cricket, I think. You know, there was wickets, there was runs, and hopefully we can bat for another hour this morning and see what we can post. But, yeah, fantastic day to have family and friends here, and, yeah, pretty special moment.
It looked like they were about 10 deep in the standing room parts of the members, and the long Carey chant that echoed around the ground for about 20 minutes after. I know you were in the zone when you're batting, but to take all that in and all the emotion of the day as well.
Yeah, I think they come from out in the village green, which is the place to be, and probably will be today. So, yeah, fantastic crowd, fantastic atmosphere, and I love playing here. It's a beautiful venue, and to have, I guess, the local fans, you know, really embrace and celebrate what I was able to achieve was fantastic. But, yeah, wish I was still out there batting.
The extra layer of emotion as well, personally, of course, acknowledging up to the sky when you passed 3 figures. I mean, obviously, that's meant so much to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's, you know, Dad would have loved to have seen that one, but to have Mum and Eloise, my brother's sister here, is, yeah, a really special moment. And I guess, yeah, like I said, we'd love to still be in batting, but to be able to, I guess, acknowledge the heavens was a nice moment.
A moment of controversy, which became more obvious after play. But I mean, I know it's not your job to reflect on Snicko and all the other bits and bobs, but when you looked at the big screen, when you knew you'd probably hit it and saw that frame was out of sync, what went through your mind?
Awesome. Yeah, straight back to the crease and away we go again. Yeah, so I guess you need a bit of luck in cricket sometimes, and yesterday I had that luck.
But did you think, well, hang on, like, did a moment go through your mind thinking, I've hit the ball and this is out of sync, something's gone awry here? Did that cross your mind at that moment in time?
Not in that moment, nah. I was just happy that it was out of sync, and yeah, that's... I think once you see the umpire doesn't give it, and then the third umpire doesn't give it, you move on pretty quickly, and obviously after play we heard about... yeah, what goes with that. But for me, stay in the moment, stay focused, and, you know, continue on batting.
Australia's leading run scorer in Test cricket this year, averaging more than 50, an extraordinary performance for the gloves last week. Never better as a Test cricketer. That must be really rewarding for you.
Oh, yeah, look, I always want to contribute to this cricket team and hopefully help us win games of cricket, and to be able to do that at the moment's great. Again, you know, I wish I was still out there batting, and you want guys to make big hundreds and, you know, drive the game. I thought Uzi played really well. But, yeah, it's a good environment to be around, and I guess we've still got a lot of work to do, and if I can help, you know, behind the stumps today, that'll be great.
Do you find those two things are linked for you personally, when you're keeping well that runs flow and vice versa?
Oh, not really. I think cricket's a funny game. Sometimes it's, yeah, one or the other. Sometimes it's both, and sometimes it's neither. So, yeah, I think at the moment I'm just trying to focus on the next ball that comes down to me and really give that my full focus. So I guess today, you know, when we get out there to bowl, hopefully we can put in the right areas and create those opportunities.
What was your impression of the surface when you were batting out there yesterday? Yeah,
nice deck. Always is here in Adelaide. I think we saw England create opportunities, which is, I guess, promising to see. You know, batters was able to start and score some runs, and, you know, hopefully we learn and adapt really quickly from the areas that they bowled, and hopefully Nathan plays a big role as well.
I think there's now a forecast top of 40 degrees out here today. It's going to be a patience game, isn't it, for you guys?
Yeah. Summer of Test cricket's definitely here. Adelaide's a beautiful place to play, and we can't control the weather, so it's going to be an exciting day's play. And
a lot of that day with you presumably up to the stumps in the lid, keeping to Nathan.
I think so. I think we saw some turn and bounce from Jax, and yeah, Nathan's really hungry to get out there and bowl, no doubt. We all know he wasn't there last week, but his preparation's been fantastic, and hopefully he plays a huge role.
Alex Carey, it was a very special moment yesterday. Well played, and good luck today.
Thanks, Adam. Cheers.
Alex Carey there. Kez we can. Carey saves Australia was the front page of the Advertiser locally today. A great sense of pride in the South Australian boy posting a century at the ground, and a record crowd in to see it. The Chief Executive of Cricket Australia, Todd Greenberg, is about to join me. There was so much to take in from yesterday, the first day of the Christmas test, as it has been reinvented, privatisation of the BBL and the technology fail. We'll do all of that next. On the Bunnings build-up, Siteco stands for safety, available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Bunnings Build-Up. Siteco stands for safety. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
In Northern Summit Road closed between Morialta Lane and Colonial Drive thanks to a cyclist accident there. Otherwise, you'll find roadworks today, Marion Road, Plimpton Park, North East Road, Hillcrest, Eastern Parade, Ottaway, and Port Road at Queenstown as well. Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? Sane can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today. Chad Corns joins SENSA Breakfast with Bix and Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
The Toyota Tundra is all about hitting the road in the most enjoyable way possible. Combining supreme comfort, luxurious space, and backed by a 3.5-litre V6 twin-turbo engine, Tundra delivers exhilarating performance with seamless acceleration. It's our most powerful Toyota yet. But power like this can't be described. It has to be felt. And the feeling starts here at your local Toyota dealership. Book your Tundra test drive today. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Did you know that Cobra Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobra Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
You asked, and Macca's heard. The fan favourite is back at Macca's. The iconic Chicken Big Mac is back for a limited time only. Tackle 2 juicy Aussie chicken patties, lettuce, cheese, onions and pickles, all stacked between a beautiful soft sesame seed bun, and finished off with the iconic special Big Mac sauce. So sweep into Macca's and pick up a Chicken Big Mac in between bowling spells or after the game. The Chicken Big Mac. Oh, hurry into your local Macca's before it's gone.
This season, sound makes it home with Sonos. I can watch the game in my living room and it sounds like I'm at the stadium. When I'm in the kitchen, I group my Sonos soundbar with my kitchen speaker and don't miss a ball. Oh, and at dinner time, the game comes outside to the barbecue with me on my Sonos Move 2 portable speaker.
Mate, I heard that bat on ball from here.
Sound makes it home with Sonos. Visit sonos.com to learn more. We grew up watching classic catches on the telly, impersonating those gags about 2 for 22, and dreamt of hitting centuries in backyard cricket, all in the shadows of the Aussie Shed. Best Sheds design and produce quality Australian manufactured sheds. Standard or customised, their batting lineup of sheds comes in all sorts of shapes and sizes. And in true blue Aussie fashion, Best Sheds gives you a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. Best Sheds, raise the bat. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
When the makers of Better Beer asked themselves, how can we make beer better? They knew it had to be crisp and refreshing, but the best bit? It had to be 0 carb, 0 sugar, and low in calories. So the Better Beer Company was born, the healthier alternative that's become the dream beer of beer lovers around the country. Better Beer, the official, unofficial beer of the Ashes. Better Beer, proudly Australian-made and owned and available from all good retailers. Find a store near you at betterbeer.com.au.
Test cricketers can bat for hours in the hot sun. That's sustained performance, just like Host Plus, who have sustained strong long-term returns over 20 years. The top-performing super fund? That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Host Plus balanced My Super investment option based on super ratings data as at September 2025. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Bunnings Build-Up. Siteco stands for safety. Available at Bunnings Warehouse. On SEN Test Cricket.
or two. It is standing by your mate when she's in a fight. Oh, will she be right?
A beautifully staged and especially poignant moment at the start of play yesterday. This is the Bunnings Build-Up, brought to you by Siteco, the third Ashes test at Adelaide Oval on SEN Test Cricket. The Chief Executive of Cricket Australia, Todd Greenberg, is with me as is our tradition. Hello to you, Todd.
Good morning.
That was a beautiful moment. Well done to all involved.
Yeah, thank you. I thought it was, first of all, it was a beautiful moment. Credit to John himself, who incredibly made himself available at very short notice. He's an amazing individual. I mean, he's a national treasure in my eyes, having spent time with him and sat at the cricket yesterday and enjoyed his company. But, you know, I reached out to him on Monday at lunchtime, cold called John, had never met him, found his number through channels and explained to him that I thought, as the first national sport to stand up after the tragedies that we saw in Sydney, that there was a moment in time that our sport could bring the nation together and provide a moment. And he was on his way to the airport with his wife on holidays. They stopped the car, they turned around, they said, "We'll be with you, Todd. We'll be there on Wednesday." And he did that, and I'll be forever appreciative.
How much thought did you put into sport's place in a time of tragedy, which sport has an undeniable place internationally in these moments, and how you find that?
It does, and I think it can go two ways. I think there's always a reaction that we should stop and we shouldn't play out of respect. I have a different view. My view is that we've got to continue moving forward, and we've got to use the sport as a unifying voice. Cricket is our national sport. We had a global stage yesterday, and I wanted to make sure that cricket sent a message of who we are and what we stand for, and that is a game of connection, a game of inclusivity, where any creed and culture is welcome to play and be a part of the sport. And I hope that came through yesterday in that small moment beforehand. And I think cricket has the opportunity to showcase that and demonstrate that in a very authentic way, not going over the top. And I think we found the right tone yesterday.
How close to home has this been for you, Todd?
Yeah, very. I mean, you know, I'm a proud Sydney boy, and, you know, I live not far from Bondi. It feels like the backyard for me and my family. I'm very fortunate. I had no family and friends affected, but it hits close to home. And my greatest sort of feeling is I cannot believe something like that's happened in our own country, and I hope we never see it again.
As a Jewish man of standing in the community, do you have a view, as I think we're all turning to voices not unlike yours, as to what happens next?
I just think as a community and a country, we can't stand around and allow people not to feel included and feel safe. It's irrelevant of the religion and creed. This is a place where people should feel safe however they want to live their lives, and clearly that's not the case at the moment.
To the day that we had, which was absolutely exceptional, it's worth recounting that the crowd record here stood from Bodyline to the pink ball when Ashes went there in 2017, and then it was broken yesterday on a Wednesday in December. Did we unleash a new tradition yesterday in great style?
Well, it was pretty spectacular, wasn't it? You know, I spent a couple of laps around the ground yesterday in some of our fan zones, and there'll be some sunburn today on some people, and it'll also be hard work because it's very hot to get in today. But yeah, I mean, this is a special place. I said this yesterday in our corporate space. This is a special place to watch cricket, even more special for Ashes. And it just felt very special here yesterday. If anyone listening to this has never made the trip to Adelaide for a test match, put it on your bucket list, because in my view, it's one of the great cricket experiences worldwide.
You could tell from the moment, so I got here on Monday and people were so bang up for it, travelling and locals. So the formalisation of the Christmas test, which seems like such a good idea.
Yeah.
Did that become tangible yesterday, from idea to, okay, we've got something here?
And it's not just about what you see on the field, and you will have experienced this walking across the footbridge around the town. The government have done a very good job partnering with us and investing with us to make sure that it's an experience not just across the 6 hours of cricket, but across the days leading in and the day of and the evening of. So, you know, these things don't happen by chance. There's a lot of strategy and a lot of execution, a lot of time, and a lot of people that put that together. So I was proud of cricket yesterday, because in a lot of ways we stand up over a number of days in a city like Adelaide and we bring it to life. There's a lot of people around the streets last night, so the economic impact for the government will be significantly strong, as they hoped it would be, and it will continue clearly over the next few days. But it's a great event, it really is, and it is more than cricket, it is an event. And anyone who goes out the back of this stadium during the day, you may not see a lot of cricket live, but you'll have a lot of fun.
So do you feel like, and this is a long-term contract, but a new idea, our tent poles, do you feel like in the future they will be Christmas Test, Boxing Day Test, New Year's Test?
Yeah, I do feel like that. And, tent poles are important in moments and big events. And, you only have to look around at grand finals in the winter codes, how the Oz Open works, how we've made the Boxing Day Test, the Sydney Test, these sorts of anchor moments for the sport. And I think we're seeing another one being anchored right into the moment now. And it's on us to make something that's great even better again next year and continue to lift the bar.
What's the right blend between red and pink here in the future?
Yeah, and I think it is a blend because, coming out of the Gabba, what we saw was, incredible numbers, both at ground and on TV. I thought it was a really good pink test in Brisbane. I thought because we didn't have a lot of humidity, it worked really well. I've always thought it worked really well here as well. Yeah. Clearly, there's a few players who give me that feedback, including our local left-hander here. So I think it is a blend. I think we have a little bit of choice about where we play the pink ball test, but it clearly does work here. I mean, on a day that it's 39 degrees today, it's probably a good one. If you could mix and match your pink ball and red ball today, you'd probably do it, wouldn't you? You'd start later, but sadly we're not quite at that sort of level of innovation yet.
So is there is a specific formula, is there not? If this is the second test of a 4-test series, it'll be pink, and if it's a 5-test series, it'll be the third and red.
I think that's right, although we haven't sort of locked and anchored those decisions yet. So as an example, next year when we play New Zealand over 4 tests, this will be a day test because the pink ball next year will be the one after at the MCG in 2027. So we will play 4 tests against New Zealand all during the day next year. Yeah.
Yeah, so the 150th takes the place of the pink ball.
That's right.
Okay. Yeah. Who's in front? Everyone asked me all night last night.
Yeah, my wife asked me the same, who's not, I would say, a cricket aficionado, and I found it hard to explain where this game was at. I think it's very evenly poised. I feel like probably day one wicket, maybe we could have had a few more runs. In saying that, I'm not sure the wicket played as spectacularly as maybe we thought as a batting wicket, but runs on the board are always important. How about I leave it there?
How good the Alex Carey century?
Yeah, local boy doing well. I saw his interview afterwards, talking about passing of his dad and having his family here, and I think that's, again, important that people understand that our players, they're wonderful cricketers, but, things have meaning and purpose for them, and that was a big moment for his family yesterday and something they'll never forget. I certainly was very pleased to see it live.
There's a moment in his innings which has caused the English heartburn around Snicko. Do you, as the governing body, staging the tests, carry any responsibility, any culpability for the technology?
Well, it certainly caused me some heartburn too, because the whole idea of technology is to take away the clanger, to take away the howler, as they speak. And, that for me, well, from what I can understand, having dug into it a little bit last night and this morning, is human error. I mean, there's 2 human errors there. One is the actual decision from the umpire, and then, there's supposed to be a fail-safe for technology, and it didn't happen. So that's, in my view, it's not good enough. We're asking a lot of questions of the provider through the broadcasters, and I'm hoping to get some answers so we can be assured it won't happen again.
So it's not very reassuring when the mistake is as it's been said by the provider, is put up the wrong stump at the wrong end. It honestly makes it feel like a bit of a house of cards.
Yeah, well, I heard the same thing, and I thought surely we're in an age where there's a fail-safe there that can't happen. So that's the question I'm asking this morning is, if that did happen, how do we make sure it doesn't happen again? And I know there's a lot of people busily trying to figure that out this morning.
So, again, for Cricket Australia, how hands-on are you with this or not?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say we're very hands-on, because ultimately these are providers that are licensed by the ICC. The broadcasters then engage that supplier. But the short answer is we're not happy with it. We don't think it's good enough. And we definitely think that we need to be assured that it won't happen again. So we're asking the right questions of the right people.
Yep. Do you know how Steve Smith is?
I know he's frustrated yesterday. He's still with the team. He saw some doctors yesterday. He's certainly not at 100%, although I am hearing that they're hopeful, very hopeful that he'll play in Melbourne. But he's still with the team at the moment, yeah.
There was a lot of discussion between tests around England's preparation and what was and wasn't on the table. Was a more thorough warm-up available to them than they took up?
Yes, it was. And I wasn't across all of the preparation because it happened well before my time, but, I was sitting with my counterpart from the ECB at the last test, and we talked a lot about the coming preparations for our tour there and their tour here. And I think there's a spirit of camaraderie where we should work together and provide whatever each other is looking for within bounds And then it's on each other to take that up or not. Clearly, I think on this occasion they've decided to do what they thought was right. But I think we should be good hosts to each other. Of course, we want to beat each other, but we should also give ourselves the best opportunity to prepare.
Do you think in the past there's been we're happy for you to be underprepared because we want to win around the world?
Maybe, but I do think that there's a slightly more mature response to that. Of course, when we come out to the first test, I want to beat them and I want to beat them well, but, you know, we should give the exact same level of respect that we're asking for when we tour. And if we do that to each other, I think ultimately what you get is a better product and better cricket. And players will appreciate that level, I think, of maturity. That for me is what leadership is about. Of course we want to win. Of course we want to have a high-performance environment, but we are hosting another nation from another country. I would expect they would do the same thing for us when we're there.
It feels like, so right opposition, right venues, that's clearly the debate. I noticed that it's straight into the idea of English players in Shield cricket. And I must admit, while it has happened in the past, the first question in here was, why would the States go for that?
Yeah, and look, it was a question that was asked to me yesterday sort of without notice, and all I thought was, well, it's been done before. So if someone was to ask me the question, genuinely to put me on the spot to say, would that happen? I said I'd have an open mind to it. Whether or not we could make that happen with States and others, I'm not sure. But, you know, again, the game's changing. The globalisation of cricket, a lot of our guys play county cricket, which is why they're more au fait with the conditions there. So if someone was to genuinely ask the question, then it would be on me to have to try to make a decision. At the moment, what my answer is, we've got an open mind to it. I'm not closing the door.
The changing face of cricket, and we've discussed this for a few years in your previous role. How significant a moment do you feel the Cam Green sale at auction, breaking all records for an international player, was?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just, again, another sign that players have enormous opportunities outside their central contracts, outside their traditional, you know, remuneration and bilateral agreements to make an income. And at some point in time, they're going to be forced to make distinct choices in their careers. And what we have to do on our side is make sure we've got an offering that is really meaningful. We can't compete with those dollars, but we can compete with an offering that really means something to our players. And so far, we're threading the needle in that discussion. But we've got to make sure we keep doing it.
And with good conscience, you could never prevent a man in his mid-20s from earning $3 million across 6 weeks, could you?
And that's where I think the game has changed, and we have had to change with it and become more flexible in that this concept that we wouldn't have done that maybe 10 years ago. We would hold our players to their contracts and try to enforce these. I mean, I think it's trying to push water back up a hill. You know, so things can happen to you or with you. I think we've got to work on them happening with us.
Feels like there was a generation of club versus country in football, and then football figured it out. How close are we to the flashpoint franchise versus country and then trying to figure it out?
We're not close enough yet. We've got a lot of work to do still because we are one part of a much bigger wheel at the ICC level. So that work needs to be done. It needs to be well thought through, and everyone sort of needs to take their armour off and have a proper conversation about ICC World Events, globalisation of T20 cricket and bilateral revenues in cricket, and somehow see if we can make that myriad of challenges work.
Yeah. So, and that ties into the privatisation of the BBL discussion. Did you hope to make more progress on Tuesday than you did with the States?
No, not at all. I thought, to be fair, it was a really good day. You know, I'm really conscious this is a very big decision. It's a big decision for cricket. It's a big decision for each of those states. So, no, I didn't walk away unhappy. I walked away quite pleased with the progress. What I've been really pleased about with this group of state CEOs particularly is that we are now around a table where we've got the leaders of each of our states having really difficult, robust conversations with each other, and we're prepared to debate things in the room with each other. Those debates aren't being held outside the room, they're being held inside the room. People are speaking their mind and their views, using their experience. That's what that leadership group needs to be. So all credit to those 6 state CEOs who've come well prepared and prepared to share views. And of course, there are different views, as you would expect. But that's the sort of what I've said, the senior leadership group of Australian cricket. And I need them binded together, trying to come up with a way that we can make this happen. So it will take us more time, but we made good progress on Tuesday.
So there's the nitty-gritty, and then there's the big picture. Is there a world in which, I feel like this was at the very start of the rise of franchise T20 cricket, is there a world in which there are majors like the golf and the tennis see the 2, 3 or 4 tent poles around the world, and Australia has to make sure that it's one of those if that's the advent.
Yeah, I mean, the way I've described it, almost in parallel to what you've said, I think there will be effectively the Grand Slams in T20 franchise cricket. We've already seen one at the IPL. Let's call that Wimbledon. I already think they are the 100 will make their mark there. I want to make sure that in Australia we form part of that Grand Slam series of T20 events. And to do that, you need capital, you need investment, you need the best players, and you need the right window. And I'm conscious that if we just sit around and hope that we can compete, as opposed to genuinely trying to find ways to compete, we might lose our place on that stage. So that's a very big part of the decision why we're looking at this project.
That's an ongoing conversation, I'm sure. Todd, thank you for being here. Good luck. Stay in the shade or the air conditioning as best you can
that'll
today.
Be the plan. I'll see you in Melbourne.
Todd Greenberg, the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. The Bunnings Build-Up. Siteco stands for safety. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Bus Stop Films' accessible filmmaking program assists people with intellectual disability or autism to gain skills, confidence and employment support. Apply today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The Toyota Tundra is all about hitting the road in the most enjoyable way possible. Combining supreme comfort, luxurious space, and backed by a 3.5-litre V6 twin-turbo engine, Tundra delivers exhilarating performance with seamless acceleration. It's our most powerful Toyota yet. But power like this can't be described. It has to be felt. And the feeling starts here at your local Toyota dealership. Book your Tundra test drive today. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Did you know that Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Real cricket fans watch a test match for 5 days straight. That's sustained performance, just like Host Plus, who have sustained strong long-term returns over 20 years. A top-performing super fund? That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Host Plus balanced My Super investment option based on super ratings data as at September 2025. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
We grew up watching classic catches on the telly, impersonating those gags about 2 for 22, and dreamt of hitting centuries in backyard cricket, all in the shadows of the Aussie shed. Best Sheds design and produce quality Australian manufactured sheds. Standard or customised, their batting lineup of sheds comes in all sorts of shapes and sizes. And in true blue Aussie fashion, Best Sheds gives you a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. Best Sheds, raise the bat. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
Hi, Jamie Dury here with a hot tip for you to survive this summer. Even on the hottest days, you can still stay cool at home with My Dear Air Conditioning. You won't be afraid to run a My Dear air conditioner for longer thanks to an energy rating of up to 7 stars and a 7-year warranty for added peace of mind. My Dear Air Conditioners, your cool summer choice. Request a quote from your local AC installer or visit the My Dear website to learn more. T's and C's apply.
Siteco stands for safety because their ladder range is built for the worksite, compliant with Australian standards for industrial use and backed by a 3-year warranty. Siteco stands for safety on site, and that's Siteco with a capital C. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Did you know that groundbreaking treatments come to life thanks to people like you and me? That's right, we hold the power to change lives.
Your participation in a CMAX trial today can contribute to discoveries that could pave the way for better prevention and treatment of diseases tomorrow.
CMAX values your safety, comfort and time above all. All participants are paid about $400 per night for their contribution.
Keen to see if you would be eligible for a CMAX trial? Log on to cmax.com.au. That's cmax.com.au.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. MarshallBatteries.com.au.
Caltex makes the engine cleaning power of Techron available in every grade of fuel, not just premium.
Caltex with Techron is proven to clean vital engine parts by removing harmful deposits and keep your engine running smoothly. And for a limited time, RAA members can save 10 cents per litre at all Caltex locations in South Australia. Fill up at Caltex and give your engine the Techron cleaning treatment today.
Limited time only. Terms and conditions apply. See caltex.com/au for details.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. And Octet, fueling business growth with smart finance solutions. Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. The pre-match for Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat on style. And Isuzu. Adventure is everywhere. Go find yours in the new 2.2 litre Isuzu D-Max. Book a test drive today.
With half an hour before the first ball on this second day, I welcome new audiences who are joining us on a stunning morning in Adelaide. I feel like I'm saying that all the time at the moment. Not a cloud in the sky. Our pre-game is for Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat on style, and for Isuzu. Test drive the new 2.2 litre Isuzu D-Max. Adam Collins with you. Lisa Sthalekar joining me for Milwaukee. Milwaukee is for everyone in the trade, and it's not just for today or tomorrow. And Tommy Morris. Lisa, we'll come to Tommy first because he nearly broke a story then. He missed out by 12 seconds to one of our UK colleagues. Either way, the information is new. There's a bit going on following last night and the Stinko controversy, and it involves the DRS.
Yeah, so background is Alice Kerr nicked one in his 70s. He was given not out. The English reviewed. It remained not out because the Snicko didn't line up with the time when the ball passed the bat. Now, last night, BBG Sports admitted error. They said that they thought that the audio was taken from the bowler's end and not the batter's end. We can talk about that in a little bit. Last night, after the game, or after the day's play, England head coach Brendan McCullum, the team manager, Wayne Bentley, they held discussions with ICC match referee Jeff Crow regarding the DRS review, which resulted in Alex Carey being adjudged not out. Now, Crow confirmed in that meeting that the matter would be reviewed, and then they had further discussions with all the relevant parties, including the technology provider BBG Sports, which is responsible for Snicko, and it was determined that fault had occurred within the system, which we all knew as a result. Now, as a result, England's review has been reinstated for this innings. Now,
as it should.
The ECB will hold further discussions, my understanding is, after the test match regarding the technology and how it should work. But the long and the short of it is that the review that they lost for that technology error, human error, whatever you want to call it, has now been reinstated.
Right, okay, so that took them down to one review, Lisa, so they'll be back up to two when they start the innings. So, I mean, it might be a moot point given they've only got a couple of wickets to take, but that seems like at least one common sense corrective on what happened yesterday.
Yeah, correct. No one likes to see it. I mean, technology was brought in to get rid of the howler, so it is disappointing that the technology has failed. I get that sometimes things happen, but when you spend that much money, the thing that I find really fascinating is that here in Australia, the host or the world feed broadcaster uses technology that no one else really uses around the world.
This has come up a couple of times in the last few seasons, I reckon, where there's been a debate around Snicko being the operator. And you're deeply involved in this, broadcast around the world, ICC events, etc., IPL and other major events. Do you know much about the background on how it ends up the case that we've got Snicko here and that seems to be out of step with the rest of the world?
I think it comes down to probably the finances, right? Obviously, broadcasters pay a hefty amount to get it, and it's also up to the broadcasters to put in the DRS and all elements of that, which is a costly affair. This is where, I've spoken at ICC Women's Committee meetings that should potentially ICC fund all of the DRS so that it's consistent across the board, because there have been times where it's where maybe Zimbabwe is playing that they don't necessarily have the DRS, but so if you're in an ICC event, you should have the same technology available to all players participating in that tournament.
Well, it's a great point because this is an ICC event. It is the World Test Championship. It sometimes gets forgotten that, it's a bilateral test series, it's the Ashes and so on, but it is part of an ICC bigger picture, bigger umbrella since 2019 now into the fourth cycle. It seems a little bit odd that we can have these discrepancies from series to series. Now, I know that DRS is enacted in all
WTC series, but still, the fact that it can be applied differently, it does seem like a quirk.
Yeah, and whilst they say that they turned up the stump mic, the wrong one, I don't think that's necessarily correct. I think they haven't calibrated accordingly. So, but anyway, that's the official word that's come out, and away we go.
Usually, it can take a little skirmish like this to prompt action, and hopefully that's one of the outcomes from yesterday. That there is a degree of consistency. I'm with you. I think that this is just the logical next step in the World Test Championship, and ideally there is a way of centralising these types of activities, broadening out. I mean, what a day yesterday was. An attendance record on a Wednesday. When we talked a lot about the attendance in 2017 when we had the biggest crowd since Bodyline, well, breaking it again in a day test match, and Todd Greenberg has just confirmed that next year will be a day test match as well, which is interesting. I reckon most of us had priced in this being the day-night test match as part of the New Zealand series, but all 4 will be day test matches. Todd Greenberg's confirmed in order to have a day-night test match at the very end of the season with the 150th anniversary test at the MCG.
Which makes sense because it's out of the cricket season, so you're trying to grab as many people that aren't able to kind of leave work and be able to be part of it. Speaking to the South Australian Tourism Minister, she was very happy with the day test because that means everyone's going out and spending money to eat at night and obviously have a few beverages as well. So they're very happy with it being the day test.
Definitely felt that way last night, didn't it? The lived experience of being in Adelaide after hours was that the place was absolutely pumping, not least because Alex Carey has posted 3 figures on this ground for the first time. We spoke to him in the pre-game. It's going to be hard yakka for him today, keeping under the helmet. He might be, he'd never say it, but might be vaguely relieved that Michael Neese is not playing because he won't be up to the stumps to him all day in the helmet. Forecast top of up to 40 on one of the radars I saw. So, I mean, it's going to be the kind of day where Australia need to make sure that they remain disciplined with their rotations and that type of thing, and that'll come down to Pat Cummins.
Yeah, it will be important, but first off the ranks really is how long can the Australian batters and our bowlers really keep the English team out there in the heat as well. Obviously a long day yesterday, 83 overs were bowled. Now they could potentially back up, and if Australia tail wags like we've seen it in previous occasions, then all of a sudden the best effort, I reckon the Australians will be thinking, middle of the second session, can we keep them out there for that long? And I mean, but the problem is that it's Mitch Starc and Nathan Lyon, and it's those guys that are out in the heat as well with the pads and helmet on as well. So
England need to have a good day. We said this through the series, Lisa, when they've got to stitch together 3 solid sessions and win the day and give themselves the best opportunity of getting themselves back into this series. Thank you to Lisa, who's with us for Milwaukee. Milwaukee is for everyone in the trade. It's not just for today or tomorrow. Our pre-game is for Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat on style, and for Isuzu. Test drive the new 2.2 litre Isuzu D-Max. We'll take a breather here with 23 minutes until the first ball of the second day. On the other side of the break, it'll be Gerard Whateley picking up the conversation with Tom Morris and Bharat Sundaresan.
The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Good morning. Fairly good driving around Adelaide at the moment through Hilton. We're seeing some pretty heavy eastbound delays onto Donald Bradman Drive on the approach to South Road. But then again, that's nothing too out of the ordinary. Otherwise, we're seeing a pretty good run through Glenelg on Brighton Ave. Intellectual disability or autism is no barrier at Bus Stop Films. Gain confidence and work-ready skills with their accessible filmmaking program. Apply today. Chad Corns joins SEN SA Breakfast with Vixen Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday, the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we all call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Intellectual disability or autism is no barrier at Bus Stop Films. Gain confidence and work-ready skills with their accessible filmmaking program. Apply today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Picnics on the beach, pool days, backyard sport. Whatever your summer looks like, it's always better with a 4 and 20 in hand. Enjoy the classic taste of 100% Australian beef in delicious gravy wrapped in golden flaky pastry. Watching sports, playing sports, or just soaking up the summer sun. Biting into a 4 and 20 pie is the ultimate summer snack for whatever summer you're having. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan favourite.
Darren's days of digging blind are over. Ever since he blindly dug into that internet cable and took out an entire neighbourhood. Ever since his insurance declined to cover the repair costs. And ever since he saw that he was millimetres away from also striking a high voltage electricity cable. Don't be like Darren. Always search before you dig online before every job to avoid striking buried pipes and cables. Search before you dig online every time and never dig blind.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no! Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
G'day, Alex Carey here from Goodwee. With the warm weather and sun shining, I reckon there's two things on everyone's mind: cricket and solar power. The new Goodwee ESA battery system is packed with leading performance and safety features. It's a game changer that's perfect for Aussie households and small businesses. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off a battery install, on top of the federal rebate, exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
For 100 summers, Pope has been in the backyards of Aussie homes, keeping lawns lush and gardens thriving. And just like backyard cricket helps grow our future Ashes stars, we're celebrating how Pope has helped grow gardens for generations. From hoses, sprinklers, reels and carts to tap timers and irrigation, Pope's got the gear to keep your patch going strong. Pope, celebrating 100 summers together. Available at selected hardware and garden stores. Find out more at gardeningwithpope.com.au.
Hi, Jamie Dury here with a hot tip for you to survive this summer. Even on the hottest days, you can still stay cool at home with My Dear Air Conditioning. You won't be afraid to run a My Dear air conditioner for longer thanks to an energy rating of up to 7 stars and a 7-year warranty for added peace of mind. My Dear Air Conditioners, your cool summer choice. Request a quote from your local AC installer or visit the My Dear website to learn more. T's and C's apply.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart expertise, the perfect partnership, and Octet, fueling business growth with smart finance solutions. On SEN Test Cricket.
Preparations for day 2 at Adelaide Oval. The warm-up's completed for Ream. Steady, hot and strong. You didn't need to warm up much. It's 33 degrees already in the city of Churches. 8 for 326 when play resumes. Mitch Stark is 33. Nathan Lyon is yet to score. Our pre-game is for Beaumont Tiles. Hard to beat on style. And for Isuzu Test Drive, the new 2.2-litre Isuzu D-Max. Honoured to have some time with Bharat Sundaresan in his hometown, which is in all its glory. Bharat, hello.
Hello, Gerard. Yeah, I mean, generally a reflection of how the day is going to be when you wake up in the hills and it's warm. It was 24 degrees at 5:30 a.m. today in the hills, and I thought, oh, this is not going to be the kind of day you want to be out there bowling and fielding. And I think that's why I think it is the make or break day for England. This is the best opportunity they're going to get to make a match of it. That is, if Mitch Stark doesn't continue batting the way he is. There are only 4 more batters who will face more balls than him in this series. Gerard, he's not too far away from getting to number 3 and going past the rest of them. So, like he did it in Brisbane, but I don't know whether he can carry on with Nathan Lyon like he did with Scott Boland over there. Who knows? But if you're England, you're thinking, it all comes down to this. Hottest day of the series. Pat Cummins hasn't played Test cricket since July or bowled in a professional game since July. Nathan Lyon coming back. A lot of eyes on him on a pitch which is taking a bit of turn. If you can't do it today, forget about it. Just go home, I say.
Tom Morris always brings the good oil for Cobram Estates, Australian premium extra virgin olive oil. Welcome in, Tom.
Thank you, Gerard. You should have seen Bharat this morning in the Sky City when we're doing the new ball. He's Mr. Adelaide. He calls everyone else Adelaide Royalty. He's Adelaide Royalty.
He's the ambassador.
He's the ambassador. They love him. And they don't just love him because of what he says and how he talks, but he gives everyone a hug. I just want to be more like Bharat in the mornings. It's quite incredible to watch.
It was a great day in this town, breaking the record. I could tell from the moment I got here on Monday that this was in play. Just sometimes you drop into something and go, oh, there is a vibe here. And not just for the people travelling for it, which we know are in huge numbers, but the locals were just bang up for it. What a day.
Oh, beautiful day, Gerard. And I think they do miss day cricket. I know they love their pink ball cricket. They love the festival atmosphere, the village green and all of that. But, there are more traditionalists in Adelaide than, modern day cricket fans. And just bumping into so many of them at the railway station where we sit or even on the overbridge, you hear that, give us more red ball cricket. And just because it comes with the whole thing of waking up early, queuing up at 5:30 a.m. And these queues are just getting longer every morning. And then I tried speaking to a couple of members. I was just doing some stuff with Todd Greenberg and Mike Baird. They just ran past us. They said, no, we need to get our seats. And they were already late to do that. Now it goes in. And I was pulled up yesterday for not mentioning the gather round and the tour down under. I think Adelaide does those festivals better than anyone else. And that's why they call themselves the festival state. But the test match is right on top. It's the pinnacle. And you can feel it. And to have a hometown hero. Now they've had 4 straight centurions. They had to wait for almost 30 years.
All those waiting since Blewett of 95, and then it's happened 4 consecutive test matches here.
Absolutely. And I think this time they wouldn't have minded a Trav Head 100. A lot of Trav T-shirts all around the Adelaide Oval, some which we can't mention on air. But to have the other hometown hero, Alex Carey, do what he did, and the emotional moment as well. I mean, I did feel for him, right? He was so close to his father. He's played 4 test matches before here on his home ground. And for him to make 100 3 months after his dad's passing, and he had a special moment with him. I'm sure his father was looking down on him, proud as punch. And Eloise, his wife, was in the crowd, feeling very emotional as well. I think all of Adelaide felt that moment, and they do take a lot of pride in their hometown heroes.
My word, they do. So just been with the SACA officials across a couple of days. They say the membership is dead set 50-50 on red ball, pink ball. They know they staged the pink ball test so well, but there's such a great tradition of red ball. And then the Premier's preference is red ball because of what he says it does to the economy of the town as everyone spills into the restaurants in the aftermath. So that's how you end up at Ying Chow's, which evidently is a Chinese restaurant institution last night.
Oh my God, did you go to Ying Chow?
Yeah.
It's the best ever. I think the first time I came to Adelaide, I was taken to Ying Chow. The beans and the meat and everything else at Ying Chow. And you can't waste their rice, though. They get very upset with you. There's a significant amount of portion of rice given to you, but you can't take that away. They get very upset. Most things Adelaide, things don't change. But you're right. I think all these businesses on Hindley Street and Lee Street and Peel Street, North Terrace and Rundle Street, there are so many options. They have been hit hard because of the pink ball test, because by the time people roll out, it's near closing times. There's only so much you can do with extending your closing time. This game, especially because it's starting at 10 a.m. and by 5:30 everybody's done. It was buzzing the city last night, and to see the smiles on the faces, not just of the people, but the business owners. Everything was full. Oh, it's special, Gerard.
It is our roadside reporting for Marshall Batteries, holler for a Marshall. Tom, there's this really strange story out of Italy, of all places, that ties in Joe Burns, who he once hit the winning runs here, didn't he? Just before he got dropped in a test match down here, got dropped on the boundary and carried over the top.
So the background is that Joe Burns has been playing and captaining Italy to the point where he actually captained them to qualify for the upcoming T20 World Cup, which is being held early next year in the subcontinent. And a statement came out from, what's the federation called? The Italian Cricket Federation yesterday, which confirmed that Burns would not be selected for the upcoming T20 World Cup. So I've done quite a bit of digging into this. And there are some disputed facts. But what is abundantly clear is that Burns
and the Italian Cricket Federation are at odds. And they're at odds on a number of issues. Now, I think initially there was some contractual disputes and some money issues. I don't think it's that anymore. I think it's more around the professionalism or the lack of professionalism from the Burns camp's eyes for the cricket. And from Cricket Italy, I want to make it very clear, for whatever reason, the players and coaches don't want Burns to be in that squad.
Wow.
And it's created a disconnect. It's created some tension. And to the point where Joe Burns has actually spoken to at least one official from the World Cricketers Association trying to put his case forward as to maybe why he should be playing, but certainly why the system doesn't adhere itself to a proper professional format or system. So this has been bubbling for quite some time. There's been some high-level calls made on it as well. And I've got to say, it's pretty ugly. It's not very, it's unbecoming. Now, Joe Burns has made it very clear publicly and privately that his main reasoning for playing for Italy was to honour his late brother and for his mother. And I don't dispute that for 1 second. But there has been issues on the outskirts here. Again, some really delicate issues on the outskirts that have made the relationship that Burns once had with Cricket Italy somewhat fractured, and in the eyes of many, completely fractured. And it now seems like he won't be playing in the World Cup when he's been captaining them to get to the World Cup. It's a bizarre set of circumstances. It really is weird.
Well, all I'll say is controversy around an Italian team before a World Cup. That's it generally when they win World Cups, don't they?
Very good, very good. They do have some good players as well. JJ Smuts, who has played for South Africa, has made himself available to play for Italy. He's a dual citizen. So, I mean, the money side of things is the ICC gives, I think it's about $300,000 to each team. And most teams split it up evenly and then give a portion of that to the coaches as well. And there's been some discussions internally as to where the money should go. So there is a money element. There's an emotional element as well with his brother. I'm finding it very hard to actually pinpoint exactly what the issue is. All I know is there's disputed facts, and it's ended in a pretty ugly way, which is disappointing.
That is unfortunate.
Yeah. I bet you thought I wouldn't be talking about Joe Burns playing for Italy this morning, but I think it's a big enough story. Given he's an Australian Test cricketer and he's 36 years old and he should be able to play at that level, I would have thought.
Yeah. All right, so play not far away here, Bharat. Who's the conversation of the morning has been, whose hand would you take? Would you take Australia's 8 for 326, or would you take England's keeping Australia to 326 on what in prospect looked like a better surface than that?
I think I'd prefer being in England's camp, to be honest, Gerard. Yes, I think Australia got away, 4 for 94 and 5 for 150 odd. But still, the conditions, the way they have been, yes, a couple of balls have gripped and turned for the off spinner. Pat Cummins coming back after a longish injury layoff. Like I keep saying it, this is England's best chance. If they can't get it done today, they won't. There's no point of talking about them and their Ashes hopes from that point on. And England will think they were gifted a lot of wickets as well. Yeah, so if they are true to their word, and after all the hard conversations they've had within their camp, I think this could be the day. Harry Brook spoke about how, the stupid shots he's played, and he was open about it. So maybe it'll come down to him. And everything from the boundaries, the way they are, the square boundaries, should suit England. And maybe it's time for that Ben Stokes freak innings, which generally comes in the third test anyway.
Very nice. All right, Bharat. We won't keep you from your people any longer. See you during the day.
Thanks, Gerard. I do have to walk to the other side to do something, so I'll see you later.
It'll be a long walk, I reckon. Our pre-game is for Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat on style. And for Isuzu, test drive the new 2.2-litre Isuzu D-Max. The first ball of day 2 coming up next.
The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Go Harvey Norman's super deals on now. Shop super savings on TVs, vacuums, laptops, mobiles, furniture, bedding and more. 75-inch TVs from just $791. Save $150 on Lenovo IdeaPad with Intel Core i5 processor, now just $648. Gas Smake Quasar 4-burner barbecue, hot price only $492. Plus, King Coil Conformer Ambience Queen Mattress, choice of feels only $999 each. Best brands, best range, best prices. There's more in store at Harvey Norman's Super Deals. On now.
Summer's here, and that means one thing. Whether you're on the road, at home, or cheering from the stands, there's nothing better than a 4 and 20 pie. Whether your favourite bowler's taken 5 wickets or our best batter's been trapped LBW, any break in the day's play is your chance to enjoy the classic taste of 100% Australian beef in delicious gravy wrapped in golden, flaky pastry. Pie's so good, they'll have you cheering with every single bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
Did you know that groundbreaking treatments come to life thanks to people like you and me? That's right, we hold the power to change lives.
Your participation in a CMAX trial today can contribute to discoveries that could pave the way for better prevention and treatment of diseases tomorrow.
CMAX values your safety, comfort and time above all. All participants are paid about $400 per night for their contribution.
Keen to see if you would be eligible for a CMAX trial? Log on to cmax.com.au. That's cmax.com.au.
It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au it instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow and simplify your business payments. So pay.com.au it and start earning rewards today.
For 100 summers, Pope has been in the backyards of Aussie homes, keeping lawns lush and gardens thriving. And just like backyard cricket helps grow our future Ashes stars, we're celebrating how Pope has helped grow gardens for generations. From hoses, sprinklers, reels and carts to tap timers and irrigation, Pope's got the gear to keep your patch going strong. Pope, celebrating 100 summers together. Available at selected hardware and garden stores. Find out more at gardeningwithpope.com.au.
When the makers of better beer asked themselves, how can we make beer better? They knew it had to be crisp and refreshing, but the best bit? It had to be zero carb, zero sugar, and low in calories. So the Better Beer Company was born, the healthier alternative that's become the dream beer of beer lovers around the country. Better Beer, the official, unofficial beer of the Ashes. Better Beer, proudly Australian made and owned and available from all good retailers. Find a store near you at betterbeer.com.au.
Darren's days of digging blind are over. Ever since he blindly dug into that internet cable and took out an entire neighbourhood. Ever since his insurance declined to cover the repair costs. And ever since he saw that he was millimetres away from also striking a high voltage electricity cable. Don't be like Darren. Always search before you dig online before every job to avoid striking buried pipes and cables. Search before you dig online every time and never dig blind.
Down the leg side, he's feathered it through. And
just like Test cricket, Beaumont Tiles is an Aussie original. For more than 65 years, Beaumonts have worked hand in hand with tradies and builders to shape the style of Australian homes. With trusted trade pricing, expert service, and the biggest range of tiles, bathroomware, and hard flooring, Beaumonts delivers style built to last. So visit tile.com.au or your local store. Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat.
Beaumonts.
Goodwee batteries and solar heart expertise. The perfect partnership. And Octet, fueling business growth with smart finance solutions. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. The first session for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT.
Umpires leading the way out to the middle of Adelaide Oval to resume play. Day 2 of this third test, the Ashes series. 8 for 326 Australia. Starkest 33 line is yet to score. Our pre-game was for Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat on style, and for Isuzu Test Drive, the new 2.2 litre Isuzu D-Max. The Bradshaw bell has been rung by Her Excellency, the Honourable Francis Adamson, the Governor of South Australia and the Saka patron, and Simon Katich. Her Excellency had been booked for day 4 of the previous 2 test matches and was being regarded as something of a jinx.
She was at the test match dinner the other night, so she'll be very, very pleased that she's actually been able to ring it this morning.
Pitch condition for Pope Gardening, celebrating 100 summers together in 2025. What did you see?
Yeah, went out there this morning. Looks really good. I mean, there's still a few little markings from yesterday. I mean, not a huge amount of foot marks just yet, but I just have a feeling that with another hot day today, 39 degrees, we will get some cracking under this grass, and at some point there will be balls keeping low on this surface. I think the bounce was consistent yesterday. There was reasonable carry. I wouldn't say it was on the quicker side yesterday. It was a pretty, almost like a bit of a feather bed, really, a bit like an English wicket.
And our weather update for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. It's 34 degrees already, and the forecast top now is 40. So she's going to be a scorcher, Damien Fleming.
It is, and news from the middle, Jofra Archer has the ball, and he's actually bowled 3 warm-up deliveries.
Look out.
He normally doesn't warm up at all. They're at about 10%.
He's getting ready for the delivery of the first ball. Macca's loving cricket. He bowled an over out of obligation last night. He got it from one end to the other, which was about as much as you'd say for him. But he does have 3 wickets, so as you rightly pointed out, there's a big chance here with a Kookaburra ball that is in its 4th over.
But I'm surprised. It's a new ball. He doesn't have a gully in here, and he's starting with a cover. I'm surprised they're not more aggressive here.
Jofra Archer, no, he's just been sent back at the riverbank ends.
Surely you want a 5 for here. You got 3. Bowling to the Aussie tail.
Mitch Stark's on 33. Archer into him, and Stark clips off his toes. He won't beat mid-on. He does just roll in, Archer, like he's tipping out of bed at the start of a spell sometimes.
He's stopping 2 feet from the umpire virtually. He could bowl off 4 steps with the way he's setting the ball down at the moment.
That was a throwdown, that ball. 133
it's not
Ks.
that fast.
Not at all. Mitchell Stark's played that like he's playing a spinner.
Stark faces up. He goes after the wide one, slashes it through gully. Captain Katich goes, oh my God, father. First boundary is away. Mitch Stark latches on boundaries for Azito Brushless Power Tools, do you?
Look, it probably wouldn't have been caught. I just wanted to see the replay, missing the height of that ball. But in terms of where it went, if you're going to bowl full and wide, which is fine early on with a new ball, that's gone straight in the air, probably through the gap. But they've got to have a man in there. It's a second new ball. The whole point of taking a second new ball is to take wickets, not defend.
I'm confused, as always, with Bazball and Stokes' captaincy.
37 for Stark. Full on the pads, didn't get it away.
Wow. He missed out, Mitchell Stark. That's like a 110-kilometre full toss on leg stump. He is just putting the ball there, Jofra Archer.
And this questions their conditioning again, right?
I give the ball to Tongue. He charges, or even Cast charges in.
You can't start the day like this by 130s.
Jerusalem from the hill under the old scoreboard. Archer around the wickets. Forward comes Stark to defend.
You know what he should do? He should bowl a bouncer, and it gets you through the crease. Do you know what I mean? And then you're ready to go.
Or you know what should happen? If he keeps bowling 130s, Ben Stokes rips him off. So, mate, I need more than that. Because that's what they talked about after the event in Brisbane. Now, this is the time. This is the time to win the test. They can't afford to just have a lazy half an hour, 40 minutes here and just expect Australia to chip 2 up in the air and give it to them. Australia won't do that.
You smash this over cover.
Time is of the essence. Stark just runs it across the ground through cover. It's well timed too. And it'll touch the rope for 4. 2 boundaries in the opening over for Mitch Stark, who is climbing the charts of run scoring in this series. He's 41 and the boundaries flow for Azito Brushless Power Tools do you.
I just saw Jofra last night when he bowled that disappointing over, go for 4, and it just sort of shake the shoulders, walk back. I'm just watching him again. Like, you played against so many great fighters. They'd be so filthy with that, wouldn't they? Getting cover driven with a new ball by the number 9.
Come on, man, lifts! Stark drives him. That was beautifully struck straight to Stokes at mid-off. 8 from the over, 8 for 334. The Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today. Mitch Stark's run scoring spree. So we know he tops the wickets by miles. So he's up to 130 runs in the series at 61. He has joined Jake Weatherall. He's behind only Head, Carey, Root and Labuschagne. And he is in front of Crawley, Pope, Brook, Stokes and Duckett.
And it's a pretty simple technique. I think you'd like it, Cato, isn't it? Provides a full face of the bat. Footwork normally gets into a good position. Sometimes you can get a little bit leg side, but wow. At that pace, as you said, it's like facing throwdown.
It's a throwdown in the morning. That's what it is. I'm not being harsh on Archer at all. I was complimentary of him yesterday. He bowled beautifully yesterday, but he charged in. That was absolute.
Broadcast from the Cathedral and Nathan Lyons in behind, defending the Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes. 1-800-64-64-64.
What did you say at the Gabba? What was your word?
Dung.
Dung.
I didn't want to use it again because
it could be your trademark. Couldn't it?
Well, it was. That's the problem.
Your catchphrase. What'd you think, Cato? Dung.
Cast yesterday, 13 overs, no maidens, 2 for 70. He went for plenty in the early overs with the new ball. He's bowling to Nathan Lyon, who tucks him away through leg. Rolls out to the deep square for a single, and Lyon's off the mark.
What it does look like is a very, very good surface. So England can't just assume they're going to rock up this morning and these wickets will fall quickly. They're going to have to make sure they've got some plans in place and think about how they're going to go about it, because this 8 for 335 could turn into 450. These two are good enough.
That's what they must avoid at all costs.
Yes.
Having taken the late wicket of Carey yesterday, which opened up the possibilities. Australia defended to stumps to try to eke out what they might, both runs and time today. So one slip only, 2 in the deep on the leg side with Stark on strike. Pass into him. Stark carves the ball through, point for 4. Smashed it away. What a start this is from Mitch Stark, who is running hot for ream. Steady, hot and strong.
He's just going through the batting manual, isn't he? He's played a lovely cover drive in the previous over of Archer, and that is a classic cut shot from the left-hander. He has hit that so hard, got himself into a beautiful position on top of the ball, hit it down, bang.
45 for Stark. Cast over the wicket to him. Stark plays another one through cover points. Archer's in pursuit. He won't get there. Back-to-back boundaries for Stark. He's 49.
What's Joffrey doing?
He might have hurt himself in the dive over the rope too.
If he hurts himself on a foam rope, how are you going?
Well, England have come today with absolutely zero clue, because they're just feeding Mitchell Stark exactly what he wants. Into the surface, wide. We know he likes to free his hands. They're just giving him absolute Christmas presents here.
50 in the offing. Stark faces up. He drives hollow. Fielded at mid-wicket, no run. This boundary spree at the start of the day for Loan Market. Whatever your ambition, find the right loan with Loan Market. Make it yours.
It's been easy too, hasn't it? They're not making it hard for him at all. That's the better line. You've got to bowl at Mitchell Stark. Attack the stumps.
Well, it's clever batsmanship from him, because he knows Bryden Cast, if he misses on the wider side and the shorter side. So he's just sitting back waiting for a cut shot.
Stark tucks off his hip for a half century. The summer of Stark continues, menacing with the ball, free-spirited with the bats. What might this grow into? Acknowledging the early morning crowd here at Adelaide Oval. It's a beautifully struck 50. And he's just warming to his work.
Well, if it follows the script, Gerard, the way he's playing this series, he's turning up. He looks in complete control. And if he wants 100 out there, it's there for the taking, because this surface is very good. And these England bowlers have proven they cannot back up. And from what we've seen the first 2 overs already, the signs aren't good here for England. They've just rolled up today thinking they can just walk out there. Australia will chip a few up in the air and it'll be job done. I don't think Mitchell Stark or Nathan Lyon are going to be letting that happen.
They just don't look hungry for wickets. new ball bowling to tail enders. The pitch is good, but how are you setting the batsman up?
There's no clear plan because it's just a ring field.
Jofra Archer begins the fresh over to Stark, who cuts again through backward point. There's no stopping Mitch. Roars to the boundary. Stark's 54. The scoreboard is rattling along. The Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today. It reads 8 for 348.
And Jofra just points down to third man like he wants a third man. Well, how about you bowl straighter? You can't let Mitchell Stark free his hands. Come over the wicket. It's easier to cramp him up there.
If you bowl at Mitchell Stark's off stump, that's giving him width.
Yeah.
Let alone giving him probably a
outside.
foot outside off stump because he stays leg side of the ball. They know that.
Great to watch.
Remarkable start to the day's play. Stark's bowled.
Oh, wow.
Archer goes through him, puts one on the stumps and takes the wickets. Are you not entertained through 10 minutes of cricket? For those who lined up at 5:30, they have been richly rewarded. Mitch Stark departs for 54. Jofra Archer had his fourth, and Australia's 9 for 348. See you in a few minutes, Mitch.
Yeah, it's the doorway to departure. He gave himself room outside leg stump, so there was a big gap between the bat and his pads. So Stokes, shots of him going, putting his hands up in the air, but he's been disappointed with his bowlers. They should have been attacking the stumps from ball one.
Perfect length.
Yesterday even.
Perfect length. Top of leg stump. Gets the right result.
Cost them 22 runs to get that wicket in rapid fire time. SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance.
Yeah, so you've got 4 wickets now. Jofra Archer, surely he's going fast and straight to big Scotty Boland, who batted for 2.5 hours up at the Gabba. That was his highest test score too, wasn't it, Bolo? 21 not out.
It was. Had 20 previous to that. So Archer 17.2 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 41. Weatherall, Labuschagne, Green and Stark, his wickets.
It's on too out there. Just seeing the replay of that dismissal. Stokes not happy with Archer and he's given it to him, particularly around the line. He's basically said to him, well, trying to read lips, not always easy, but basically saying that's the line we needed you to bowl right from the word go.
Yeah, I read his lips.
Yeah.
He said, stop bowling dung.
Yep. Well, he's right.
That's what he said.
He's right.
No, he should be doing it in between balls, though, to wait till the wicket to do that. He's at mid-on. He should have been into Archer from the start.
The Chemist Warehouse replay screen telling on that front. So 1 wicket to take for England. Scott Boland takes strike. Archer comes over the wicket to him. It's full and past the outside edge. Lovely delivery.
Well, the thing is, Ben Stokes is doing Jofra Archer disservice if he doesn't give it to him, because ultimately Jofra Archer's selling himself short as a test match bowler if he serves up what he serves up in that last over last night and then the first over this morning. He's better than that, and he just proved it with that ball that he got Mitchell Stark.
Yeah, but I'm surprised. You got the captain at mid-on. Like, even now, the hands on the hips here. Like, Stokes doesn't seem to talk to his bowlers. He sets the field, and that's about it.
2 slips, short leg in place for Boland. Archer to him. Boland fins. Pope can't grab it. Low down to his right. He is there specifically for that. Ball at the body. It really is evasive action. Boland got it to ground just in front of Pope, who was set perhaps a fraction deep.
He is. He's really deep. He's now moved up. He was pretty much on the edge of the second wicket. Now he's moved up onto the edge of the first wicket right next to the one we're playing on.
Archer striving for his 5th. Bowls to Boland, full at the stumps, defended to mid-on, no run.
I'd get mid-wicket out too. He's fielding right behind Pope. Like getting a 3rd slip.
Glenn, back in the day, if I'd been at short leg on that second wicket, I would have had about 10 teammates yelling, "Can't come up from square leg." Because they would have been just taking the proverbial.
But
it's way too deep.
Look where mid-wicket is, though. You don't need mid-wicket to Scott Boland.
That's what Corley's in the sun hat there. Two slips in place. Archer to Boland's. Defends the ball to the leg side. He's getting a taste on it. Lively start. 9 for 348. The Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
We have a crash in Modbury North, Golden Grove, southbound, just after Hazel Grove. Delays towards North East Road there. In Elizabethvale, we have a breakdown, John Rice Avenue eastbound at Main North Road. And the cricket continuing today, of course, in North Adelaide, so road closures are in place. Extra foot traffic too, be careful. Bus Stop Films accessible filmmaking program assists people with intellectual disability or autism to gain skills, confidence and employment support. Apply today. Chad Corns joins SEN SA Breakfast with Bix and Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. Ben Stokes fired up. Cast bowls to Lyon, turns him to leg. And Archer is central to all of the action. Ambles in from the rope, a single taken, 349 on the board. So it's an awful throw from Archer in the deep. He must have a very strange temperament, Simon, as a captain to try to cajole or poke or whatever it is.
Yeah, I'm in Ben Stokes' camp there. I'm supporting him in that one because he's got every right as skipper to put it on him. He showed how good he was yesterday. He showed how good he was first day in Perth. That's the standard you set. You've got to keep meeting that if you want to be a test match quality bowler of his standing. And he could be a very, very good test bowler.
Cast bounce in from the Cathedral end, bowls to Boland's, defends to off.
But he's not going to be a consistent one if he picks and chooses when he fronts up. And that's why Steve Smith got stuck into him and everyone that was watching the game at the Gabba. He's selling himself short if he's going to roll up and serve up what he did in the first over. And I think that's exactly what Ben Stokes was saying in that moment. And good on him for saying it because that's his prerogative as captain. And he's trying to lead from the front with his own actions. He toiled hard yesterday. He tried hard with the bat at the Gabba, and he's trying to get the best out of his group.
Boland blunting the England attack. He's in behind, and he'll find his first run. It's a significant one too. It tips Australia to 350. Rolling away through mid-wicket. The Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer. 9 for 350. Midway through the 87th over.
Yeah, classic Scott Boland shot there. Bowler's getting too straight to him. He sort of half defended it, just rolled the wrists into the mid-wicket. Don't bowl there, champ.
Line on 2. Casses in. Line keeps it out of his stumps, and he too finds a single through square leg. The session is for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts.
Do you feel like this wicket's just slightly quickened up a bit today, just given the way it's come onto the bat and some of the shots we've seen, Flem?
Yeah, the ball's going squarer, isn't it? Absolutely baked yesterday. It's going to get even more baked, 39 degrees today. So that could be good for the Aussie quicks that the edges are going to carry.
Cass to Boland. Drives in the air, short of mid-off and through mid-off. That is a lovely stroke. Under the old scoreboard. Has it got the juice? Go, go, go! Yes, it got there. One last roll over the edge.
And that's a classic example of a ball that wasn't quite there to drive, but Scotty Boland just hit straight through the line of this ball on the up. It was a pretty good ball from Cass, but this is a beautiful off drive. Full face of the bat and just nails it down the ground past mid-off. Who was diving full stretch, couldn't reel it in.
Well, he's in career best form, Scott Boland, coming off a test high score of 21 not out.
He has 5 to his name. Cass bowls to him. Jumping in defence, squeezes to backward point. They take off for a well-judged single. Crawling around to his left to his to do the fielding. So another for Boland. He goes to 6. And that is the end of the over on the Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today. 9 for 355.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket, now at Harvey Norman. Super deals on top trending gifts. Shop headphones, smartwatches, speakers, coffee machines, RoboVax, mobiles and more. If it's presence and power you're after, you can't go past the Toyota Tundra. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we all call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries, for Solarhard and for Octet Smart Business Finance. Jofra Archer to Boland, fends the ball away from Pope at short leg, no run. Boland 6, Lyon 3, Simon Katich, Damien Fleming for UFEED POE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection.
Now we're talking. Last ball 143.
Given he's a man who's supposed to bowl short spells, he does take a while to get into them.
Yeah, he does too.
Archer from the riverbank end of Adelaide Oval in blazing sunshine, bowls to Boland, who edges over the top of second slip and down to the boundary for 4. I don't know whether the third's got a play coming to his left or the dive to the right from seconds. Either way, it crashes to the rope again. Another boundary for Azito Brushless Power Tools, do you?
Well, this is backing up your point from the previous over, Flem. If you're going to bowl that line out in the channel to Scotty Boland, you don't need the square leg. If you've got the short leg in there for the short ball, then square leg should be in there either at gully or third slip. They're sort of hedging their bets at the moment. The man at gully line is quite deep, so he's sort of hovering there, hoping for a...
It's almost like a point and gully. You don't need them either. Get him in catching.
Boland is 10, and he's beaten on the lovely delivery.
Surprise, the number 11 edges the ball outside off stump.
And that last ball was an absolute beauty from Archer. If he's going to bowl that line and length, which is the right line and length, get the man across and have another catcher.
I just don't... What's square leg doing? It's number 11. Yes. Back your best ball to get them out, and you almost did with that delivery. If that didn't inspire getting more slips in place, I don't know. Don't understand what's going on.
Archer to Boland for defending to mid-off. So we've had 34 runs in 21 minutes.
And this is the old sort of situation you find yourself in as a skipper. Do you dictate terms to the bowler, or should the bowler here be knowing, well, hang on, this is the line I want to hold, I should be setting the field?
It's got to be a combination of both, but once that edge went third slip, I'd be going, mate, I want a third slip.
Archer over the wicket, bowls to Boland, puts the bat behind it, blocks to off.
Like, how does it get to square leg? I mean, a half volley on leg stump. It's a poor ball.
Yeah, and the other thing is when you look at his footwork, he's got the shuffle going back towards the umpire at square leg. So, you know, even if you're bowling, a bit like Mitchell Starc, even if you're bowling a leg stump line, he's still leg side of the ball. So there's more chance that it's probably going to either hit the stumps or get an outside edge than it is getting clipped through square leg.
Don't understand it. It's a wasted fielder for me.
Last ball of Archer's over. His 19th in this innings. Delivers to Boland, who cuts. Rather beautifully. And it beats third man. Jaunty tail end batting from Scott Boland. He's 14. It's 9 for 364 on the Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we all call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
Cast begins the fresh over. Nathan Lyons squared up. Ball ends up on the offside safely enough to cover this opening session on day 2 for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT. More than 33,000 in for the start of play.
How good was that last shot from Scott Boland? That's a seriously good shot. I mean, he's almost standing on his stumps there deep in his crease, but that was a brilliant shot because he only beat third man by a couple of metres.
Gee, he's showing Nathan Lyon up. I think he wants number 10, Bolo.
Cast and Lyon nudges away to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, it just gives the Aussies a shorter session, first up, so they'll be able to go really hard before lunch.
Yeah, pretty much gives them 2 bites of the new cherry before and after lunch, which is always a positive when you're out in the field in a hot day like that. 2 sort of fresh spells from the new ball bowlers, and first change, which I assume will be Scotty bowling.
Gee, this is negative fields to at number 10 and 11.
So catching mid-wicket and only 1 slip. Cast bowls to Lyon, and he just rides the bounce down to third and takes a single to move to 4.
Stokes is captaining like wherever the ball previously went, I'll put a fielder there. So he's chasing the game.
Pakistan captains do that when they come here.
This is awful.
No gully in Australia. No gully in Australia. It's almost a no-no to not have a gully. Because if someone comes off a drive or a cut shot, the ball goes square of the wicket in the air here. Whether it's at the Perth Stadium, Gabba, here.
17 runs in 14 minutes added by this pair. Boland has 14 of those. He's back on strike. Cast bowls to him, and Boland defends to leg. So there's a bat pad and the catching mid-wicket. They've got jacks in this sort of deep gully.
Well, that in itself is a sort of a nothing position either. You're just sort of hedging your bets, hoping to save a single. You've got to bowl them out.
360 looks a lot better than 320. So Cass in from the top of his mark. Scotty Boland ducks a bouncer. How's a good bouncer too?
Yeah, right on the money from Cass. Good pace, just over 140 k's an hour. And most importantly, it was the line. Just kept following Boland. Played it well in the end. Evaded it, got under it nicely.
Last ball in the over. Flags atop the scoreboard fluttering in the morning breeze on a Thursday here in Adelaide, where it's swelteringly hot already. Cast to Boland, who defends full face of the bat to point, no run. End of the over, 9 for 365. The Toyota scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. Boundaries have been flowing. 9 for 365. Simon Katich is aghast. Lisa Sthalekar comes in for AIA. Protect what matters. Do it for life with AIA. Welcome, Lisa.
Thank you. Morning, everyone.
Jofra Archer stumbles as he, come on, Kat, what have you got?
We've been saying they should have 3 slips. Now they've got 1. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, come on. It's like 1.5, 2.
Oh.
1 slip in the deep gully. Jofra Archer bowling to Nathan Lyon. Defends the ball down the line of the offside. They've got the catching mid-wicket. They've got a deep backwards square and a long leg.
Yeah, Nathan Lyon does play the hook shot, and he doesn't keep it along the ground. He's a compulsive puller, if you want to say that. So
I get this field if they're just going to go upstairs the whole time, but if he's going to bowl a decent length in the channel outside off, they're asking for trouble.
Archer 4 for 49. This is his 20th over. He bowls to Lyon, fends the ball well, short rising, played it perfectly through backward point and joins the boundary spree. He moves to 8. Australia 369 on the board. All of these boundaries are coming for Azito. Brushless power tools, do you?
when you see a field set, you know exactly what the plan is. Now, Nathan Lyon is good enough to either, okay, there's a gap on the leg side, I'll come on the inside. Okay, there's a gap on the offside. Let me stay leg side and just ride it and go up over slip or gully as well.
Archer to Lyon, ducks the bouncer.
Yeah, it's clever batting from Lyon because he knows the risk is on the leg side if he takes that line on. And that's where Stokes now has got to realise, I've got to give something up here to get him to hit that way. So he's got to lose one of his mid-wickets and potentially have someone over to plug that gully line gap, which we've been talking about, because these two are staying leg side of the ball and they know there's a big gap with only 4 fielders on the offside and only one real threat, the slip and the keeper.
Archer in and bowls. Lyon again able to ride the bounce, keep it down safely to the deep gully, no run.
Well, and this is the other thing, he's had 2 siders now of the ball going through that gully man line, so he knows that's where he's thinking of trying to score his runs. Plug that up and say, okay, get it past there if you want, but we're going to have someone to catch you, or take on the leg side option through mid-wicket, which is a harder shot because he's going to have to get his hands through the line of the ball quicker and take on the cross-bat shot.
Archer past the umpire, bowls to Lyon. It's in on the pads, he gets it away. Trickles a single down to backward square. 9 for 370 with a leg by Sigmund.
And what do they do here for Boland? It looks like Gully wants to go back on the boundary. One fielder comes across from that mid-wicket. Got a short leg in as well. So again, short stuff. The second, obviously, the deep fielder on the leg side has gone across to the offside down at deep third.
Last ball of Archer's over. He delivers it to Boland, who's blocking. 9 for 370 of Australia through the first half hour of the day. The Toyota Scoreboard Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today. Adam Collins will come in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket, now at Harvey Norman. Super deals on top trending gifts. Shop headphones, smartwatches, speakers, coffee machines, RoboVax mobiles and more. If it's presence and power you're after, you can't go past the Toyota Tundra. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Want to hit a 6 for your business? Sign up an apprentice with MEGT. Their local teams come to you, offering free advice and ongoing support that helps you and your apprentice succeed. So sign up today at MEGT.com.au.
Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
Our first session is for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. 44 runs in half an hour for Australia, 9 boundaries. Mitchell Starc, the man that's fallen, but by that point, he's raised another half century. His numbers in this series are insane. Doing a Garfield Sobers impersonation, Starc, with bat and ball. New bowler Tongue. Cathedral end up here, bowling an inside part of the bat, squeezing out square leg. Nathan Lyon on 8. He's got one of those boundaries, no run. That change of bowler is for RSEA safety, trusted by tradies across Australia. Simon, how many times do you reckon we've said in this series so far? Important England have a good start here to a session. Just feels like the same rhythm. Every time they need a good start to a session, they go missing.
Yeah, the irony is, they started really well in Perth and look at the results, and then since then, the tone they set at the start of an innings or start of a day has been poor.
Tongue picked up a wicket yesterday. Bowls here the line. It drives out to mid-off. There'll be no single. A slip, and there are 1, 2, 3 men back. A deep backward point, a long leg, and a deep backward square. And
the reason I guess I get frustrated with it, because as a bowling unit, that is your best chance to get momentum early with the new ball. We saw at Brisbane, they started poorly, and next thing you know, Australia were none for 120 off 20 overs. And then same thing this morning. It's no coincidence Australia get off to a flyer, because the tone was set in the first over. It was just throwdowns.
Catching mid-wicket, jumps in on the onside. Tongue up, bowls here. Line goes back, cuts to deep backward point, where there's an easy single down to Zach Crawley. He's 9. It's 9 for 371.
It's a win for the Australians that they've had to go to the next bowler. They've had to make that change. So, I guess a part of the Australian camp will be happy that maybe Mitch Starc got out, and now he's just resting, recovering, cooling off before he's about to come out and bowl, a fair chunk of today's play.
Such a theme of this innings and this series indeed. Australia's partnership here already 23 from 31 balls. They don't take a beat to get settled in. Both teams want to score as quickly as they can. Boland's got 14 of those and he's back on strike, and there'll be a change in field. A short leg jumps in, likewise a gully, and a floating backward point. That's Zach Frawley, a little bit deeper than usual. Tongue up, Boland swings outside the line of the off stump, but he doesn't make contact playing from the crease.
I much prefer this field now that Ben Stokes has set, because if they're going to go into the channel, which Tongue will, and you see both of their footwork is staying leg side of the ball, they're just going to try and slash through the offside here. So the only other option is potentially having one more catcher, whether you have a second slip and lose the short leg. I'm not sure if Tongue's going upstairs here to him, but you'd say so if he's got that short leg in.
In the 140s now, Tongue bowls to Boland, who plays conservatively from the crease, defending out to cover point, no single. The other thing is the rotations, right? I mean, I know I'm casting forward a little bit here, but the fact that Australia now will only be out in the field for, well, let's call it 70-something overs today, which protects Cummins, Stark and Boland from putting in an enormous shift. Of course, they've got the great luxury of Nathan Lyon, but just those marginal gains on a hot day.
Oh, yeah, it's huge.
Forecast top of, well, it says 39 on the screen now, it said 40 earlier. It's 36 already in Adelaide. Over 33,000 people in. Can be a huge crowd. Tongue up to finish, and Boland again well forward in defence. Well played. He's 14. Lions 9. Ends the over at 9 for 371. Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
Delays remain in Modbury North due to a crash on Golden Grove heading southbound after Hazel Grove. Heavy delays towards North East Road there. Otherwise, we have a fair bit of congestion in Blackwood, Main Road citybound at McDonald Avenue, and same goes for Newport. Semaphore Road is busy eastbound before Nelson Street. Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au. Chad Corns joins SEN SA Breakfast with Vix and Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1-800-646464. Jofra Archer will continue from the southern end.
They've just changed the field again. They've lost the gully and brought the man back over.
So 2 back on the leg side for Lyon is on 9, plus the short catching mid-wicket. Forward square and mid-on is in quite close as well. Archer up, bowls here. Lyon defends. Full face of the bat, back to the bowler. Handled well. He's faced 34 balls now, Lyon. 18 of those last night when trying to get through to the close. A couple of boundaries.
And this is what I've loved about the Australian batting unit throughout the whole series. They've made England work hard for each and every wicket. Yes, they've gifted a few away yesterday, and that happens from time to time, but just comparing the two teams, England's tail haven't batted like this, whereas Australia's have dug in and made valuable runs, particularly at the Gabba.
Archer's got 4 for 53 in his 21st over. Bowls here to Lyon. Lyon hit on the pad, shout for leg before given. Up goes the finger. Nathan Lyon will be duty bound to review and does now. But on the face of it, hit on the back pad, it'll take some doing. Maybe on the basis of height, we'll see in a moment. Third umpire for Imar, trusted Tradies Insurance. Call 1-3 Imar. This is Chris Gaffney going through the motions. Height possibly?
Yeah.
Look pretty full.
So waiting for that first spin vision replay.
Appears to be a gap there. We'll just confirm that with Smacko.
There's no edge, and it's hit him well above the knee roll, but yeah, back flat.
Okay, flat line through the band.
I think it's caught on the crease.
Let's have ball tracking when available, please.
Everyone's looking at Snicko.
Pitching outside on impact in line. Wickets, umpires.
Yep, umpires call. It's hitting the top of the middle stump.
You're on screen.
That'll be confirmed as out. The right decision from umpire Menon, who's had a good innings so far. Australia are all out for 371. And Jofra Archer gets the chance to raise the ball aloft at Adelaide Oval. His 4th fifer in Test cricket. His 3rd in Ashes Fair. He's done the job for England. 5 for 53. He's been their standard bearer. So much scrutiny on Archer after the way the Brisbane Test match finished, but he's been their best bowler on tour. He's done the job at the top and at the bottom. Across every session he's bowled in, Simon. He's played a role. and he earned the right to receive the applause of the Adelaide crowd.
Yeah, definitely. I think, we saw it yesterday. He fronted up yesterday. He responded beautifully to all the criticism from Gabba. And look, it was rightly so at the Gabba. You can't just turn up in the second innings. So he's copped it sweet. He's turned up with character here, and in hot conditions yesterday, he was very impressive. Finished the job off this morning. Probably took him a little bit longer than England would have hoped. And I think there was a little bit of frustration, a fair bit of frustration there from his skipper, Ben Stokes. But ultimately, 5 for 50 odd out here at the Adelaide Oval on a good batting surface. He deserves a lot of credit for the hard work he's done.
What I noticed yesterday was that the English bowlers were quite happy to start bowling line and length and consistently try and land it in that area. They didn't sway from that too much. There were spells at times where they were really short and we were asking them to bowl fuller and at the stumps. But all in all, given the amount of scrutiny and pressure about this England bowling lineup, can they take 20 wickets? They certainly have been able to put aside the last 2 test matches and perform really well here and give England probably their best chance.
Well, it's up to their batters now to allow their bowlers to take 20 wickets, and the best way they can do that is to bat deep into day 3. If they do that, make sure they get at least 450, I think minimum 500, because this surface is good enough if they're prepared to do the hard yards today in the heat, and then they can play baseball later tomorrow when Australia start to tire. But if they decide to play it today while Australia's bowlers are still fresh, they might run into problems.
Australia batted for 50 balls this morning and added 45. The 2 wickets to fall. Mitchell Starc bowled by Archer for 54. Nathan Lyon legged before wicket to Archer for 9. Not out man was Scott Boland, who made 14 from 21. The fall of wicket for Smarter Light. And the innings break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Just to recap what's happened in the test match so far. Australia won the toss and batted yesterday. Jake Weatherald and Travis Head were the first 2 men out. Port Smith bowled Archer, the first of those, Weatherald for 18. The wicketkeeper off the shoulder of the bat. Travis Head, an excellent catch from Zach Crawley at cover point from the bowling of Cast for 10. They went to lunch at 2 for 94. Labuschagne and Green both fell in the first over after lunch yesterday. Both caught at mid-wicket from the bowling of Archer for 19 and 0 respectively. Usman Khawaja out before tea for an excellent 82, which left Australia 5 for 185 and 5 for 194 at the short break. By that stage, Alex Carey was up to 48. He had a 59-run stand with Josh Inglis, who was a 6-man to fall, chopped on to Josh Tongue for 32. Pat Cummins came and went for 13. At that stage, 7 for 271. Alex Carey, after posting his 3rd Test 100, first at Adelaide, first in Ashes cricket, was caught Smith on the bowling of Jacks for 106. Late in the day, Starc and Lyon saw Australia through to the close at 8 for 326. And then today, as I mentioned before, Starc and Lyon out for 54 and 9 to leave Australia all out 371 in 91.2 overs. For England, the bowling, Jofra Archer, 20.2 overs, 5 maidens, 5 for 53. Bryden Cass, 2 for 89 from 16, expensive, going at 5.6 and over. Josh Tongue, 1 for 64, picking up Josh Inglis yesterday. Ben Stokes wicketless across 19 overs, none for 53, but bowled tidily. And Will Jacks, 2 wickets yesterday, 2 for 105 from 20 overs. That's the call of the card for Smarter Light. We'll take a breather here at Adelaide Oval. First session on day 2. Australia have been dismissed for 371, and all of that's on the Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today.
Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Introducing the world's first NVR with a local AI agent. Type keywords for instant search results to find specific moments in seconds. Your data stays private and is processed locally. 24/7 protection that's both smart and secure. Visit eufy.com/au.
The new 2.2-litre Isuzu D-Max tows up to 3.5 tonnes. Meaning more than ever, adventure is everywhere. Go find yours in the new Isuzu D-Max. Visit your Isuzu U dealer today.
Don't get caught out by skills shortages. Build a great team with MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Offering local advice and ongoing support, they'll make sure your investment pays off. So speak to the experts at MEGT.com.au.
Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
Bus Stop Films' accessible filmmaking program assists people with intellectual disability or autism to gain skills, confidence and employment support. Apply today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Looking for the best coffee and lunch on the run? How's that? Your local Shell OTR delivers. And join a paid clinical trial at CMAX and help advance the future of healthcare.
Intellectual disability or autism is no barrier at Bus Stop Films. Gain confidence and work-ready skills with their accessible filmmaking program. Apply today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The new 2.2-litre Isuzu MU-X SUV tows up to 3.5 tonnes. The perfect blend of strength and style. Love how you live. Book a test drive at your Isuzu Ute dealer today.
Say yes to a day of batting that finishes with a 2 a.m. battered Sav. Say yes to cheap trips so you can do more. Say yes, I dee.
Yes, I dee. Looking for the best coffee and lunch on the run? How's that? Your local Shell OTR delivers. Hot and fresh food to go, barista-made coffee, Moe's hot dogs and shakes, Krispy Kreme donuts and anything you're craving. All at OTR.
Want to hit a 6 for your business? Sign up an apprentice with MEGT. Their local teams come to you, offering free advice and ongoing support that helps you and your apprentice succeed. So sign up today at MEGT.com.au.
Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
Looking for your next fishing weapon? Bar Crusher is Australia's leading fishing boat builder and lead the industry in design excellence and quality. For the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats or to build your dream boat online, visit barcrusher.com.au.
Pass into him. Stark carves the ball through, point for 4. Smashed it away. Stark tucks off his hip for a half century. The summer of Stark continues. Today's play. Stark's ball. Oh, wow. Archer goes through him, puts one on the stumps and takes the wickets. Delivers to Boland, who cuts. Oh, rather beautifully. And it beats third man.
Bowls here to Lyon. Lyon hit on the pad, shoutfully before given. Up goes the finger. Australia are all out for 371. And Jofra Archer gets the chance to raise the ball aloft at Adelaide Oval. It is the innings break for Bundaberg Chinchabia, the great Australian brew. Australia put the foot down this morning. 45 runs in 50 minutes. They've been bowled out for 371. Mitchell Starc had time to complete another half century, back-to-back 50s after 77 at Brisbane last week. 54 today at Adelaide. The not-out man, Scott Boland, on 14. And yeah, Jofra Archer, his best bowling away from home. 5 for 53. His 4th test fifer, really in the series now. But over to the England batters, Lisa. Blameless conditions. Perfect conditions indeed to bat and punish Australia if they can get in. And well, that's the question. Can they occupy the crease long enough? The major failing of this England team across the last 3.5 years is not being able to bat for long enough. They can score quick enough, but can they bat for the whole day and make Australia's job difficult? Over to them.
Yeah, it is over to them, and the bowlers will be going, please, can you give us a bit of time just to recover and relax? But we've seen Zach Crawley at the Gabba Test, 76 off 93 and 44 off 59. So he got through Mitchell Starc, which was always going to be the question after getting a pair at Perth. So he's shown us the ability. The one that's probably gone missing is Ben Duckett and a little bit of Ollie Pope. You kind of want your number 2, number 3 to be able to occupy the crease, put some pressure on the opposition. They haven't necessarily done that. And Joe Root, whilst everyone's happy that he scored 100, this was the last frontier potentially for him. Apart from his 138, it's 0, 8 and 15. So it's been hard work for him in these conditions, and the Australians won't let up. They know how to bowl here in Adelaide. We spoke at length yesterday at how short the English bowlers were bowling from a length perspective. I'm going to be fascinated to see how the Australian bowlers are able to perform on this pitch.
Yeah, so Zach Crawley is going to be facing the music. It'll be, of course, Mitchell Starc. Why wouldn't it be? He picked him up The first over both times at Perth before Crawley made that aforementioned 76. But Crawley away from home, big sample size, 32 test matches, averages 27 when he's not batting in England. So that has been an exposure over time. And Australia know it. On the other side of the ledger, Mitchell Starc has been astonishing this summer so far.
18 wickets already.
Yeah. I mean, this year taken as a whole, 47 wickets at 16. The most in the world. He's up to the ICC #3 ranking, the highest of his career. His last 3 test matches, including Sabina Park, 25 at 11.7, which includes 2 sixers and a 7-fer, twice taking his best figures in test cricket. So he's at the peak of his powers in every possible way. He'll start us off from the Cathedral end, and a familiar slip scored. Usman Khawaja back in there at first. Labuschagne at second. Inglis at third. Of course, no Steve Smith. That's the bit that's missing.
Yeah.
Cam Green in the gully. Just waiting to be called to attention here by umpire Raza.
And given the amount of great catches that Steve Smith takes, there's a lot of eyes on the slip cordon for the Australians.
The eyes on Mitchell Starc. He's had the hot hand this summer. Begins to Zach Crawley. Bowls over the wicket. Crawley defends from the leg stump line. There's enough of a gap to work with at mid-wicket to get a single. He's off the mark first ball, much to the delight of England fans who rise as one and belt out Jerusalem after they do after the first ball of every innings.
Just trying to see what the speed was for that first delivery, given that we saw Archer, 133 first ball today.
Ben Duckett's had a good year, but poor start to the series. Averages 30 against Australia. First ball we see here on the screen was up at 144. Stark's got Duckett 5 times in Test cricket. He'll fancy this matchup early on.
Yeah, see, slight difference, isn't it? The Australian bowlers, they come in, they bowl hard, good line, good length, straight away.
Keeps the 3 slips in a gully configuration. Left arm over to Duckett here. Starc bowls and Duckett presses off the front foot to wide mid-off where there won't be a single. Travis Head does the fielding.
Given how easy our tail order made it look out there from a batting point of view, the English top order should be licking their lips going, if there is ever a day where things go our way, where we dig in, we can score quickly, we know that. They don't have to do too much. They don't need to be too expansive to be able to do it. But keep the Australian bowlers out there in this ridiculously hot weather here in Adelaide that we're experiencing.
Yeah, it's a non-negotiable. They have to fire today. They've got about long. Starc bowls to Duckett, who's squared up. It ends up a point on the bounce, not far away from being catchable. Nathan Lyon prowling in that direction on the member side of the ground.
We've seen Duckett get himself into a bit of a knot at times, haven't we, throughout this test series? And even in the first innings as well, I was just trying to think who we saw was, I think it was almost outside leg and got squared up and the ball went to the offside. So just shows you maybe with the new ball, because of the surface, 8 millimetres there, it's just holding a little bit.
Combine that with the rhythm that Stark's in. That was 147 kilometres an hour. Beautiful delivery. Chemist Warehouse replay screen seeing it back. Bowls again here to Duckett. Duckett plays it, misses. Wafting at a ball outside the line. It was more of a tempter. It thuds into the gloves of Alex Carey. Had he edged that, it would have been an ugly dismissal in the context of everything that we're talking about, Lisa.
They just can't help themselves.
Gosh, that is a leave 100 times out of 100 in the first over, isn't it?
Yep, for everyone else except for this English team. Come on, Collar, you've watched enough of them.
Yes. And Duckett, there was a virtue made of him never leaving balls. He made that double against Ireland that he didn't leave a single delivery or something insane a couple of years ago. So it is part of his game. He's the most capable opener, Duckett, but needs to get in. Starc knocked him over first over at Brisbane. In from the Cathedral end bowls here. Duckett beaten, but that's a Jaffa. That's pitched off and jagged away off the seam. What a fine piece of bowling. Mitchell Starc, 3 balls in a row, has Duckett in strife.
1 ball left for his first over. Oof. And to be fair, he hasn't missed, really. Everything that he's wanted to execute, he has been.
That's that wobble seam that Stark's, well, actually watching it a second time on the Chemist Warehouse screen, it was a traditional swinging delivery with the seam pointed towards the slips. But after it hit the seam, it jagged away violently. Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Stark, every ball this over up in the mid-140s. That was 146. Last ball here to Duckett. Delivers, and Duckett, leg stump line, pushes the mid-on, no run. Excellent start, Mitchell Stark. England none for one. That's on the Toyota scoreboard. Tundra available now. Visit a Toyota dealer today. Got Scott Boland sort of wandering up from fine leg, who I assume will take the first over. No, it's not going to be. It's going to be Pat Cummins. They're never really entirely clear whether Cummins will take the new ball, but he will today, back in the test side, having missed a lot of cricket with that back injury. But to use his jargon from before the test, Pat Cummins will bowl today with the handbrake off. No restrictions, no managing himself, just full throttle at England.
There was a lot of discussion last summer when he first bowled his spell at Perth against the Indians. Didn't play any warm-up Sheffield Shield matches. Everyone said he was a little bit light on, and that showed. And as the Test series went on, he got better and better. All eyes will be on him now, having sat out and not bowled for a long period of time to get his body right.
The Australian captain for Australia, made by Australia, support Australians. 3 slips to gully, bowling at Crawley. His first ball of the series, southern end away from us. Bowls here, Crawley, plays him comfortably off the front foot, out towards mid-off. Glance towards the radar. What was that doing? 134.4 kilometres an hour on our screen, for what it's worth.
Yeah, I would imagine that it will take him just a little bit longer to really get going and flying, but he's a type of guy that is used to sitting out a fair bit, works very hard on the mental side of his game, and he's probably a big believer, best when fresh as well.
Up to 309 test wickets, 177 of those at home. Cummins up here, bowls to Crawley, tucks into the onside, a gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. He's located it a couple of times for 2 singles. Good batting from Crawley. None for 2, and those wickets for Cummins in Australia coming at 19.9. So he has been Australia's man for all seasons over a long stretch of time now.
Well, simply because he's more of a back of a length bowler, nibbles it around. He's had the ability to bowl with the wobble seam, him and Josh Hazlewood, and finally they've been able to pass on their skills to Mitchell Stark, and probably the last 18 months he's used that wobble seam quite effective, because he was known just for the hooping in-swinger to a right-hander, but to take the ball across them is just as effective as well.
Cummins gets a crack at Duckett. Enjoyed bowling to him a couple of years ago. 3 slips to gully, delivers here. Duckett leaves in the channel. And you can hear the applause here, and I reckon that is coming exclusively from England fans. I did a function the other night, Lisa, before the test with Marcus Trescothick, who's the England batting coach, and needless to say, the England fans who are here on tour, they want them to knuckle down.
Yeah.
They want them to do as Duckett's done there and shoulder arms from time to time.
I think everyone does, except for the people within the squad, almost. It feels like, yeah, there is a huge disconnect.
Doing things their way, England. Duckett yet to score from 6 balls. Up here and delivers, and Duckett deflects the third slip on the bounce. Did find the outside part of the blade, but it was well negotiated, and Josh Inglis did nicely too, taking the ball in front of his sunglasses.
Yeah, just honing in on that off stump, just outside off, just nibbled away slightly. That's why it got the outside edge. Important for Duckett and also Crawley to understand, okay, if you feel like you are getting beaten, just soften your hands a little bit so that it does bounce before the slips instead of going harder, which is often what they normally do.
Save 4 there, Inglis. That was a difficult take. Cummins up again, bowls to Duckett, who plays later, plays through the covers. A lovely way to get off the mark. Punching the ball from under his eyes, out towards the football stands for 4. So a boundary for Duckett, for Azito. And it takes England to none for 6.
Yeah, solid shot by Duckett. Very compact, didn't try to overhit it. This is the thing, timing is also the key here. You don't need to have the big, huge backlift and the follow-through to go with it.
It's compact. Cummins up to finish his first over. Duckett from the leg stump line turns into the onside. Finds one to wideish mid-on where Boland will do the fielding. Good over for England. Duckett keeping a strike. He's 5, Crawley's 2. It's done for 7. It's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Looking for the best coffee and lunch on the run? How's that? Your local Shell OTR delivers. And join a paid clinical trial at CMAX and help advance the future of healthcare.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays. Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD, AFSL 513393.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. Stark's first over was a beauty. Gets another crack here at Duckett. Towards us, towards him. Delivers here, 3 slips. Duckett wafts again outside the line. That was perhaps more the ball to uppercut. It was short and wide, so he's trying to hit from down to up, but didn't make contact.
No, we have no problems in something like that. Like, it's very rare for Mitchell Stark this summer to bowl a ball like that. He's actually been honing in the right areas this summer, and hence why his numbers are exceptional. He's often leaked plenty of runs in the past, so if it's there to hit, absolutely try and go for it.
So Stark at the top of his mark. The hum around Adelaide Oval. Stands filling quickly. Bowls here. Duckett plays again through the covers off the back foot. Second boundary in that direction. Beautifully played. So when Duckett's played the ball under his eyes and punching, he's been rewarded for it. Another boundary. England none for 11.
Yeah, it's playing the ball late, isn't it? I think also the fact that Duckett is quite good square of the wicket, you're going to get value for shots here at Adelaide Oval. Just wide again, probably 7th stump line. Too much width really for Duckett to throw his hands at it. Stark has to be tighter, has to be around that off stump, 4th stump line.
Stark on the approach once more. How does he respond? Bowls to Duckett closer to the stumps, pushing out to square leg from the inside part of the bat. No run there, but just what you're asking for, Lisa. You're one of our experts for UFI POE systems, professional grade security for complete home protection.
Yeah, whenever he's had some width, he's actually timed the ball really well. I said the previous over that was really compact. That wasn't. That was an expansive drive where he literally kind of chunked it on the inside and it squirted out to the leg side region.
So bowling with a 6-3 field, Stark. Up to Duckett. Bowls here. Duckett clips it fine. There's a man down there. That's Scott Boland beneath our commentary position. They'll get an easy single. He's in double figures from his 13th ball. It's none for 12 England. Mitchell Stark mentioned before what an extraordinary career he's enjoyed, but even at Adelaide Oval, 55 wickets at 17. Career best of 6 for 48 here last year. Only behind Warne with 62 and Lyon with 63 wickets on this ground all time.
I think it had helped that there a number of them were pink ball tests.
Definitely.
He's the pink ball specialist, and having spoken to him when pink ball cricket was being brought in, he wasn't really a fan initially. I think he is now.
All our stats for pay.com.au. Points for business. Stark gets another go at Crawley. 2 left in the over. Over the wicket he goes, and leaving alone in the channel is Crawley, and rightly so. And there'll be more applause, I reckon. You can sort of hear it, can't you, that the England fans are just desperate for them to moderate the way they play just a wee bit, especially on a day where the reward is clear. Punish Australia.
Well, even after Mitch Stark's first over, there was a huge round of applause because he didn't pick up a wicket that they both survived.
Says a bit about the expectation management issue that England have got at the moment with their travelling support. Plenty of them here. Massive Barmy Army contingent, all the other tour groups. Wonderful part of Ashes cricket. 5 runs from the over. Stark will finish it here. Bowls to Crawley. Crawley driving, but straight to point along the turf. Well bowled and well played. So in 3 overs of England's reply, they've reached none for 12 with Crawley on 2, Duckett on 10. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts after the break. Gerard, Whateley in for me.
Need a smarter way to manage business finance? Octet's innovative supply chain payments platform helps you power business transactions locally and overseas with a line of credit and flexible repayment terms. Visit octet.com, that's OCTET.com. Lending criteria and conditions may apply.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. 3 overs in, none for 12. Australia 371 posted on the old scoreboard here at Adelaide Oval. Damien Fleming's coming to join me for UFI POE Systems Professional Grade Security for complete home protection. Welcome in, Flem.
Gerard, Tom, listeners.
Let's see how Pat Cummins has come back together, shall we? 6 from his first over. Ben Duckett's 10 from 13 balls. The captain's around the wicket to him, and Duckett defends from the stumps.
That's a good ball, isn't it? That's attacking the stumps, about bail height, hitting the bat hard. Been an intriguing start. Mitchell Stark's been able to swing the ball. Duckett's on to 10 already, but there's been a couple of flashes outside off stump, half chances. So good start by the Australian bowlers.
Push point back, 2 slips, gully, Lions retreated into the deep. It's a cover point mid-on, mid-wickets, and fine leg. Cummins from the riverbank ends, bowls to Duckett's, turns off his pads, he'll find runs through square enough to evade the long leg. Stark had no play, and it clatters into the boundary. Duckett is 14. Scoreboard moving along rapidly. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, it's none for 16.
Yeah, Duckett's got a fine career over in England. I think he'll enjoy this Adelaide Oval with the less bounce than the Gabba and at Optus Stadium. But that ball just angling in from around the wicket, pitching on about middle, so easily worked through the leg side. Lovely shot from Duckett.
Comes down to Pat at a picture-perfect pitch. Beautiful grass cover. Lovely straw colour as well. Duckett beat. That is some sort of delivery. Beaten past the outside edge.
Yep, Duckett barely leaves the ball, does he? He plays it probably 95% of the deliveries that come to him. So if you can just get it outside his eye line a little bit, that actually jagged in. When you looked at it live, you thought like it moved away from the left-handed bat, but it jagged in and almost got the outside edge. Love that length from Pat Cummins. About that 6 metre mark away from the stumps.
Turns from his mark down below us. Right arm heat around the wicket to Duckett. Jams down on the ball out to cover points. Can't find a run.
That's good bowling again, too cramped. He was trying to work that down like a 50 over 1 day shot. Yep. A little bit of extra bounce. I mean, he could get the slips a catch. Man going out now from square leg. Onto the fence.
They'll have 3 in the deep. Down in front of the Sir Donald Bradman Pavilion. So the lower deck in the searing heat is largely abandoned. Up where you can find shade. So just retreat into the reach. That problem will hit the football stand a little bit later on. They'll be in the full sun. Duckett drives expansively. Smashed it wide of mid-off. And hammers it into the boundary. He's 18 now. He's climbed all over the length, none for 20.
Just love that shot from Duckett. This has been an interesting over, hasn't it? Yeah. There's been some good deliveries from Cummins. Now he leaks another boundary, but he's just thrown the kitchen sink at that one. It was on the up, but a beautiful swing of the bat. Backs his eye. Duckett, so far, so good for him.
Running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite. That's steady, hot and strong. Duckett takes guard. A couple of boundaries in the over. Cummins to him. Duckett. Oh, he went big. Inside edge past the stumps. Lucky to survive. Scrambles a single. That was the proverbial mixed bag, all right. None for 21. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
We have reports of crash in Pasadena, Goodwood Road southbound after O'Neill Street. Otherwise, a breakdown in Croydon to avoid, South Road southbound after Port Road. And we do have roadworks continuing just in Plimpton Park, Marion Road near Glengyle Terrace. Both directions are at 25 kilometres an hour. Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday, the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au. Chad Corns joins SENSA Breakfast with Bix and Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
SEN Test Create for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. Australia all out today, 371. England none for 21 from 4 overs in reply. This opening session on day 2 is for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT. Duckett kept the strike. He's on 19 points again out on the road. 2 slips and a gully. Mitch Stark from the Cathedral ends.
He's faced 19 balls too, Duckett. Crawley only 5 at the other end.
So giving it a runner ball, Ben Duckett. Stark left arm over to him. Duckett off his pads on the glance down to Boland's in the deep. A single taken.
Yeah, he gets himself into a good position to work through the leg side, but it's as soon as the ball gets outside his eye line that he throws the bat at it. And he's hit a couple in the middle of the bat, but, you know, if he's not quite in the right area, if he's leaning back on the back foot, you know, he's not going to control the stroke, and that's why the slips are in place.
Stark, 18 wickets at 14 in the series. It's his best calendar year as well. He's 47 wickets at 16 across...
Best ever.
Yep. Across his 9 test matches.
Geez, his run-up looks fantastic, doesn't it?
Stark flowing in. Crawley leans forward. Tip and run wide of gully. And moves the strike through. There's all sorts of great statistics around him. Best Ashes strike rates goes at 42.05 with 115 wickets in 24 tests. Better than George Lohmann, Mitch Johnson, Ryan Harris, Craig McDermott, Pat Cummins, Glenn McGrath, Rodney Holt, Terry Alderman, Josh Hazlewood. And, yeah, his calendar year, so never at a better average than this. His best calendar year was 50 wickets at 22.6 in 2016, so he's at 47 at 16.
Wow.
Duckett faces up to him, and he rides the bounce and just manages to keep it down on the leg side.
See, even that delivery there, you know, he's been talking about how the wobbled seam has actually got him more upright at release. You know, when he was bowling mainly the in-swinger to right-hand batsman, it's, you know, more like an 11 o'clock, 10:30 release. But the wobbled seam releasing at 12 o'clock, I mean, that's steep bounce from a length.
Yep.
You know, he was more a skidder, Mitchell Stark. So he's upskilled, and his stats are suggesting that it's been a great move, that he's bowling as well as he ever has throughout his career.
Pay.com.au, points for business. Stark to Duckett. Jams down on the ball through backward point. Line gets around quickly to his right. He's able to keep it to a single. It's none for 24. Tom Morris with the good oil for Cobram Estate Australian extra virgin olive oil.
So you're talking about his bowling, and then there's his batting as well, Flem. So he's averaging 30 with the bat this calendar year, and having not made a half century for 6 years, he's made 3 in his last 7 test matches.
Yeah.
So he's had a resurgence, not a late career spike, not just with the ball, but also with the bat.
Yeah, it's genuine all-rounder.
Yeah.
Is that.
Makes him just such a thrilling figure in this series if it continues on. He's in the high 140s consistently with everything that he's sending down. Breeze blows across Adelaide Oval. Stark to Crawley. Bing! Past the outside edge. That is ever so close.
Gee, that's 146 kilometres an hour. And that has just millimetres away from getting the outside edge. It was the wobbled seam and it moved. So the Australians are bowling fuller than what the English did yesterday, and they've had more player misses. But at this stage, there hasn't been the outside edge. You can see the Australian slippers, they're preparing themselves for that edge.
Khawaja and Labuschagne, first and second slip. Green in the gully. Crawley on strike. Stark with him. Crawley from his pads finds runs through square line. A bit of ground to cover. Does it well. Stops it just inside the padding. Goes back to retrieve. Saves a couple of runs. Crawley goes to 5. That's the end of the over. It's none for 26. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
G'day, Flem here. If Program Commercial Painting were a test bowler, they'd take every painting maintenance job's wicket. Repaints, bowled. Graffiti, caught behind. From schools to local businesses, hospitals and beyond, get them bowling for you. Visit programcommercialpainting.com.au.
Sherlock Wheelbarrows and Carts, trusted by generations of Aussies. Built tough to last, season after season. The original, still the best. See the full range at sherlocklastslonger.com.au. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20. Australia's original fan food. None for 26. Duckett is 21. Crawley is 5. Australia 371 on the board. So delving deep into Mitch Stark in the calendar year is Pat Cummins has been on starvation rations. He's just played the 5 test matches. So he's taken 20 wickets at 15.6. They just hammer away at the landing zone. I know. Do you reckon it's hard out there?
Oh. And Cummins is coming back. Lack of cricket, he's going to feel it in his body.
Yes.
Landing.
So plays Sydney, bowls Australia to victory. Doesn't go to Sri Lanka. World Test Championship, West Indies, then injured. Misses the start of the Ashes, and here he is. So in one of the prime years of his career, just the 5. Well, this is just the 6th Test match of it. He's got 2 slips in a gully. Continues with the deep point and the 2 deep on the leg side. Duckett going at a runner ball. Cummins to him. Duckett defends back down the pitch. He's done an extensive rehab campaign. Aggressive, he described it as. He poured the work in, but then you have to come back to match conditions. What's that step like?
Well, 39 degrees on a hard, barren pitch. It's going to test him big time. So there's nothing like in play bowling 100%. 2 aggressive batsmen down the other end.
Cummins delivers. Duckett runs it out to cover. Inglis jumps over the top of it. Gives away a single out into the deep.
But Sign's pretty good, hasn't he? He's been pretty accurate. Bowled a very good length. But it'll be the backup spells. So obviously it's a short session here, so that they'll benefit from that. But they've still got the 2 long sessions in 39 degrees. I expect Nathan Lyon to bowl a lot today, Gerard. Yep. So Cummins will probably bowl shorter spells than Stark and Boland.
Inglis just shaking the right shoulder after the ungainly dive. Australia just take their time to set the field. The right-hander now on strike. Duckett's on 22. Crawley's 5. None for 27. Cummins sets in. Crawley leaves outside the off stump. About to touch 37 degrees. Cat mentioned at the start of play, once it gets to, well, we're now forecast 40. Once we get there, we stay there. We get there quickly and we stay there for hours on end.
Good ball there from Pat Cummins. You know, probably about a 7th stump line. Crawley's playing a bit differently, isn't he? You know, Duckett's flowing. So I don't mind this from Crawley.
Cummins is with him. Crawley for defending.
You know, that previous ball, generally, he'll flay the bat at it. But you see the way he defended that. Like, he's got a reasonable technique, Crawley, hasn't he? And they were effortless runs up at the Gabba. He doesn't have to hit the ball very hard. He's a big, strong man. So on the evidence here, it looks like he's the one that's taken it on board to, you know, they're going to bat tough. Make sure it's a good ball that knocks you over.
Show a bit of dog. just runs here, but this is where the nuance comes into it. Time is absolutely of the essence. Cummins bowls and Crawley's forward defending an easy single out to mid-on. Let's keep Australia in the heats for as long as possible through today and tomorrow. See if we can break them within this test match. And it's a rapid turnaround to Melbourne, much shorter than normal between tests at this time of year. This is the way back into the series.
And that's been good. He's rotated the strike well, hasn't he? Every opportunity to take the single, he's taken it. Whereas Duck at the other end's got off to a bit of a flyer. So tied over here from Cummins. Can he cramp him for a little bit of room? Can he just get this Kookaburra ball to move away from the left-hander?
Around the wicket, Duckett's tied up as he looked to tuck it away. Wore it on the body. Slews away into the corner. End of 6 overs. None for 28. The Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket, now at Harvey Norman. Super deals on top trending gifts. Shop headphones, smartwatches, speakers, coffee machines, RoboVax mobiles and more. If it's presence and power you're after, you can't go past the Toyota Tundra. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
If delayed payments are straining your business, don't worry. Octet's tailored invoice finance solutions keep your business cash flow moving. Get quick access to up to 85% of your unpaid invoices as a cash advance without real estate security. Visit octet.com. Leading criteria and conditions may apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. None for 28. England beginning their reply to 371. Duck at 22. Crawley has a strike at the start of the fresh over. He's on 6. Mitch Stark is coming in from the Cathedral end. Bowls and Crawley leaves outside the off stump. I was thinking this morning, Flem, about that day in Brisbane against the West Indies, which was the hot and humid day. And Australia had this, the bowlers just kept leaving the field and going and refreshing with ice baths and cooling. And the debate that immediately followed that was, where does that fit in with the spirit of the game?
Yeah.
I feel like we haven't seen that really since. And I guess we'll learn today what their in-session strategies are going to be, and whether it's as brazen as it was that day.
Yeah, because in theory, if Lyon's bowling a lot of the overs, the quicks could pop off and refresh like that. But as you said, it's not in the actual spirit of the game to be able to do that.
Stark with 2 slips in place. Bowls to Crawley, full face of the bat in defence. So how gruelling is it to bowl on a day like this?
It just wears you down. It wears you down. So, the pace of Stark now at 145 kilometres now. Probably just noticing, he's walking back slower to his mark because you need to conserve that energy. I'd say to take at least a couple of overs off what your normal spell would be, and it'll get shorter throughout the day.
Good strategy, Nathan Lyon down in the deep. He's just gone to sign an autograph or two where there's a pocket of shade between balls. Stark to Crawley. Oh, he went the Yorker. Slews away down the leg sides. Good keeping by Carey. Full dive to his left. His craft is at its absolute highest. Saves runs.
Gee, that was worth it from Stark, though, wasn't it? That was fast. Not on the actual money, but, Crawley's been very watchful in defence. But I reckon if that was on the money, it would have got through. So, how many have they got in this first spell? Generally, I'd have them down for about 6 or 7. It might be 5 max.
And you probably want to open up with them again after lunch?
Yeah.
Crawley tall at the crease. Drives past Stark and he'll get runs as it heads down to the side screen at the Cathedral end. Travis Head is in pursuit. He'll get there as they turn for a third. Long throw in. Crawley gets 3 on the drive. He moves to 9. And England is none for 31.
And you need to maximise this new ball. Once this Kookaburra gets blunted by this hard pitch and the seam gets softer and the leather gets softer, you're not going to get as much bounce or pace. So you just feel like the Australians, they need one here. Need one before lunch.
Duck at Just making his adjustments with bat on the ground. Tom Morris roadside reporting for Marshall Batteries. Hello for a Marshall.
You'll see Bo Webster out there.
Is Bo Webster just pointing out to me?
Second slip.
Oh, right, he's gone into the cordon.
Yes.
Yep. Stark bowls to Duckett. Off his pads. That was 4 from the moment that it left the bats. Out through mid-wickets. Climbed all over the over-pitched delivery. Runs for Duckett. The scoreboard's put them to Crawley. It's going to have to roll back. So Inglis just injured his shoulder in that fielding, or the ungainly dive, and he's just headed off for the time being.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it for you, but it means Bo Webster's gone to second slip, and Marnus Labuschagne has now replaced Inglis in the infield on the offside.
Anything that's been on the stumps, Duckett's just smashed through the leg side. So I'd be taking him across the crease, reaching for balls just outside off stump.
He's in a good flow. 26 at a runner ball, Duckett. Stark to him. He rides the bounce and plays it out to deep points. Boland's on duty down there. They'll get a couple. Duckett goes to 28. And they get 9 out of the Stark over. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, none for 35. 7.
Here's another tyre safety message from Tyre Power. If you're serious about safety on the road for you and your family, then you need a free tyre safety check from Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Since Ray White opened their door over 120 years ago, they've helped their clients open thousands of doors of their own. When you're ready to open the door to commercial real estate, no one's better than Ray White Commercial. Learn more. Visit raywhitecommercial.com.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1800 64 64 64. None for 37, England. Duckett's 28, Crawley's 9. Pat Cummins about to bowl his 4th over. For UFI POE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Bharat Sundaresan in to join Damien Fleming. Cummins to Crawley, tied up as he looked to play the leg. Welcome back, Bharat.
Morning, Gerard, Flem.
Hot out there?
Oh my God, it's hot. I went for a walk around. I had to do some stuff near the scoreboard. And yeah, it's the kind of heat that can make you delirious. You just saw a lot of signs for cocktails at the back. Not unless you're having a lot of water along with it. And Army believe this is their day. You can sense that. And so far, there have been some edgy moments, but Ben Duckett just seems to be growing into this innings.
Pat Cummins in operation from the river bank ends. Crawley upright as it drives straight to cover. Inglis back on the field, just having the shoulder tended to.
Probably the first expansive shot that Crawley's played. It was funny, it was a wide ball from Cummins, but it swung away. So whether that was intentional from Cummins, who's bowled a really tight line to Crawley, and thought, I'll chuck the wide one and see if he goes at it. And he went hard.
It echoed around the ground, didn't it? But nothing to show for it. Cummins in and out him again. Crawley off his pads. He's picked mid-wicket out, so he's missed runs on both sides. They were both boundary balls. Weatherall on the job on that occasion.
I wonder, Flem, if it'll take Pat Cummins a couple of spells to just feel his way into this.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be long spells today. I don't think he's been too bad. Hasn't been any half trackers or whatever. I mean, the pitch is pretty flat as they move another man out to backward square. They haven't bowled a bouncer yet, have they? I think it's worth a go.
So Lyon moves to fine leg. Weatherall heads down into the deep. Cummins pitches up, past the outside edge, got the outside edge. Wow. Welcome to the Ashes, Captain Pats. Nicks off Crawley into the safe gloves of Carey. And Australia do get the breakthrough. Crawley goes for 9. It's 1 for 37. What a ball.
Well done, Patrick Cummins. That was in the Cummins corridor of confusion. And that's like a jagging leg cutter. So probably a wobbled seam that angled in, got the outside edge. Cummins was up before it even got to Alex Carey, and you can see that Crawley's playing in front of his body, extra bounce. That is tough match test cricket. He played an expansive off drive that was fielded, whipped one beautifully off his toes. Cummins corrected his line, and he's been rewarded with the big wicket of Crawley.
He's been bursting at the seams, Pat Cummins, to become a part of this Ashes series. He was in Perth, he was in Brisbane.
Oh, jeez.
Finally gets his chance, and as he's done throughout his career on a flat pitch that's given nothing to the bowlers, he just produces an absolute peach of a delivery.
Bowlology gold, Flem.
That is amazing. That reminds me a little bit of the ball he knocked Pujara with when India got 36, where it sort of angled in on middle and leg and hit the top of off. Well, that's a fast leg cutter. You know, wobbled seam. Really, there's not much Crawley could do about that. He was trying to play it with a straight bat, but it was just a perfect length, excellent line, enough movement. If he can replicate that ball, he's going to get a lot of wickets.
Ollie Pope is the next batter. Bendix breaks. Put your foot down with confidence. Bendix breaks. It feels like no one has confidence in Ollie Pope. He's the most peculiar figure. He's in test number 65, and as much as anything, it's the fact that he's got to 65 tests which is causing such a front. He has no record against Australia at all. And Pat Cummins is coming at him. Cummins to Pope, whips off his pads and immediately off the mark down to fine leg. He should be able to get back for 2. 1 for 39.
And he's the one that they backed in the most. I mean, Brendan McCullum was asked the question about the top 7, and before the question could be finished, he said, now we're sticking with them. And Ollie Pope was the one with the axe hanging over his head. Jacob Bethel, the only other option that they have to bring in, but they've given him one more test. And he's gone out in some strange fashions already in this series.
Cummins, the last ball of a wicket taking over. Delivers to Pope, who's off his pads again, and he'll find a single down to fine leg. 1 for 40. Pat Cummins makes the break through the Tyre Power scoreboard at your trusted tyre experts. Tell your loved ones, spread the word. Scotty Boland's about to come into the attack. We'll bring in Adam Collins from Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we all call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au it instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow and simplify your business payments. So pay.com.au it and start earning rewards today.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. The applause as you rejoined us was the news that Scotty Boland is in the attack from the Cathedral end, replacing Mitchell Stark. Got Bharat, Sundaresan and Tommy Morris to my right. Damien Fleming, we're back into my left in a moment. Boland will start with 2 slips and a gully at Ollie Pope, who's just off the mark. He's 3, 1 for 40. Cummins a wicket in the previous over. G'day, gents.
Hello.
Here's Boland, up past umpire Raza. His first ball of the test match is left alone by Pope, who's shuffling in the crease. A big trigger movement before he shouldered arms there, Baz.
Yeah, he was moving while shouldering arms.
Don't know about that.
He's been out on the move or while playing a shot on the move a couple of times in this series. I'm really looking forward to this Scott Boland spell. We saw in Perth, England went after him. Ben Duckett in particular, if he's got a start as well. Very intrigued to see whether he uses his fade straight away. But for now, it's all about Ollie Pope.
Boland was brilliant here at Adelaide last year. 3 for 16 on that first day. Contributed with Stark to bursting open that test match. Takes his wickets this year at 14.6. 2 slips, 2 gullies. Bowls to Pope over the wicket. And he deflects it awkwardly down to second slip. So he tried to leave it. The ball jagged back off the seam. He thrust the bat down to make sure he wasn't in strife. And Might have just copped a whack on the wrist or something like that. We'll see it back on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen here. Didn't sound like bat. Oh, yeah, glove. Yucky.
Steep bounce, wasn't it? Very steep bounce.
Yeah, steep bounce that was clear on the replay as Boland goes again. Delivers here, leaving like that's more convincing from Pope. Getting into position and shouldering arms.
They're still getting it to move, aren't they, the Aussies? I think the wobbled seam is still playing effect. There's been a little bit of swing. So they'll be hoping one more. 2 at lunch would be such a big bonus for Australia.
Yeah, get Joe Root in before the lunch break. And you never know, he can be a little nervous at the start.
Even after Nathan Lyon warming up as well, Baz. Like an early twist.
You'd want him to.
Yeah. He'll be bowling a lot of overs today, you'd imagine, from our southern end. He normally bowls from this end at Adelaide. Boland up halfway through the over. Bowls to Pope is forward, defending in that channel. The channel where Cummins got the ball to move away off the seam so gently. Ever so Pat Cummins. That Mariana Trench of sorts that he digs outside the off stump to batters, gets it going both ways off the seam. It's been the mode of dismissal so often for him across the journey.
So Nathan Lyon warming up. So Duckett at the other end is practicing his sweeps and his reverse sweeps. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Yeah, that's Ben Duckett. Split cordon, 4 in there. 2 left for Boland. All dots so far. Delivers here, shouldering arms is Ollie Pope. Tommy Morris has got his hand up here for Marshall Batteries Mobile and Store Service. Holler for a Marshall Battery. Thomas.
Flem, I love looking at the overall wickets tally for Australian greats. Pat Cummins has now drawn level with Brett Lee on 310. Wow. He's 3 shy of Mitchell Johnson, and then there's a bit of gap towards Dennis Lilly. So he's equal 7th among test wicket takers for Australia. At an average of 22, a strike rate of 45, an economy rate of 2.89.
In this modern age, that's phenomenal.
And when Lilly got to 310, that was the world record going back a couple of generations. Here is Boland to finish the overall waft outside the off stump. That's UGLY from Pope. Through to the gloves of Carey. Lucky not to edge it. He's 3, Duckett's 28, 1 for 40. England in reply to Australia's 371. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
G'day there, a vehicle fire in Dry Creek on the north-south motorway northbound after the Port River Expressway entry. Delays in both directions. They're at their heaviest northbound. Reports of a crash in Pasadena on Goodwood Road southbound at Grandview Drive. And works causing delays in Flinders Park on Holbrooks Road near Grange Road. Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today. And Shad Corns joins SENSA Breakfast with Bix and Walshy. Feb 10, 2026.
A bowling change for Australia for RSEA Safety, trusted by tradies across Australia. It's the man with more test wickets on this ground than anybody. 63 of them. Of course, it's Nathan Lyon from the southern end.
Also inducted into the Avenue of Honour here at the Adelaide Oval.
Fantastic.
Great picture of him from that famous 2014 test when he took a 5th wicket or 5-wicket haul in the 4th innings. Famously, that emotional test match.
So Lyon with that familiar knees up jump that he does at the top of his mark before starting a spell. Rag hanging out the back of his trousers. Number 67 on his back. Slipping a short leg. This is what he loves. Bowling the Duckett on 28. First ball leg stump line. Turn around to square leg or backward square leg for 1. So not sweeping there. He's 29, 1 for 41. Mentioned before, Flem, that the world record with Lilly, the 310, which was his in 81. You were there, right?
Yeah, first day of cricket, so it was fantastic. You know, Lilly was the hero of most budding fast bowlers back then, and got the outside edge of Larry Gomes, and Greg Chappell took it. And, yeah, I just remember the chanting at the MCG. You know, Lilly was just phenomenal.
Pope's the new man facing line. Slip short leg stay, gets forward and thrusts it out towards mid-off where Stark's fielding.
What were your first days of cricket, test cricket?
Mine was when there was really useful fast swing bowler from Victoria picked up 2 late wickets. One of the best balls I've ever seen. D. Fleming was his name. Lyon bowls here, forward. His Pope catches the call, gets the mid-wicket. Pope's gone early again. That is terrible batting. Josh Inglis at mid-wicket. It's help yourself stuff. Lions in the book right away. England 2 for 42. Ollie Pope throws his head back in dismay.
What has he done? Wickets in the space of 10 minutes. England in an early hole. Nathan Lyon does it. He loves his ground.
What is he doing? That was wide outside off stump, and he decided to whip it through the leg side, and he must have known mid-wicket was there. So as he lifts his head back, I don't know what he is actually trying to communicate to himself, but how good's that for Nathan Lyon? Has he gone past Glenn McGrath?
That joins Glenn McGrath in consecutive wickets for Australia milestones. 563 Test wickets. Glenn McGrath's over to our left at the moment in the BBC box. He'll know what's going on. And Lyon, his 64th wicket here at Adelaide. He loves doing it here. It was a blow for him not playing at Brisbane, Baz. But first over, gets that extra purchase off the surface, enough to deceive Pope, who was well out of his ground and committed to the whip, and straight into the hands of Josh Inglis, who makes no mistake.
Well, these days it looks like Ollie Pope walks out to bat to get out and not score runs, and he just offered Nathan Lyon an early Christmas gift.
What a bizarre shot. Even the last ball off Boland, what was that type of shot?
He's might have just thrown his Test career away, at least for the immediate future, Adam Collins.
I mean, unless there's a massive 100 in the second innings or significant, you can't have him at number 3. How many Tests now? 60 odd. 65. What?
His average against Australia before today was 18.7. It'll be now down at 16 or 17 in 8 Test matches. So it just does not work in Ashes cricket for him.
They must have. There'd have to be 3 or 4 county batters that are a better Test number 3 than him.
You wonder what they're thinking.
Well, they couldn't be worse.
Yeah.
I mean, where to start on that conversation, Flem? In terms of the way the county performances are.
But
the point is that is a conversation that is removed from the reality of England's selection at the moment. Lyon bowls to Root. His first ball to him. Root gets forward. Inside part of the bat. Spin again. Not far away from going past the inside edge. Lyon's in the game right away. They get one. Root's off the mark with the single, 2 for 42.
Yeah, he's up, Lino, isn't he? Ooh.
There's one thing Nathan Lyon needs early, like most spinners, even though he's taken so many, is that early wicket. And he can feel it. Which is why, again, ridiculous batting from Ollie Pope.
He's not far away from his average, dipping below 30 Lyon as well, which hasn't done for 15 years. Lyon round the wicket, bowls here, lunging forward, defending his ducket. They want one, they're sent back. Do not take on Josh Inglis. Put out a memo. That is not the right thing to be doing. The guy is brilliant at cover point. Stays at 2 for 42.
It also means, we were just talking about it, getting a go at Joe Root before the lunch break.
Yeah.
Do you go back to Stark? He's finished his spell. He's bowled to Root this series.
Duckett's 29 from 29. Line swing here.
Oh, he bowled him! It's an absolute Nathan Lyon beauty. Trips in, turns away, top of off. That is the stuff that you dream of as a finger spinner. Nathan Lyon, 2 in the over. He picks up Pope, and now he gets Duckett, both before lunch. Boy, oh boy, what a piece of bowling. Duckett's gone for 29. It's 3 for 42.
The last time I've seen an English batsman react after getting bowled like that was Mike Gadding back in 1993. Duckett is so confused how that beat him in the air. Great drift from Gaz and just spinning. Actually, it went straight on. It went straight on. And Duckett's played all around it to hit off stump.
And what a ball to go past Glenn McGrath and just jump behind Shane Warne in the all-time Australian records. Someone's not happy.
Glenn McGrath next door's got his chair above his head. So Duckett's departing for 29 from 30. It's 2 wickets in Nathan Lyon's first over. Welcome back to Australia's finest ever finger spinner. He's now got the 6th most wickets in Test history. All on the Tyre Power scoreboard. You trust the tyre experts.
Intellectual disability or autism is no barrier at Bus Stop Films. Gain confidence and work-ready skills with their accessible filmmaking program. Apply today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Looking for the best coffee and lunch on the run? How's that? Your local Shell OTR delivers. And join a paid clinical trial at CMAX and help advance the future of healthcare.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes. 1-800-64-64-64. Nathan Lyon puts his hands up to the
football standard, takes a round of applause, and well, he should as well. That is just fine bowling. Simon Katich jumping in. I feel like he's ready to rumble here, Kat. He's got things to say. Harry Brooks in before lunch at 3 for 42. Still 18 minutes. Imagine a fourth before the break.
The youngster had better want to dig in here. Otherwise, it'll be on, Colo. Bharat, listeners, dig in, young Yorkshireman. Otherwise, you're in the firing line.
2 slips, 2 gullies. Scotty Boland in. Cathedral End bowls here. Harry Brooks first ball defended. Oh, my apologies. Joe Root's on strike. Pushing out to the offside. Brooks down the other end. So much going on in the previous over.
Wow. Nathan Lyon, what a way to come back into this test team. If that's not the big stick it up the selectors for last week at the Gabba, I don't know what is. 2 in the over. And an absolute beauty to get rid of Duckett. I mean, he played inside the line of that, but still, beautiful bit of bowling with the drift. Did him through the air. Lovely length. And Pope, well, Pope may as well kiss his test career goodbye.
Yeah.
That's it.
It has to be that for the time being at least. Root on one, facing Boland, close to the stumps, hits him on the pad, taken by Carey. They're appealing for both. Sundaresan says no. Now, Cameron Green has gone straight up to Alex Carey. He's the one saying he's hit it.
Yeah.
So Green in the gully is like he's hit that. So they'll get the 2-for-1 review here because they were appealing before the ball even reached Alex Carey. But Green has said he hit it. So third umpire is Chris Gaffney.
And Joe Root hasn't done the customary walk down the pitch and give the fist bump to Harry Brook either. He looks very nervous.
He does.
I think he's in trouble here. He's just looking down at that pitch, leaning over his bat. Australia are confident. Well, except all of them, except Mitchell Stark.
Replay. Oh, he looks to have hit it on the front on. We're waiting for Snicko to confirm that. Obviously, Snicko was in the gun yesterday.
God.
So he's hit it. And we're waiting to see whether Carey's snapping it at the other end. Yep, there's a clear spike. And the second part will be confirming it's got to Carey safely. So big moment here. Joe Root on one. And Alex Carey has. Slow-mo replay. It's down low. That's going to be close.
That's into his gloves.
Into the gloves, but they'll review it and they'll review it some more. They'll replay that many times. It's close to the ground where he takes it. Here's the close-up footage.
Oh, that's in his glove.
Chris Gaffney has said it's bounced.
Oh, wow.
This is one of those where the more times you watch it, Kat, the trickier it gets.
I'm not sure that has bounced, has it?
Has it bounced on his fingers? We're getting the side-on view. Has it bounced on his fingers or before? Oh, this is a very difficult call.
No.
Chris Gaffney has done this job for a long time upstairs.
Can't make out what the crowd are cheering for.
Yeah.
I think it's out.
Yeah, it looks out.
There is enough blue off his glove underneath.
Yeah.
That looks out to me.
Yeah, I agree.
So the front-on vision, you can clearly see the ball does bounce, but does it bounce on top of the fingers of the gloves? And side-on, it looks better for Carey on that front.
Yeah, they're zooming in further now. It's...
So I will note that the more times we watch one of these, the less likely it is to be given out. But this is very, very close up, and that
looks out to me still. There's enough of the glove.
Yeah, it's made of a cloth. There's a bit of water on the ground there. Just really not much on the big screen.
So the benefit of the doubt, it sounds like it's going to go with the former England captain, just based on the language from Chris Gaffney. Decision pending, not out. Not out. Well, that's going to be a moment of controversy here at Adelaide Oval. Joe Root, inside edge, onto the thigh pad, ballooned up to Carey, who went to his left. One of those where it's virtually impossible to tell definitively, but to the naked eye, it did feel like that landed on his gloves from the side-on vision. But Chris Gaffney has given the benefit of the doubt to the batter.
Yeah, that last zoom-in frame from front on, that was the one that probably created enough element of doubt for him, whereas previously, initially it looked like it went straight in the bottom of his gloves. Side-on looked like it went in as well, but the last one that was zoomed in, you just couldn't tell whether it's caught a bit of grass before it's hit the gloves when it was really zoomed in. But I reckon that's the one that's given him the element of doubt.
Manas Labuschane's just been told off by umpire Nathan Menon. He had a long chat. All the umpires, all the players have walked up, and Pat Cummins as well getting involved.
2 slips, 2 gullies. Boland goes again to Joe Root. Joe Root beats the edge. Boland has started brilliantly. Coming back off the seam as the previous delivery did as well.
The Barmy Army is up in arms. It's always Alex Carey, isn't it?
And this is a great example of why you can't judge a wicket until both teams have bowled on it. We're seeing an unbelievable bowling performance here from Australia on what looked like a very good batting surface. They're making it do something off a great line and length, asking questions every ball. And that's what Test cricket's all about. Setting the tone early, which they did.
Boland's probing over continues here. Joe Root well behind it defensively. Middle of the bat. That'll be a relief for the Yorkshireman.
And a lot of the runs that have been scored, obviously 29, the bulk of them out of the 42 by Duckett, a lot of them were from some fantastic cricket shots. So it wasn't through some looseners from Cummins, Stark or Boland. It's just the fact that Duckett played some amazing cricket shots and got them off to a flyer. But now they're paying the price for that burst of 2 wickets in the over. Pope and Duckett getting out to Nathan Lyon.
So again comes Boland, 2 left in the set. Bowls to Root. More middle leg stump line. Shoveled out to mid on where there will not be a wicket.
Now these 2 Yorkshiremen still ranked 1 and 2 in the world.
1 and 4.
1 and 4.
Yeah, there was some shuffling after the last Test match. So Rook's gone down to 4, but Root's very much still at number 1 after his brilliant 138 not at Brisbane a week and a half ago.
Who's jumped him?
I'll tell you that. Bear with me just a moment. Stand by, caller. We've got Williamson at 2, Smith at 3, and then Brooks slots in at 4. So Boland, he's been brilliant. He's up and he bowls, and Root inside edge onto the pad again. It's a maiden, ever so close to a wicket maiden for Scott Boland, who never lets Australia down. 3 for 42 the score on the Tyre Power scoreboard. You trust the tyre experts.
Bus Stop Films' accessible filmmaking program assists people with intellectual disability or autism to gain skills, confidence and employment support. Apply today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
G'day, Flem here. If program commercial painting were a test bowler, they'd take every painting maintenance jobs wicket. Repaints, bowled. Graffiti, caught behind. From schools to local businesses, hospitals and beyond, get them bowling for you. Visit programcommercialpainting.com.au.
SEN to Test cricket for Goodwee Batteries and for Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. Nathan Lyon, 2 wickets in his first over. He'll probably get a couple more overs before lunch as well. 10 minutes until the long break.
And Harry Brook only knows one way.
Now, Harry Brook, they've got 3 men back on the leg side right away. They're saying, go on then, hit it for 6. Line over the wicket to him. Short leg in as well. Bowls here, hits him on the pad. Or might have got the inside edge onto the pad rather. Out to backward square. He'll get 1 and get off strike. First ball gets a single, 3 for 43.
Well, the first thing that was pleasing about Harry Brook leading into this test was the fact that he admitted he's got it wrong in the last couple of tests after a promising start with that 50 in the first innings in Perth. So good thing he's identified it. Now he's got to go out there and be able to apply himself and knuckle down.
Bowls to Root, got him 8 times in Test cricket. Line bowls here, goes back, shout for leg before, but impact outside the line of the off stump. LBW shout for Liquorland. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Tom Morris has got something for us.
Ollie Pope has played 15 innings against Australia. He averages 17 without a 50. In Australia, 11 innings, averages 15. The stats are humbling.
Line bowls here. Catches the call, but again, Root's got himself outside the line. It's inside edge onto Patton. It's not far away from short leg. Cobra mistake. Tommy Morris, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil.
And that's, again, the Pope dismissal. What it's done is it's brought Joe Root out for this tricky period. I mean, he hasn't started with any great confidence.
Nice. That drift from Lyon's delightful. Up again away from us. Bowls to Joe Root. Catches the call, but there's no one at short catching mid-wicket. There is Inglis prowling, though, away to his left. I can't take him on. Dot ball. All high-quality dots so far.
Yeah, brilliant pressure from Australia. Just the gulf in class between both bowling lineups is evident, and we've seen it over a day and a bit now. You know, Australia 3 wickets already, and they've just been right on the money right from the word go, asking good questions.
Line, the 6th most wickets in Test cricket now, 564 of them. Bowls here, reverse sweep, and well played, Joe Root. With control, deep backward point for 4. Got in position early, plays that shot as well as anybody. Root's first boundary, he's 5, 3 for 47 England.
I just needed something to break free with.
That's a seriously good shot from Joe Root.
To time the pants off it. That's a great shot.
I mean, the length is there for him to cover drive that because it was almost a full toss. But the modern way is that's the shot to play.
Line up. Bowls to Root for the first time. Last time in the over, rather. Reverse sweep again. More squarer to the sweeper. So 6 runs from it. Root will retain the strike with 7 minutes until lunch. It's 3 for 48 here at Adelaide Oval. Root 6, Brooks 1. And Nathan Lyon is our leading wicket taker today for program commercial painting kit painting maintenance for 6.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
The new 2.2-litre Isuzu D-Max tows up to 3.5 tonnes. Meaning more than ever, adventure is everywhere. Go find yours in the new Isuzu D-Max. Visit your Isuzu U dealer today.
SEN Test cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. Bowling here is Boland, start of a new over. Joe Root walking forward before defending. Dead batting. Scott Boland, 2 maidens so far, Kat.
And that's the beauty of this pack. They hunt as a pack. They know their roles. Boland knows his role. He's going to build up pressure. Nathan Lyon's the one that's attacking at the moment. And he just keeps asking good questions. And Joe Root's trying to counter that by using his feet to nullify the threat of the length that Scott Boland bowls. So as a result, he skips down that last ball in a controlled fashion, just trying to put him off that length.
In here again is Boland. Up to Root, 4 in the cordon, leaving alone in the channel.
It's good cricket from Root. Just letting anything out in the channel go by. He's had a close call with that inside edge, just getting a reprieve, going through to Alex Carey. But Boland, just that little bit of nip back into him, that's the one that is going to challenge him the most. Does he play? Does he let it go?
We did the same thing to Pope, didn't he? Before Pope got out, there was the inside edge onto the pad. Then Boland did the same thing to Root twice in the previous over. One of them nearly brought his downfall. Boland up, delivers to Joe Root, close to the stumps. Middle stump line, tucked away for 4. Beautiful shot. Root to 10 with a boundary through mid-wicket. It'll bring up the England 50. The problem is they've lost 3 wickets already, 3 for 53.
Yeah, this is a huge partnership now. These two have really got to get through to lunch and then back through the bulk of the middle session to get England into some sort of position where they can challenge for this first innings, first and foremost, let alone think about getting a lead. The worst thing they could do here in this first innings is give up a deficit to Australia, and then Australia can just drive this test match for the rest of it without any pressure.
Root has to get to lunch. Adelaide, of course, his former hometown for at least a season many years ago. Boland up to him here and leaving alone outside the off stump. They spent a lot of time talking with him, the England press, about his season at Prospect Cricket Club many years ago, Baz.
Yeah, just up the road, in the northern part of the city. Yeah, they loved him here. Even now they went with Prospect Club last year and they were already excited about getting their Joe back following summer.
Did you have any clubs that you played for other than professional clubs that you proed for in England?
I was supposed to play a season in the Lancashire League for Rawtenstall, but had a hernia operation just before the season, so I missed it.
You did miss out. Bowling here, and Root going back and playing from the crease out to extra cover, no run. I love that connection with clubs that players have forever when they go there for one season.
Yeah, and I think last year or the year before we had a practice session in Lancashire because we couldn't train at Old Trafford during the 100, and we went out to, I think it was Greenmount maybe, where Matty Hayden had played.
Right.
And even I think Tubby Taylor had played, and there was articles on the wall about the seasons they had at the club. But yeah, my first experience in England was county cricket Durham.
Just skipped club cricket, didn't he, Baz, there?
Yeah.
He's Boland up again, third over. Hits Joe Root on the pad, but it's too high to bother the bowler. There is a shout for leg before from behind the wicket for Liquorland. Score more this summer. Would Liquorland choose to drink wise, but nothing doing.
You talk about the county game, Colo, but the dismissals of Crawley and Pope today, there's a lot of angst in England at the moment, and I've been getting messages from people I know there, whether it's players, managers, anyone involved in the game there, because this group has been so exclusive and it's been hard to break into in the last 3 years. There's a lot of people in the county game that are willing a 6-0 result on, not just a 5-0 result. They've been texting me saying we want it to be 6-0.
Come back to this. Boland's last delivery here. Joe Root plays it late under his eyes, and there's Josh Inglis jumping around from the second gully spot. 5 runs from the Boland over, 3 for 53. Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts with Root on 10 and Brook on 1.
The new Grinch Happy Meal is now at Macca's. There are 12 Grinch toys to collect, only at Macca's for a limited time. Trademark and copyright 2025 Dr. Zeus, available 10:30 a.m. till midnight for a limited time of participating Macca's.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
All our numbers on the coverage for pay.com.au. Points for business. Tommy.
Colo, if Zach Crawley doesn't make 30 in the second innings, he'll be the first opener in Test history to make fewer than 3,000 Test runs from his first 100 innings at the top of the order.
Gosh, brutal. Line up away from us. Third over starts here. Well forward, Brook. He's pushing out to backward point. No run outside part of the bat.
So in other words, he'll be the most underperforming mid to long-term opener in Test history.
Damning numbers. Pay.com.au. Points for business. And this kind of feeds into what you're saying, Kat, about the sense that there is a group.
Yep.
And they have been backed and backed.
Yep.
And this was the test, 3.5 years into the project, if you like. As Lyon delivers here to Brook, who goes back again and plays from the crease. Not completely convincingly, but it's all good for now.
Yeah,
playing
so
himself in.
Those two in particular will be willing the rest of this batting order on to get him out of jail here this afternoon, because if they don't and Australia go 3-0 up, then it's curtains for a few.
Slip in the short leg. 3 back for Brook as well on the leg side. They know he'll go for Lyon at some point. Not here, though. Pushing a ball from leg stump out the deep square leg. Collected in front of the football stand for 1. Brooks 2. 3 for 54. But, I mean, you're right. I mean, I'm in that system as well over there with... There is a genuine sense that how do you break into this England team if you're not already within it?
And there's been a number of very well-performed players in county cricket, but there just hasn't been that same sort of view from the England setup.
And players who have improved as well. I think that's a crucial part of it. Lyon delivers here to Root now on 10. Plays back to point where there's a single on offer. He's 11, 3 for 55. Take someone like Haseeb Hamid, who came out here 4 years ago in sort of a sheet anchor role. He struck at 75 this year, scored 1,100 runs, averaged over 50, and led Notts to the championship title. I mean, he isn't even on the trip, let alone in the team. And that's just one of a variety of examples of a player who has improved over the years he's been away. Lyon round the wicket now. Change of angle to Brook on 2. Delivers here, goes back and chops down hard and places it perfectly. Out towards the point rope it runs. It'll reach it too. That's really good, mature batting from Harry Brook, waiting for the ball to reach him. 3 for 59 with the boundary.
That was class from Harry Brook. And that's why he's ranked number 4 in the world. That wasn't that bad a ball from Nathan Lyon. But that was just exquisite footwork and timing. Didn't try and overhit it, just got off the meat of the bat and just punched it beautifully off the back foot. That was high class.
This will be the last over before the lunch break. Lyon bouncing up and bowling, and Brook lunging forward, and this will be the final ball of it too. Defending to the offside where Lyon fields off his own bowling. So 6 runs from the final over. Lyon's taken 2 for 14, both of those in his first over. 3 for 59, the score, trailing by 312 England after Australia were all out for 371. They added 45 runs this morning. As we go through our call of the cards so far before lunch. Zach Crawley was caught behind from the bowling of Cummins for 9, 1 for 37. Pope was caught at mid-wicket. Poor dismissal by Inglis for 3. And then in the same over, a couple of balls later, Nathan Lyon at his absolute best, round the wicket, drifting into the left-handed ducket, clipping his off stump, gone for 29. They became 3 for 42. It was nearly 4 down. And the controversial moment of the session was the inside edge onto the pad. Root was on 1 at the time, and umpire Gaffney upstairs went the way of the batter, gave him the benefit of the doubt. So Boland didn't go into the book. Katich, I suppose that's the the prevailing thought for me. This could have been worse.
Oh, it could have been worse, definitely, if Joe Root's out, because at least with him and Brook at the crease after lunch, and given his form coming off the undefeated 100 in the first innings at the Gabba, England will feel like one partnership and they can start to get some momentum, and they've still got some batting to come. You know, Stokes has looked good at the Gabba. Jamie Smith needs to make runs, so he's going to be hungry, and Will Jacks looked good at the Gabba. So they still feel like they've probably got 3 or 4 partnerships here, particularly if Root's out there or Brook's out there for the bulk of them, that they can get to a substantial first innings. But that job's got to be done, and Australia are making it extremely hard for them because they're professional, disciplined, and they look hungry to get on top in this first innings.
The leading run scorer in the session was Ben Duckett with 29. TAC speeding. How your holiday ends is your choice. This first session was brought to you by MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT. Baz, your thoughts as we drift towards the break?
Yeah, I'm surprised Nathan Lyon didn't pull out a piece of paper from his pocket which said, "Yeah, George, Takna."
That is a niche deep cut from you, but I like it. I appreciate it. If you know, you know.
I know, Dinesh Ramdin back in the day.
2012.
But no, I mean, just the quality of Australia's bowling. They gave nothing away. And like Simon Katich said, Ben Duckett played a few really good shots, hand-eye to the fore. And that's where the gulf lies between these two teams. So England just can't resist themselves to atrocious shots. I mean, great ball from Pat Cummins, but Zach Crawley so far in front of his body. Ben Duckett, I mean, he made that ball look much better than it was from Nathan Lyon. It's a good delivery drift. But yeah, I mean, that Ollie Pope shot will be played and replayed many times over, unless Root and Brook do something different.
Great stuff, Baz. Great stuff, Kat. A fun half an hour that brought us through to lunch. The player of the session, you would say, is Nathan Lyon for his double breakthrough for RWC, Ray White's commercial property specialist. So lunch on day 2, England are 3 for 59, trailing by 312. Joe Root still there on 11, batting with his Yorkshire teammate Harry Brook, who is on 6. Up next, this is a treat for you here. Know Your History with Shannon Gill joining Gerard Whateley. I got a bit of a brief on this last night. This is going to be an outstanding segment about Adelaide Oval and South Australians here across the journey. Enjoy it. Lunch on day 2 here on SEN Test Cricket, England 3 for 59.
The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Tired of slippery pavements and floors with inferior solutions that fade faster than form slumps? It's not just annoying, it's dangerous. Trips, slips, injuries, and the same old costly maintenance. OmniGrip Direct is the smartest surface solution. Quick curing, no smells, and made from recycled Aussie materials, it lasts 5 times longer, saving time, money, and hassle. Don't use inferior products and get ripped off like a streaker's pants. Do it once, do it right with OmniGrip. Visit omnigripdirect.com.au.
Got something big to budge? Budget with Budget. Little trucks, big trucks. You can do it all in a budget rental truck. Get exactly what you need and at a great price too. So remember, whatever you've got to budget with a budget rental truck. Budget car and truck rental. Call 13 27 27. That's 13 27 27.
Budget with a budget rent-a truck is quick and cheap. Well, have your luck when you budget with a budget rent-a truck.
What's better than winning the match? Winning the series. Host Plus has been named Finder's Super Provider of the Year, judged on strong performance, low fees and great investment options. That's a plus.
Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Consider the PDS and TMD on our website before deciding.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
Go Harvey Norman's Super Deals on now. Shop super savings on TVs, vacuums, laptops, mobiles, furniture, bedding and more. 75-inch TVs from just $791. Save $150 on Lenovo IdeaPad with Intel Core i5 processor, now just $648. Gasmate Quasar 4-burner barbecue, hot price only $492. Plus King Coil Conformer Ambience Queen Mattress, choice of feels only $999 each. Best brands, best range, best prices. There's more in store at Harvey Norman's Super Deals on now.
Go! Another wicket down, and no one wants to be caught out on a duck. Same goes for your four-wheel drive. Don't settle for second best. With Razorback 4x4 seat covers, you'll get perfect protection, comfort and style. They're tailor-made to fit like a glove and easy to clean after making a bit of a mess. Thousands of Aussies have already given them 5 stars, and unlike some covers, there's no ducks here. Protect your pride and joy. Check out razorback4x4.com.au today.
We grew up watching classic catches on the telly, impersonating those gags about 2 for 22, and dreamt of hitting centuries in backyard cricket, all in the shadows of the Aussie shed. Best Sheds design and produce quality Australian manufactured sheds. Standard or customised, their batting lineup of sheds comes in all sorts of shapes and sizes. And in true blue Aussie fashion, Best Sheds gives you a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. Best Sheds, raise the bat. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
This summer, there are some things Liquorland can't guarantee. We can't promise the snags won't get burnt. Or you'll get a peaceful sleep in. We can't help you hit a 6 or score a century. But there are some things we can help you score, like refreshing summer drinks to share with mates, a legendary backyard barbecue setup, cracking promos to keep the esky full, and great value with every shop. Score more this summer with Liquorland, official gold partner of Cricket Australia. Choose to drink wise.
Caltex makes the engine cleaning power of Techron available in every grade of fuel, not just premium. Caltex with Techron is proven to clean vital engine parts by removing harmful deposits and keep your engine running smoothly. And for a limited time, RAA members can save 10 cents per litre at all Caltex locations in South Australia. Fill up at Caltex and give your engine the Techron cleaning treatment today.
Limited time only. Terms and conditions apply. See caltex.com/au for details.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. And Octet, fueling business growth with smart finance solutions. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Pitches up, past the outside edge, got the outside edge. Wow. Welcome to the Ashes, Captain Pats. Nicks off Crawley.
Live bowls here, forward, his punt catches the call, gets the mid-wicket, punt's gone early again. That is terrible batting. Josh Inglis at mid-wicket. It's help yourself stuff. Lions in the book right away.
Duckett's 29 from 29. Lions swing here.
Oh, he bowled him! It's an absolute Nathan Lyon beauty. Trips in, turns away, top of off. That is the stuff that you dream of as a finger spinner.
The lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it and deliver. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au and Macca's. The Chicken Big Mac is back at Macca's.
Early stride for England in reply to 371, 3 for 59, and very lucky not to be 4 down. It's the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies, helping you get the right products for the job at a better price. And Macca's loving the crickets. Root is 11 and Brooke is 6, and England right up against it. One of our features this Ashes summer is Know Your History with Shannon Gill, for Australian made by Australian, support Australian. Shannon, great to see you in Adelaide.
Good afternoon, Gerard, and it feels kind of fitting, given what we've just seen in the last half hour, that we are talking about times when England were not very good and nothing much has changed. Sadly for this test match.
Our vintage is the 1990s.
That's it. He smashed it to the boundary. That's Mark Waugh's 100. 100 on debut. What a magnificent innings it's been. It's his 26th first-class 100. And he's getting a little shake of the hand there from Greg Matthews. What an occasion for him.
Angus Fraser. He's gone for it. It'll be 2. That'll be the 100 for sure. It's gone down to third man. What a magnificent effort by Greg Blewett.
Superb performance.
Centuries on debut for Mark Waugh and Greg Blewett during the 90s as a chasm opened up, which for a lot of time has remained a chasm.
You could make an argument that, but for a few years, that chasm has continued. But so 2 debut centuries, Mark Waugh in 1991 and Greg Blewett in 94-95. And I think it symbolises what went on with Australian cricket versus England cricket in that period. And, yeah, we could make the argument that it's continued ever since. So to go back a step, we've been moving along the historical timeline with these segments. So we talked about the 80s and England winning in Brisbane, which they won the 86-87 Ashes here. We're now into the 90s, and we're even seeing it right now. We've had Pat Cummins back into the side. We've had Michael Neeson. We've had Brendan Doggett. We've had Boland, who wasn't necessarily going to play a role early in the piece with Hazelwood out now. Where we seem to have a bigger pool. And I think this goes all the way back to the 90s and how it all comes about. So when Australia were having their terrible period in the 80s, there were two things happening which saved the wreckage. So on one hand, they decided, you know what, we've got to stick with a team instead of chopping and changing it all the time. And concurrently, they say, let's set up a cricket academy where we can start to teach the new talent to be ready, to be test level ready. So these things really come into play in the 90s, and they come into play in the Ashes, and they come into play in these Adelaide Test matches. So we'll start with 1991.
Yes.
Now, Australia, great team by the 90s. They're going well. There was a criticism, a little bit like we've just been hearing of the England team at the moment, that players were too safe. It was harder to get out than get in. And few players were chopped and changed in that time. And it's best exemplified by Mark Waugh. Now, it's hard to believe what we know of Mark Waugh is that it was 5 years between Steve Waugh making his debut and Mark Waugh making his Test debut. They were born 2 minutes apart, but played for Australia 5 years apart. So by the 90s, because there's been this decision that we're going to stick with younger players and rebuild properly and bring them through and give them chances, there's this underbelly of players sitting below in Shield cricket that are hardened by Shield cricket. Mark Waugh, Darren Lehmann, Jamie Siddons, these guys. There had been a definitive choice through the selection and through the Simpson and Border era that this is what we're going to do. So, for example, the calendar years 1984 to 1987, there were 21 debutants, Test debutants for Australia. But 88 through 91, only 6 people got a Test debut for Australia, and Mark Waugh was the last of these in 1991. So we get to 1991. Steve Waugh is not making runs. He'd been gone more than 12 months without a Test 50. Australia were 2-0 up. They'd retained the Ashes, and Mark Waugh was given his Test debut. But famously, it was at the expense of Steve Waugh, as the news reported at the time.
Steve Waugh was naturally disappointed as he warmed up alongside brother Mark for the final day of their Shield match against South Australia. It was Steve who told his brother last night of their fortunes.
We're actually at Mum and Dad's place, and there was a bit of quiet for about 5 minutes. No one sort of knew what to say, whether to congratulate me or say sorry to Stephen or whatever, but it's a professional game and these things happen.
Obviously he was going to get his chance at some stage, and it's just unfortunate that I was the one that he replaced, but I wish him the best of luck.
The bizarre situation of a twin making way for a twin. But I think as much as that at the time was this, we've been waiting for Mark Waugh for so long. Martin Blake wrote in The Age, as Mark Waugh's interminable wait for a baggy green cap officially ended yesterday, his twin brother Steve was beginning what might be the most agonising week of his career. And that was right. We were waiting on Mark Waugh for 5 years to play. So that happens, and clearly Mark Waugh steps into an Australian Test team 5 years after his brother, with 5 years of Shield cricket under his belt, and dominates. He makes a century on debut. It's one of the classiest centuries on debut you'd see. Martin Blake again. Rarely can any Test debutant have looked so comfortable. Peter Roebuck writes, which is very is indicative of the two careers. Connoisseurs and society spectators alike found delight in the innings. For to see Waugh at work is to see the dolphin at play. His brother is more like a shark fighting for his quarter. Now, that was always that was the knock. Natural talent v. the scrapper, which is not to say Steve Waugh didn't have natural talent, but that was the comparison. So he scores 138 off 188 balls, puts on 170 with Greg Matthews for the 6 wickets. So the team was not going too well at 5 for 124. And this is where the make him earn it ethos that was brought into Australian cricket at the time pays off for Mark Waugh. Australia has 6 test debutants, as I said before, between 88 and 91. Contrast this with England. That had 26 test debutants in the same period. The 1989 Ashes, England played 29 different players during the Ashes series.
It's unthinkable, isn't it?
And this is not just a fluke. The year before, not an Ashes series, they'd used 28 players. So this is what is going on with the two countries at this time. There is this idea that Australia is building for the future and they are putting everything together for the future, whereas England don't seem to have a plan. They're chopping and changing, and while we talk about today maybe the plan is flawed, I reckon it might be better than the plan, which was no plan, in this period of time.
So Mark Waugh's debut, emblematic of the first step in this. We'll move 4 years ahead to Greg Blewett next. It is the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies, helping you get the right products for the job at a better price. And Macca's, the chicken Big Mac, is back at Macca's. This is Know Your History with Shannon Gill.
The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
When sprains, pains, and strains happen, who's there to help? Chemist Warehouse has you covered. From strength and training to relief, recovery and everything in between. With the right products and the right support, we'll help you get back in the game. Chemist Warehouse. Always here, always ready.
Exit signs. You probably don't notice them unless you're in an emergency. Now you'll start to see them everywhere. Smarterlight environmental exit signs are made tough, just like the Aussie cricket team. They reduce energy and maintenance costs, cutting carbon emissions for 16 to 30 years, potentially saving business billions, and even better, no batteries are required. They're also NCC compliant and have been since 2014. So don't get ripped off like a streaker's pants. Smarterlight environmental exit signs. Buy smart, stay safe. Visit smarterlight.com.
Got something big to budge? Budget with Budget. Little trucks, big trucks. You can do it all in a budget rental truck. Get exactly what you need and at a great price too. So remember, whatever you've got to budget with a budget rental truck. Budget car and truck rental. Call 13 27 27. That's 13 27 27.
Budget with a budget rent-a truck is quick and cheap. Well, have your luck when you budget with a budget rent-a truck.
In 1952, Mervyn Victor Richardson did the most Aussie thing ever. He disappeared into his shed, rattled around with some scrap metal and an old pitch tin, and emerged with a revolutionary, lightweight, affordable rotary mower. The Victor was born. The Yanks pinched it off us a few years ago, but now Victor is coming home, and we're never letting go of it again. It's un-Australian not to mow your lawn with a bloody Victor. Search Victor online to find your nearest retailer.
Picnics on the beach, pool days, backyard sport. Whatever your summer looks like, it's always better with a 4 and 20 in hand. Enjoy the classic taste of 100% Australian beef in delicious gravy wrapped in golden flaky pastry. Watching sports, playing sports, or just soaking up the summer sun. Biting into a 4 and 20 pie is the ultimate summer snack for whatever summer you're having. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan favourite.
Caltex makes the engine cleaning power of Techron available in every grade of fuel, not just premium. Caltex with Techron is proven to clean vital engine parts by removing harmful deposits and keep your engine running smoothly. And for a limited time, RAA members can save 10 cents per litre at all Caltex locations in South Australia. Fill up at Caltex and give your engine the Techron cleaning treatment today.
Limited time only. Terms and conditions apply. See caltex.com/au for details.
Go Harvey Norman's super deals on now. Shop super savings on TVs, vacuums, laptops, mobiles, furniture, bedding and more. 75-inch TVs from just $791. Save $150 on Lenovo IdeaPad with Intel Core i5 processor, now just $648. Gasmate Quasar 4-burner barbecue, hot price only $492. Plus King Coil Conformer Ambience Queen mattress, choice of feels only $999 each. Best brands, best range, best prices. There's more in store at Harvey Norman's super deals on now.
Honda's lawn and garden tools are built to last and last. Like Darren's 13-year-old Honda mower and trimmer. Both still start easily and run like a dream, and that's a problem for Darren. He wants a new Honda Versatool and an award-winning Buffalo mower, but his current Hondas won't quit. He won't be visiting his local Honda dealer soon, but you should.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. And Octet, fueling business growth with smart finance solutions. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
It's the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it and deliver. Robotbuildingsupplies.com.au, and Macca's loving the cricket. England 3 for 59. We're in Know Your History here with Shannon Gill for Marshall Batteries, mobile and store service. Holler for a Marshall battery. The selection philosophies and the talent pool gaps in the 90s. And you found a piece of writing from Mark Ray ahead of the fourth test of the 94-95 summer. Australia selectors face the pleasant dilemma of an embarrassment of riches today when they choose the team for the fourth test. The selectors' long-standing form under the steady leadership of chairmanship of Laurie Sewell suggests that there will be no changes made for the sake of experimentation. To players, a test cap is the ultimate and should not be handed out like lollies at a children's birthday party, as they too often are in England. The selectors, having weighed up a player's worth and then chosen him for Test cricket, usually stick with him for some time. As England captain Mike Atherton has noted recently, that policy has been a strength of Australia's resurgence after the slump of the mid-1980s.
And that is it. That sums it up completely, because that was the differing or diverging policies of the two nations with cricket. So through the 1990s, Australia had 59. England had 59 debutants. Australia 35. Of those, 16 of the Australians played less than 20 tests. 43 of the English played less than 20 tests. So not only were they picking more players, they were then not giving them much of a chance of establishing themselves. So this all sort of, this coalesced around 94-95. This is still happening. Now, Australia do make a change for the Adelaide Test in 94-95. Michael Bevan out, Greg Blewett in. Now, while Mark Waugh was a product of the waiting game around selection and the Shield system, Greg Blewett is a product of the Cricket Academy that had been set up when Australia was going terrible. So this was this investment in the future and indicative of the depth. So clearly Australian cricket had a cohesive structure and plan at this time. England, they were just a collection of players, of county players that assembled to play test matches. And you can see that even when you see replays of this period. The England players, when they come out to bat, some are wearing white helmets, some are wearing blue helmets, some are wearing the light blue ODI helmets. They don't look like a cohesive unit. So 94-95 is the summer, the Ashes, where this golf becomes so obvious. First thing, there is a thing called Australia A. Australia A play in the one-day series and showcase how much depth Australian cricket has. Now, I won't go into Australia A here. Suffice to say, if you search the internet, there's like a 10-part podcast series that you can get about that. Greg Blewett starts the summer not in the Australian A team. So the Australian A team was Lehman, Hayden, Martin, Langer, Ponting, Moody, and then eventually he comes in for the second lot of one-day games. He makes a 63 v Australia, 113 v England, 19 v Australia, 64 v Australia. And in the space of a month, he's become the hottest property in Australian cricket. But it shows, here is the depth of talent, that he wasn't even in the top 6 before this period of time. He comes out, Adelaide Test at his home ground, makes 102 not out. It's quite an interesting 100 where he was 91 not out overnight with Australia 5 down. Craig McDermott has stomach pains and goes to hospital because they're 5 down. Australia lose 3 wickets in 5 overs. Healy and Flem to leg side catches to the keeper, which maybe not as thoughtful for Greg Blewett as Flem could have been. Anyway, to cut a long story short, he eventually gets the ton after slogging for a couple of overs, and Craig McDermott arrives back just as the wicket falls where he does actually bat.
Who guided him through?
Peter McIntyre, who also played his debut test in that test. Made a duck, but the most valuable duck ever because he hung around for a couple of overs and allowed Blewett to get his ton. So, and again, Mark Ray again, England's batsmen, even its best, often play almost apologetically, but Blewett showed again that Australia's system is producing young batsmen full of confidence as well as skill. Now, ironically, Australia actually lost that test, but they come back to Perth the next week. Blewett scores 115 in the second innings. Fairly handy first two tested debut, and Australia win the series 3-1. Now, I think the most interesting thing about Greg Blewett and how this is indicative of the talent pool and the talent golf is that he was the least likely of this sort of golden generation of talent. He attended the academy the same year that Martin, Langer and Warne did. Now, Peter Roebuck wrote at the time, Martin was regarded as the gun, Langer as the impassioned trier, and Blewett as the level-headed lad likely to lead an honourable career in Shield cricket. For years, his name did not crop up in debates about the dazzling young things soon to burst upon the scene. But this is where the pipeline of talent becomes so almost mythical. In those early years, Bevan, Blewett, Gillespie, Hodge, Julian, Kasparitz, Langer, Martin, McGrath, Ponting, Slater, Simons, they all went to the academy within like a 5-year span and become the future of Australian cricket. So at the same time, England, they don't even have centralised contracts at this stage.
Wow.
They're adding more county teams. They added an 18th county team, which would just dilutes the county system. So they're just not working cohesively together. They're working in a different way. Now, this probably most... well, we don't think about this now, but at the time was very famous. The academy team played England in a 3-day game in December of this tour. First day got washed out, so they played 2 one-day games instead. This academy team is not star-studded. Brad Hodge is the most recognisable player, and beyond that, no one really played much, if any, international cricket. England lose both games to the academy team. Greg Baum writes, I quite like this. For England to lose one match to the Australian Academy over the weekend, 7 of whom, incidentally, have never played first-class cricket, was a little careless, to put it mildly. To lose 2, and the crushing manner of Sunday's defeat was a total embarrassment, made one wonder whether there is actually any point in going on with this shambles of a tour. So this is what's going on, and now we talk about the shambles of a tour that might be happening here, but at least there was a plan here, wrong or flawed as it was. There's a dearth of talent in England. There's this obsession now with Australia's academy, so much so that we have this 90s phenomenon where guys that played in Australia end up playing for England. Some guys that went to the academy end up playing Test cricket for England. Craig White, Alan Mullally, Adam and Ben Hollyoake, they all played Ashes Test for England in the 90s. The guy that was most famous for this is a guy called Martin McCaig, who was this sort of late bloomer and attended the academy as a project player, but had an English passport, couldn't get a Shield game, went back to England, had a good season, and all of a sudden was picked to play in the Ashes in 1993. Now, the ACB CEO at the time, Graham Helbish, said, which I quite like, we have invested in him and players like him to provide depth to Australian cricket. We want a return on our investment. Now, this was a big issue at the time that an Australian would be playing for England. So much so that the D Generation via Mick Malloy on the iconic show that I love, The Late Show, made an issue of it too.
This has got to be stopped, and the only way to do it is to teach the dirty, rotten, stinking, low-down, no-good, double-crossing, back-slapping trader a good, hard lesson.
Mick, I take it you're talking about England's decision to play McCaig in the 3rd Test.
Oh, damn tootin' right I am, Tommy G. I hope this Judas gets what's coming to him, that's all I can say. I want to see a scorecard that says McCaig, runs none, wickets none, friends none.
Mick, you can't hate him that much.
Hate him? Tommy, right now I prefer Philip Tufnell, I've got to tell you.
That's very good.
So Martin McCaig didn't play many tests. He actually came to the 94-95 tour and he only lasted, I think, 1 test before going home. But this is indicative of the way that we were doing things a different way, that they weren't doing. They tried to copy it. It didn't quite work with picking Australian players that went to the academy. But the full circle comes when Rod Marsh, who was the head of the academy through the 90s in Australia, ends up going to the ECB to head their academy in 2001. And eventually this will help actually revive the Ashes.
So the latter part of the 90s, which you're going to get to at the MCG, that's when David Lloyd takes over as coach. So Bumble has his stint. And that's the wrestle to try to cross the threshold to professionalism.
It is.
And the grapples that he has there, both with the institution and the players. He tells a nice story about Phil Tufnell trying to cross him over to professionalism. And you'll remind us, one of the things was, even though this is pretty desperate, England would still win tests from time to time. That's the problem with the 15 years in front of us at the moment. They can't even win a test.
They can't win a test. And I don't think anyone, even in the media box, players, etc., English cricket fans would say, oh, well, it's better than the 90s. Well, in Australia, when they're playing in Australia, I think that's debatable, as we'll explore at Melbourne. I hope something turns around here, but it doesn't look likely.
So one additional reference point, you mentioned the top 6 for Australia A.
Yeah.
While the academy hasn't returned and has been through a few guys as the centre of excellence, the Australia A program has returned under Tim Payne. And I feel like this is the unspoken masterstroke, which will progressively reveal itself. But that top 6 at the time playing for Australia A, Lehman, Hayden, Martin, Langer, Ponting, Moody, prepared players for this. I suspect what's going on at the moment is there's this preparation of players happening under Tim Payne. We are seeing them step forward and perform straight away. I think the long-term payoff is going to be in players like Kellaway and Constas and Peake. So there is, while it's not a return to the like AIS, as you like.
No.
It is learning the lessons of the past and implementing them in the modern context.
And the worry is that in the Australia A English Lions match, Australia A, well, I won't say worry, because I'm thinking most people listening will not be worried by the fact that that Australia A dominated the English Lions. So this is, but for competitive Ashes cricket,
terrific, Shannon. So is Adelaide a pilgrimage for you? How often do you come to the test match
I
here?
haven't been here for a while. I've only been here on work purposes. I suppose this is technically work purposes, but I think it might become an annual pilgrimage now. It's a great time to be here, and if it's the test. And I think, as much as we love the day-night test here, there is something very social about the day test that allows your nights to be a social affair.
Where have you spent your social time so far?
I've been pretty quiet throughout, though I'm sure tonight might be a little bit different. We'll see what goes. I'm in the hands of others, let's just say. Locals.
Which can be a dangerous place to be. Shannon, terrific.
Thank you, Gerard.
All right, the difference in talent pools and selection philosophies through the 1990s that opened the chasm between Australia and England, and remnants and realities are still being felt in this series unfolding before us. England 3 for 59. Root and Brooke are their main hopes. They're at the crease when play resumes in stiflingly hot conditions. Ream is steady, hot and strong, but you can take the heat out of summer in a corporate box at the Ashes. Hurry, register now for your chance to win at iCanWin.com.au.
The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
G'day there, that vehicle fire still causing heavy delays on the North-South Motorway, northbound just after the Port River Expressway entry. It's very heavy getting through. Urgent electrical works underway in Clarence Gardens on Crossroad near East Avenue, and delays in Flinders Park due to works on Holbrooks Road near Grange Road. Speed back to 40 both ways. Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au. Chad Corns joins SENSA Breakfast with Bix and Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we all call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we all call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
G'day, Alex Carey here from Goodwee. With the warm weather and sun shining, I reckon there's two things on everyone's mind: cricket and solar power. The new Goodwee ESA battery system is packed with leading performance and safety features. It's a game changer that's perfect for Aussie households and small businesses. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off a battery install, on top of the federal rebate, exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
A mug? How thoughtful. This Christmas, don't disappoint. Get a fragrance they'll love from Chemist Warehouse. Like Mont Blanc Legend 100ml, just $69.99. Don't pay RRP $161. Gift for Barn Lady Million 80ml, now $119.99. Don't pay RRP $230. Or Versace Pour-Homme 100ml for just $69.99. Don't pay RRP $168. Don't miss the Christmas fragrance sale on now at Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
In 1952, Mervyn Victor Richardson did the most Aussie thing ever. He disappeared into his shed, rattled around with some scrap metal and an old pitch tin, and emerged with a revolutionary, lightweight, affordable rotary mower. The Victor was born. The Yanks pinched it off us a few years ago, but now Victor is coming home, and we're never letting go of it again. It's an Australia not to mow your lawn with a bloody Victor. Search Victor online to find your nearest retailer.
The Toyota Tundra is all about hitting the road in the most enjoyable way possible. Combining supreme comfort, luxurious space, and backed by a 3.5-litre V6 twin-turbo engine, Tundra delivers exhilarating performance with seamless acceleration. It's our most powerful Toyota yet. But power like this can't be described. It has to be felt. And the feeling starts here at your local Toyota dealership. Book your Tundra test drive today. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Caltex makes the engine cleaning power of Techron available in every grade of fuel, not just premium. Caltex with Techron is proven to clean vital engine parts by removing harmful deposits and keep your engine running smoothly. And for a limited time, RAA members can save 10 cents per litre at all Caltex locations in South Australia. Fill up at Caltex and give your engine the Techron cleaning treatment today.
Limited time only. Terms and conditions apply. See caltex.com/au for details.
Everything grows better. Introducing the Arvan Rotary Nozzle Range from Rainbird, now at Nutrien Water. Perfect for any lawn, Arvans deliver large water droplets quickly and where they need to go, saving water. The nozzle's distance and arc can be adjusted and self-flush by hand. No tools required. Brought to you by Rainbird, the world's most experienced irrigation company. 92 years in the making and still going strong. Visit nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
With Nutrien Water.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart expertise, the perfect partnership. And Octet, fueling business growth with smart finance solutions. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. The second session for Rogers Willex, trusted trailer solutions.
England 3 for 59 as players head back to the middle of Adelaide Oval in what has become a furnace. The weather update for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart expertise, the perfect partnership. It's 38 degrees. It'll get to 40. And Simon Katich, the wind is blowing in the open window here, and she's hot.
Well, it feels like the furnace in Perth, Gerard. That's what it used to be called at the Wacker for the early days of the BBL. And that hot wind is just coming in. This is a big session for England now after those 3 early wickets before lunch. Australia was superb. It just showed the difference in class between the Australian bowling lineup and the England bowling lineup. All class.
Pat Cummins is going to open up from the Cathedral end. 4 overs, 1 for 20. A sublime ball to remove Zach Crawley, touching the outside edge through the gloves of Alex Carey. Nathan Lyon took the other 2. Pope and Ducats. Just during the lunch break, as Pat Cummins had the baggy green on, he was using the pitch 3 over to the left of the game strip. Just keeping himself ready to go. He had company. Scott Boland was doing it. And the rather odd side of Jake Weatherald having the little bowl, trying to make himself a viable option. Session starts. Pat Cummins bowling to Joe Roots, who leaves outside the off stump.
And I know the Australian boys are conditioned for this and these conditions. Obviously, Pat Cummins' first test back, but you can just see the way they've gone about it with their body language. They've all charged in. They've all hit good areas on the track, asked good questions, and a lot of that comes from the experience of having played here for a number of years, but also the fact that they know that they can be used today in short bursts, as we've seen, 4 over bursts, because they've got the luxury of Nathan Lyon, and that's the difference between the two teams. England didn't have that, and as a result, they had to lock in for sometimes 6-7 over spells.
There's an official who's standing in the sight screen area, which is rather odd.
Gerard, you can't tell me
the rope.
That's his first day of the cricket.
He's on debut, Fleming.
You've got to get outside the rope.
And now he's just walking down in full view.
Name names.
It's a staffer. Goodness me. Cummins right up over the wicket, bowls to Roots and nibbles the ball to the offside. Damien Fleming, welcome.
Hey, Gerard Cutter. He was just thinking, what a great view I've got here. Why isn't there anyone else here?
Yep. Yep, that's precisely what was going on. So no longer 2 slips and 2 gullies. Oh, what's happened here?
Kumar was yelling out.
Yeah,
Nice running
going off.
Oh, right. Green wasn't ready at the start of the session, obviously, and now Nice is going to make way for him.
That's 2 days on the bounce after lunch. He hasn't been ready.
Boom, boom. Little less costly today than yesterday.
Very good, Simon.
Takes his place at the first of 2 gullies. Cummins rushes in, bowls to Root for defending correctly down the offside.
Jeez, it's good bowling, isn't it? It's just a different pitch map to England, the Australian bowlers. They bowl a huge percentage of balls, 5 to 7 metres from middle stump to about 7th stump line.
I was going to say, what meterage do you reckon Australia have hit consistently? Because it just feels like England have to get forward, whereas Australia just sat back and waited for short and wide stuff.
Yeah. And the stats say if you can be in that 5 to 7 metre mark, I mean, if it's swinging and hooping, you go 5 metres, but they're probably hitting a 7 metre mark here.
Root high bat lift, trademark. Wrapped on the pads, Cummins is up. Umpire says no. Cummins went the double-barrelled appeal as he went down. Lyons coming in from points.
And Labuschagne's indicating there's an inside edge.
It's unrequited for the Australian captain.
Flem, explain the 5 metre mark. Where's that measured from?
From the stumps.
From the stumps.
I'm pretty sure it's the stumps.
Down the pitch.
Yeah.
Away from the stumps.
And, the fuller you bowl too, without being... You want to bowl as full as you can without being a half volley. And that batsman's question whether they're going to play on the front foot or the back foot. Yeah, big edge.
Inside edge onto the pad.
But that's the length, isn't it? Like, Root's a gun player coming off a great 100, and he's getting caught on the crease here. Could get out LBW, this ball.
Cummins to Root, driving straight to line and point. Marnus did well there to hold his ground because Cummins really liked it. And he half-edged. He said, I'm pretty sure.
Is he trusted? Is Marnus trusted?
Not really, but
no, exactly.
He did stand up well in that moment.
Well done,
It was a great
confident.
shout for Liquorland. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
And the other thing that stands out too now, we talked about this morning with the field settings. You look at the Aussie field now, look what they've got. They know these conditions inside out. 2 slips, 2 gullies. And I know the game situation's different, but that's where they're probing, in and around that top off stump.
Good over from Cummins to start after lunch. Root runs it into the gullies where they dive into each other. Green coming to his right. Inglis coming to his left. It was a contested ball. Good honest collision. They both dragged themselves up. No run conceded. A maiden to start, so the Capital.com scoreboard, fast, smart, seamless, stays 3 for 59. Cummins with his first maiden. Root 11 and Brook 6. Just a reflection on what's taken place so far. Has Crawley got nicked off? No drama. Pope shouldn't have been in this team. Yep. England didn't bite the bullet. He is a weak link at 3, and he played like a man who knows his march to the gallows.
And having been in that situation where you're out of nick and not quite right, the best place is out of the team and go back, and you have to refine your game away from the pressures of international cricket. Most of us have been there and done that, and it's not easy, but you have to do it.
Lyon to Brook, back covering his stumps. Inglis dives and misses at mid-wicket, gives away a single.
And the irony was, I was going to say this because I was watching him in that first little part of his innings, and he was shuffling over to off stump, anything out wide of his eye line, his right eye line, he was trying to desperately keep his hands in really tight, and he did it for quite a bit. And then the last ball that Boland bowled him, he couldn't help it. He went for it, his bottom hand took over, he lost his front elbow, and then the bat swing was horrendous.
Lyon to Roots, back, drives down to long on, takes a single, 3 for 61.
And that's what I mean by getting out of the furnace of the pressure of international cricket, where you're facing world-class bowlers in foreign conditions, and honing that bat swing, because he doesn't know it yet. Like, he's played 60-odd tests, but he still hasn't mastered his bat swing, and we saw it in the Gabba test. Some would go inside out, some would scunge to the onside.
Brook back, takes the single out to deep point, goes to 8.
And test cricket's hard enough when you're on top of your game, but when you're not on top of your game like he is, and still hasn't got full control of his hands and his bat swing, he has to go back to Surrey and master that there without the pressure of all of this. Otherwise, it's cruel to the young kid. He's obviously a good young kid, that's why they've kept him in the team, but it's been cruel to him.
Roots on 12, faces up to Lyon, bat punches down to green at long.
He's been captain, hasn't he? Yeah. He's actually captained England.
I know, and the other thing that's cruel to him is not just that he's batting at 3, is the fact that he's being asked to play baseball, which makes it even harder, because that in itself, you've got to have a game that suits playing that style of cricket. So it's just a perfect storm for him to not succeed.
That's not succeeding.
Brook leaning forward to defend. So Pope caught Inglis, bowled Lyon for 3. And then Duckett bowled Lyon, which we'll get to in a moment's time, for 29. Sequence of singles at the start of this over. There's enough singles to be had out there. Lyon bowls, Brook clips down to long on and helps himself to what ends up being a 5th run in the over. 3 for 64 at the end of it. The Capital.com scoreboard, fast, smart, seamless.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket, now at Harvey Norman. Super deals on top trending gifts. Shop headphones, smartwatches, speakers, coffee machines, RoboVax, mobiles and more. If it's presence and power you're after, you can't go past the Toyota Tundra. Oh, what a feeling, Toyota.
Did you know that Cobra Mistake extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobra Mistake, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. England 3 for 64. Brook is 9. He'll have the strike. Root is 13. Pat Cummins 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20. He's in operation from the Cathedral end. 2 in the deep on the leg side. They've pushed Point back to the rope. And mid-off is out of the infield, so hedging his bets down towards the old scoreboard. Cummins gets moving, bowls to Brook, tucks him away to the leg side. If they run the first hard, there's a thought of a seconds. It's not there. A single taken, Brook 10. So it was a significant wicket for Lyon. It moved him past Glenn McGrath, the all-time wicket takers. It was a lovely delivery, drift and then straight. And Duckett played the Waterloo line when he should have been on the Piccadilly.
But it was great drift, wasn't it? So Duckett thought it was just going to keep going onto his pads and whip it through the leg side. And just to see how bemused he was as he walked, it reminded me of Mike Katich with the warning ball. Like, it was just, how did that happen there?
Joe Root 13 faces up to Pat Cummins. Root hooks, they're deep. He's got it to ground and bisected the field for 4. It's a fine leg and a deep backward square in perfect control. Joe Roots to collect the boundary. Azito brushless power tools do you. It's 3 for 69.
Yeah, that's all class from Joe Root. That bumper was right on the money from Pat Cummins. He couldn't have got that in a better position, but due to the technique and class of Joe Root, he stayed composed, just swiveled and got it off the meat of the bat beautifully.
Cummins back out, Root pitched up, leans on it off the pads. Boland has to get going from mid-on. It allows for a couple under Sir Edmund Smith stands. England ticketed along. Root goes to 19. The moment of contention from the first session. If England were on the wrong end of the DRS yesterday, they were on the right end of a contentious catch with Joe Root. He was on one, inside edge onto the pad. Carey diving forward, encases the ball. There's a difference between benefit of the doubt and inventing doubt. And we went through a process that invented doubt, that the ball hit the ground rather than the gloves being underneath, and the perfect encasing of the kookaburra. I think that's where cricket technology fails at its absolute worst. You look for justification for not out when actually all the information is telling you on the balance of probabilities it's out. Roots edges, he's out now. Cummins has got him caught behind. Oh, he has made an impact. Cummins, first up, he's got two. They're both lovely dismissals. The umpires are going to come together again and see if they can invent doubt once more. That's a clean catch to Alex Carey. Best to stay out of the nonsense. Root's gone for 19 and it's 4 for 71.
He's a natural predator of the best batsman of the opposition, Pat Cummins. He loves grabbing the ball, targeting the best player. That is Joe Root in this English team, and he's done it numerous occasions, particularly in Australia. So Captain Pat is back, baby, and he is running through the English top order. Big wicket, Joe Root, after a wonderful 100 at the Gabba.
Yeah, just got caught a little bit in no man's land there, Joe Root, with his footwork. A probing length. Probably could have let it go, but sparred at it. And in the end, a relatively simple catch for Alex Carey. But Pat Cummins, that's the thing. He just keeps asking questions on and around that off stump. That one was probably around 6 stumps, so he didn't have to play at it. But such is the pressure that builds someone like Cummins, charging in, giving everything. Joe Root pays the price.
The 12th time Cummins has got Root in Test cricket. The stats for pay.com.au. Points for business. What a weapon he was returning to the team at 2-0 up. And they are textbook wickets, Crawley and Root.
Yeah, the one to get Crawley was a beauty. In terms of what Crawley could have done better, maybe not much, because it was good length, good line. He had to play at it. You know, if anything, can he get a bit further forward and nullify any sort of movement and sort of try and get more offside of the ball? But then that exposes him to being LBW to someone like Cummins. But that was a very good ball, the first one. And then that one to Root, well, it's just in a good area and asked good questions. Root probably should have let it go, but that's what happens when you're facing someone like Pat Cummins. You feel like you're going to have to play because more often than not he's hitting the top of the stumps.
Pretty desperate times for Ben Stokes to arrive in the middle. Australia's 371 looks an imperious total now at 4 for 71. The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1-800-64-64-64. Captain to captain. Cummins around the wicket. Stokes drives back to the full ball. Picked up by Cummins in his follow-through.
And Gerard, my point yesterday around what I thought the England team should look like. Ben Stokes, whether he bats at 3, 4 or wherever, he's still facing a new ball now at 16 overs old. So if you shuffle the deck, you're basically getting the same result if he's batting at 6, because you can't trust the top order in these sorts of conditions the way they play. So ultimately he's going to play the same role. If they'd had another bowler, potentially they keep Australia to a lower total because they're not bowling him into the ground.
Bouncer. And Stokes only just got down underneath it. Good hostile stuff from Pat Cummins. A successful over, 2 for 27. He has. It's 4 for 71. The Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we all call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Looking for the best coffee and lunch on the run? How's that? Your local Shell OTR delivers. Hot and fresh food to go, barista-made coffee, Moe's hot dogs and shakes, Krispy Kreme donuts, and anything you're craving. All at OTR.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20. Australia's original fan food. 2 for Cummins, 2 for Lyon. This Lyon from the Riverbank end with England 4 for 71. Brooks on 10. Lyon to him. Brook turns to leg. Inglis can't reach it at mid-wicket. And a single taken out into the deep. 4 for 72.
Nathan Lyon likes bowling to Ben Stokes too. This is a matchup that they haven't had for the whole series. So some real questions for the English here. Cummins back, 2 wickets. Nathan Lyon's picked up a couple. And as opposed to Ben Stokes' captaincy, Cummins working hard with the bowler Nathan Lyon to get the angles right.
Slipped silly mid-off they've deployed. It's a backward point, it's a deep cover point, a cover, a long off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket who's not terribly far off the square, and a deep backward square. Lyon around the wicket, bowls to Stokes. He dragged it down. It's cut away. Fielded by Inglis. No run.
Bit of a half tracker there for Nathan Lyon.
Well, the other thing too is Stokes knows with that man under his nose on the offside, he'll probably try and play him more off the back foot rather than lunging forward.
Stokes forwards, defence out to Inglis at cover.
That's beautiful bowling.
And in a way, they've probably put him there to try and make sure that Ben Stokes, does he play forward, does he play back, and just keep chipping away there.
Stokes from the crease, plunges forward, defence ahead under the helmet.
So I think Nathan Lyon will try and lure him forward as much as possible, but it'll be that ball that might just skid on a little bit or keep drifting and pins him on the crease. That's the one that he's looking for.
Lyon whirls away, Stokes defends, fielded by the bowler and who's follow through.
He's definitely getting great drift on the ball, like a big in-swinger into Stokes. And then if it turns, how much turn will it be?
So he's bowling into the wind, which is blowing into our broadcast position. Behind to Stokes, back from the stumps, nibbles it out. It's a deep point and gets off the mark. Stokes has one to his name. A couple of singles in the over. 4 for 73. The Capital.com scoreboard, fast, smart, seamless.
Buying and selling goods here and overseas can be complex. Octex Trade Finance provides a flexible line of credit to pay suppliers in over 70 countries at competitive FX rates with up to 60 days interest-free. Visit octet.com. Lending criteria and conditions may apply.
G'day, Flem here. If Program Commercial Painting were a test bowler, they'd take every painting maintenance job's wicket. Repaints, bowled. Graffiti, caught behind. From schools to local businesses, hospitals and beyond, get them bowling for you. Visit programcommercialpainting.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet. Smart Business Finance. Pat Cummins has taken the wicket and he's ringing the changes. RSEA safety, trusted by tradies across Australia because Ben Stokes is at his most vulnerable against Mitch Stark.
Brilliant captaincy from Pat Cummins. Quick 2-over spell, gets the job done, gets Root out, and now the matchup presents. Stark comes on to Stokes. This is what it's all about. Making opposition batsman and opposition skipper most uncomfortable at a time when he's most vulnerable. That's exactly what Australia have done to this English batting order throughout the series. It was Smith as captain first of all in the first few tests, and now Pat Cummins ringing a very good change.
4 for 73. Stark begins from the Cathedral end. He bowls. Stokes plays out through mid-wickets. He'll find runs. Head has to do the chasing into the deep. It's a beautiful outfield, but Head will overhaul it one step in from the rope. They'll come back for 3. 4 for 76, just straight onto the pads with the first ball.
Yeah, just a loosener there from Mitchell Stark. You don't often see that from him, but just because of the angle in to the left-hander, he just drifted into leg stump, and Ben Stokes picked that off beautifully through forward square leg. Just timed it nicely. Nearly went the distance.
18 wickets in the series. He's got his mates back around him who have taken a couple each. He'd love to get in on the act now, having made a half-century earlier in the day.
That's where they're at now, isn't it? Stark picks up one, Boland picks up one. You're into that English bottom order.
Well, this is not just for Stokes, this is for Brook as well.
Yeah.
Think about that first innings at the Gabba. And Stark, first ball back in the second spell, late in that middle session, knocked him over, caught it second.
He's got those two slips and a gully in place. Stark bowls to Brook, who leaves outside the off stump.
What's the youngster going to do here? Is he going to knuckle down and have a look for an over and see what the plan is, or is he going to just wait for one more ball and then try and thrush it through the covers for 4?
Oh, you mentioned that. I mean, he did identify that he played a crap shot. He said, trying to drive a bouncer in Perth.
Yeah.
So, but it's hard to fight your natural instinct. Yeah, I think he is the one player that suits baseball. You know, he is a baseball.
Yeah.
Not Ollie Pope.
Stark bowls to him. Brook plays from under the eyes out to long off for a single. He's 12. So the dynamic is interesting, batting with his captain. So his captain on Sunday has put it on him. Show some dog. He's the first to speak in the aftermath without us having any knowledge, and he concedes that he has been reckless. So he repents his sins, and now here he is batting with the captain. So what is the chemistry? What is the dynamic like within that dressing room? This partnership might tell us, you know.
Oh, we've seen a little bit. Archer and Stokes this morning. Yeah, this is not a happy camp. They're not all in the same boat. And Harry Brook is an extravagant stroke player. We love watching him when he's flying. So he can't go totally into his shell.
Stark bowls to Stokes, who defends from the stumps. Stark lets it pass his follow-through. Boland's got him covered.
But I think he's got to identify that this is the freshest spell of this session. So respect that. And then maybe the next spell in this session, which will probably be later in the 2 hours, that's potentially when he's better equipped to go, okay, now I can put a bit more pressure on. But this is the one now where it's, no, we've got to absorb. We've just lost Joe Root. They're fresh after a break. They're up and about. I've got to knuckle down here, get myself in, get used to these conditions, and then wait till the ball's maybe 35 overs old. Second hour, different story.
Session is for Rogers Willex Manufacturing since 1896. Stark bowls to Stokes. That's the rising delivery pass.
Well, you hope Stokes is working with him like that. I don't know Harry Brook, so I don't know if he actually takes in all those factors that you're talking about. But if he doesn't, then Ben Stokes needs to step up and help him.
Well, I had an English supporter come up to me at a function the other night, and he said, Harry Brook's got 2 brain cells, and they're both competing for 3rd place.
Okay, all right. Okay, that wasn't Ben Stokes that come up to you, was it?
It wasn't, and I don't think it was a Yorkshireman.
No, I've heard little rumours about Harry.
Stark bowls to Stokes, defends, everything in behind it. And that is the end of the over. 4 for 77, the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au it instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow and simplify your business payments. So pay.com.au it and start earning rewards today.
Hard hats, high-vis, workboots. If it's built, fixed or strung up with fairy lights, we're on it. And every job's safer with the right gear. Built for Christmas? Safe with RSEA.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1-800-64-64-64. Joe Root, the man out since lunch, caught Carey bowled Cummins for 19. The score is 4 for 77. Brook is 12. Stokes is 4. Nathan Lyon is bowling from the Riverbank ends. Brook will have the strike at the start of the over with a slip. And a short leg in place. Lyon over the wicket bowls and Brook is back, punching down to long on for an easy single. Our experts for Eufy PoE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Damien Fleming joined by Bharat Sundaresan. Hello, Bharat.
Good afternoon, guys. Flem, Gerard, there was a not very audible groan, but you could see the
emotions in the English press pack when Joe Root got out. They just had that feeling, could be all over here.
Line around the wicket. Stokes from his stumps defend.
There was a lot of conviction this morning. This has to be the day. This has to be the day England really stand up after everything they've said and all the honest conversations they've been talking about. Not to be so far.
Line has got Stokes 9 times in Test cricket. Stokes back from the stumps out to the deep point. And to relieve the pressure there. 5 for Stokes, 4 for 79.
And it's not an easy sport to cover in England, as you've heard. They're always fighting for relevance with the football or the soccer journals, which is by far the #1 sport. So, and they've ridden the coattails of this team as well. They have been drinking the Kool-Aid as well for a while.
Brook faces out, defending back to line. He wasn't quite there for that.
Just poked at that one. Line would have liked that.
How far were his hands in front of his body there? Oh,
it's a big Chemist's Warehouse replay. That inside edge onto pad through the gate. It was all in play. Brook plays back, cuts. There's a sweeper in the deep. Kept to a single, 80 on the board.
Just noticing Ben Stokes, he's playing on the back foot, worried about bat pad, and I don't reckon Nathan Lyons bowled the top spinner yet. Let's see whether he goes a bit fuller, quicker and straight on here.
Let's do him slowly, you reckon, Flem? It's the last ball of Lyons over. Stokes sees it, he defends past head under the helmet. 3 singles from it. It is 4 for 79 on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket, now at Harvey Norman. Super deals on top trending gifts. Shop headphones, smartwatches, speakers, coffee machines, Robovax, mobiles and more. If it's presence and power you're after, you can't go past the Toyota Tundra. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. England's 4 for 80. Rich Stark is in operation from the Cathedral end. Brook is on 14. There are 2 slips and a gully set for him. Stark over the wicket. Bowls onto the hip. Balloons up. Lands safely at square leg. And they will take a leg by, I fancy. Yes, no bat in there. 4 for 80. Presenting the Australian team for Australian made by Australia Support Australian. Stark, this is his 6th over, so 5 overs, none for 24. Cummins 6 overs, 2 for 27. Boland 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 5. So look out when Scott Boland comes back on. And Nathan Lyons 6 overs, 2 for 24.
They have become the awesome foursome for Australia. Josh Hazlewood, the last 3 or 4 summers, hasn't played a lot of Test cricket. So this has been the attack that has won Australia Test matches.
Stark hits the crease, bowls, Stokes leaves outside the off stump.
So there was some talk that maybe Scott Boland would have been rested before the series started, before the Melbourne Test. The big breaks in between tests, they've just decided to stick with the best attack, finish England off. And then you have Jai Richardson waiting in the wings as well. Lots of options to go with.
I feel like a little bit of that owes to being 2-0 up in England and not winning the series. 2-0 up, win what's in front of you and then plan for another day. I'm sure on their whiteboard Boland was missing Adelaide to play Melbourne because it's such a quick turnaround. But 2-0 up with a chance to finish it off. Go with your best attack and then figure out the rest later.
And maybe just the lack of cricket in this series, 6 days.
Yeah.
If they were banking on 10 days, then maybe Boland bowled a lot of overs. And the World Test Championship, you know, you've got to win every home test, haven't you? Maximise your points.
Gone to a backwards square. Stark to Stokes, leaves. That was a well-pitched delivery. Seemed to do a bit, Flem.
Well bowled. He's in the groove here now. Just outside off stump. Really good length. I love it, the way they're bringing the English batsmen forward.
Yeah, this is around this time yesterday where Usman Khawaja was just cutting for fun. The lengths were so bad from England in this middle session. After they got the double breakthrough as well, you won't see that from Australia, will you?
Stark has got Stokes 11 times in his Test career. Cummins just took root for the 12th time. Stark to Stokes, and again he's leaving. Discipline stuff to that grooved line outside the off stump.
Just on those English journals, Gerard, there are quite a few have never seen England win a Test match. Yeah, I've written about England winning a Test match on Australian soil. This is their 4th tour. So, yeah, it can't be an easy job. At least when we go there, we get to write about Australia winning a Test, even if not the series.
Yeah. That's, we were just recounting the 90s with Shannon Gill and Know Your History. England would win Test matches in the 90s, even when they were completely overwhelmed by Australia. But 5-0, 4-0, 4-0, 2-0, and right up against it here in Adelaide. The Stark bowls to Stokes. He has to play this time. Runs the ball to Gully. Good piece of fielding out to his left by Green. Giving away nothing.
Another good delivery, isn't it? Barely a bad ball here from Australia. And just good variety in the attack. You know, Stark, who's been the dominant bowler in this series. Nathan Lyon having impact for the first time. Cummins, first Test match. Boland will give nothing away because they'll change their philosophy. The philosophy coming into this series, let's hit him out of the attack, which they did Perth in the first innings. If they're waiting for a bad ball from Scott Boland, it's not coming.
Stark to round out his over. No, doesn't get there. Stokes just pulls out. Being distracted by something on the way. All the English commentary for AIA, protect what matters, do it for life with AIA. There'll be a glum sense that will have descended as the idea of England making 500 was pretty rich when Australia were all out for 371, but 4 for 81 is the reality, a sober reality at that. Last ball of the over. Stark to Stokes. Defends out to Gully once more. 4 for 81. The Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless. Adam Collins will come in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the Great Australian Brew.
G'day, it's Alex Carey. The new Goodwee ESA battery is a game changer with leading performance and safety. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off, on top of the federal rebate exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee batteries from Solar Heart, and for Octet Smart Business Finance. Adam Collins jumping in. Flem and Baz with me. 1 wicket since lunch. The kickpin route caught behind from the bowling of Cummins for 19. Here is Brook facing line, goes back and places it to deep square leg where there's a single. It's 15. It's 4 for 82.
Bumped into your podcast co-host in the elevator after lunch, Flem. He said, Glenn McGrath said, spinners don't count, I'm still number 1.
Yeah, fair call. Still the leading Australian fast bowler of all time.
He popped his head in here before when you were on air going, when's Flem off? I want to talk to Flem.
Yeah.
So you'll see him very soon when you're finishing up here. Nathan Lyon bowling to Stokes on 5. Silly point in. Defends to that man under the lid, Travis Head. We heard from the Aussies last night that they felt like it would nip the pitch. And who's better in the world, a little bit of nip than Pat Cummins?
Yeah.
What a performance so far.
Just hitting the pitch so hard.
Round the wicket, Lyon bowls to Stokes on 5. He'll stay there with a lunging defensive prod. Smothering
bowling. Yeah. Getting reaching for the ball. It's an uncomfortable position. When you're playing a spinner, you're relying on the bounce to be consistent and the spin not being extreme.
One man back on the leg side. Lyon bowls. Stokes won't get the chance to use that man. He's got to knock it to silly point. Every ball asking a good question here.
It's a defense with such hard hands, Ben Stokes. So Nathan Lyon will just feel like he's in the game. It's just those 2 early wickets, right? The confidence with which he's bowled ever since.
Cummins is talking a lot to Nathan Lyon. It's a group effort from the Australians here.
Yamada through the effects mark as well. Lyon to left, wide of the crease, bowls to Stokes, well forward. Again, smothering any spin there might be to Travis Head, who completes a one-handed crowd catch.
Real nice, guys. Come on, mate. I just don't think how often he's stood that first slip to Nathan Lyon. Not too often.
Occasionally around the corner at leg slip since Warner retired, but yep, no Smith this week. Lyon bowls. Stokes from the leg stump line has to come forward and defend again. An over of the highest quality from Nathan Lyon. 4 for 82. Stokes 5, Brook 15. It's on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
Need a smarter way to manage business finance? Octet's innovative supply chain payments platform helps you power business transactions locally and overseas with a line of credit and flexible repayment terms. Visit octet.com, that's OCTET.com.
Lending criteria and conditions may apply.
Mitchell Stark getting some running repairs, which will give me the chance to come to Tom Morris for the Cobram Estate Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Colo, you're talking about how much the pitch was going to nip today. So the higher the pitch fizz rating, the more difficult it is to bat on.
Yeah.
So yesterday, session 1, it was 4.8, considered quite difficult to bat on. Session 1 today, 2.7. So it's almost halved between yesterday and today.
They're actually going to take the formal drinks break. It might be one of these sessions where they're going to take 2 owing to the heat. It wasn't told to us before, but we'll go with that. It'll be a drinks break after about 37 minutes of play for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. And on the Capital.com scoreboard, fast, smart, seamless, there's been 1 wicket since the lunch break. That was Joe Root, caught behind by Pat Cummins for 19. His 311th test wicket. He put on 29 with Harry Brook. It was 4 for 71. Now they've moved to 4 for 82. And we'll take a break here at Adelaide Oval. Back in a moment.
Spec-Rite Merbau decking comes pre-oiled, which means it's already primed and ready for installation, saving you time, improving stability and protecting the timber from moisture and UV. For a great finish on your deck, start with Spec-Rite pre-oiled Merbau decking, available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Secure your home with the Eufy PoE system. Its revolutionary dual-camera design delivers 24/7 monitoring with fixed wide-angle views plus automatic tracking. No blind spots, no missed details. Just reliable protection for true peace of mind. Visit eufy.com/au.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Looking for the best coffee and lunch on the run? How's that? Your local Shell OTR delivers. And join a paid clinical trial at CMAX and help advance the future of healthcare.
Hi, Jamie Dury here. The days of getting home on a hot day to a hot house are over, with my Dear Air Conditioners giving you up to a 7-star energy rating. Request a quote from your local AC installer or visit the My Dear website to learn more. T's and C's apply.
Since Ray White opened their door over 120 years ago, they've helped their clients open thousands of doors of their own. When you're ready to open the door to commercial real estate, no one's better than Ray White Commercial. Learn more. Visit raywhitecommercial.com.
Ozito brushless power tools, tested by grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito, home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
All the information is telling you on the balance probabilities it's out. Roots edges, he's out now. Cummins has got him caught behind. Oh, he has made an impact. Cummins, first up, he's got 2. They're both lovely dismissals.
They certainly were. Pat Cummins in the book twice. 2 wickets for the returning captain, advancing from 309 to 311 test wickets in the process. 2 of the 4 to fall, 4 for 82. This drinks break continues. I think Mitchell Stark was getting some tape. Looks like on a knee. And Harry Brook was laying down on his back. Not the first time we've seen him laying down since he started his innings. Is he crooked? I mean, feels like he's not well. Because otherwise he wouldn't be laying down. That's an odd thing to be doing.
Yeah, it looked like he was having a nap.
Yeah.
Before the start of this session, just near the boundary ropes outside the, where the dugouts are, near the members, the western side of the ground, and he's on his feet now. Ben Stokes ran off for a toilet break.
So a fair bit of time being taken out of the game in this middle session for Rogers Willox, trusted trailer solutions. It'll make things a little bit easier for Australia too with their bowling rotations, because of course all of this time won't count to their over 8, so they can play things on their terms on a very, very hot day.
Yeah, and subtle differences between Test cricket here and in the subcontinent, right, Adam? In the subcontinent, you would have seen people walking out with umbrellas.
Yeah, the chairs, the umbrellas, the
fans.
The fans they bring out during a drinks break. We're nearly good to go with Mitchell Starc. He's bowled 6 wicketless overs. I know Tommy's got some other Cummins bits and bobs for us as well for Cobram Estate, Australia extra virgin olive oil. We'll grab them as we go. Starc just being held here as Harry Brook takes a moment to gather himself. 2 slips in a gully behind him. Deep point. Cover mid-off, deepish, mid-on. 2 men back for the short ball. Starc in, over the wicket, Cathedral end. Brook edging, but from the outside part of the bat, it bounces in front of Cameron Green. Balloons over his hand, they get through for a run. Marnus Labuschagne does the tidying up. Brook to 16, 4 for 83.
Just threw his hands at the ball there, Harry Brook, like he does. So Starc wouldn't mind that. Tommy?
Baz ball. So, looking at Joe Root and who he's been dismissed by in Test cricket. So, Pat Cummins is now number 1, 12 times. Mitchell Starc, Jasper Bumrah and Josh Hazlewood are next. So 4 pretty good bowlers. But when you look at those 12 dismissals that Cummins has got him, they've come for about 290 runs at an average of, at a strike rate of just over 50. So Cummins does target the big fish, much like Glenn McGrath once did, Colo.
Yeah, it's a good comparison. Kingpin. So here is Starc, the man who got the wood on. Stokes hits him in the helmet. Short ball, and Stokes leant back and tried to get rid of it. And he stands up and they have a chat in the middle of the pitch just to clarify that he's okay. And Stokes is like, yep, no worries. They'll do a concussion test. They have to. They're mandated with that now. But watching it back on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, that's hit him just on the back of the lid near where those extra bits of padding are these days. As I welcome Lisa Sthalekar as well for Eufy POE Systems. Professional grade security for complete home protection. Lise.
I'd just like to say that's the reason why those guards are put in place.
Yep.
Because if it wasn't there, it would have absolutely got him flush the back of his neck, which is obviously a very bad area. But one thing that was noticeable just there, Ben Stokes is going back to Mitch Starc going, yep, I'm okay. Didn't take his helmet off. He's like, I'm here for the fight. I'm not letting you know I'm hurt or that you got one up on me.
So they're going through the formal process now, which will take some time. So another delay, only 2 balls after the previous one. Stokes is 5 from 25. Our numbers for pay.com.au, points for business.
And I think a new helmet is being brought out as well. Looks like it's in a nice yellow cloth bag.
Oh, gosh, seeing it back on the screen again. That was rapid from Starc. It was a brutal bouncer that actually went. What did for Stokes there is that it pitched on about middle and it went away from him. And thus, when he was moving his head, it went into the line of the ball.
And took his eyes off it. So Ben Stokes is stuck with the same helmet. So
there was a time when you were forced to change it.
Yeah, exactly.
As long as the shell, there's no cracks or anything like that, then you can continue.
So Starc and Stokes, it's been a great rivalry that in recent times will really throughout their journey in the international game. Stark's had the wood on him 11 times at 19, both times at Perth a couple of weeks ago. Stokes just takes guard again. Short legs now in too. Prepares to go again. Starc from the top of his mark on the way. Bowls to Stokes here. Stokes from the middle stump line pushes out to cover point. There's no single.
I just feel like Starc has Stokes exactly where he wants him. So he's just dragging him forward, and then slipped in that bouncer. And he's back to once again just taking further and further away from that off stump.
He's been so rhythmical today, Starc, albeit without taking a wicket. An average speed of 145 kilometres an hour. That short leg set, decent way back, 2 pitches over. Starc Halfway through, bowls to Stokes on the front foot, pushing to mid-on where there won't be a run.
Simon Katich spoke about the gulf in class of these two bowling attacks. Just in the last 10 or 15 minutes, you can see it really come through. There's nothing on offer for the English batters at all. They've been made to work for every single run.
Actually, just after lunch, I went down and had a look at the graphics and the pitch maps and wanted to kind of get a gauge. Like 14 odd overs had been bowled by the Australian quicks. What was that like for England? So much fuller. Pat Cummins hadn't bowled a bouncer at that stage. So it's understanding what the conditions are, and where you need to bowl.
Stark delivers to Stokes. Leg stump line turned out to deep square leg where there's a fielder on the eastern side of the ground. 2 singles in the over, 4 for 84. Stokes now 6 from 28, so all signs pointing towards a similar kind of innings to what he played last week at Brisbane.
And to your point, Lisa, that's exactly what Pat Cummins spoke about as well before this test, when I remember asking him in the press conference about, what have you made of your team, like having sat on the sidelines. And he said, we just know how to win on Australian pitches. We just find ways. And, so much talk about the way England bat, but it's just not easy against this Australian attack in Australian conditions.
2 of the big 4 back this week as well, of course, Cummins and Lyon, making it that much harder for England, who there is so much scrutiny on already. He's going to go round the wicket here, change of angle to Brook. That's of note, left arm round for 1 ball, bowls it here, middle stump line, push to mid-on, quick single and through, takes on Boland. So Brook will keep the strike. He's got a start. He's 17, 3 runs from the over. England 4 for 85 on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
G'day there, still got that vehicle fire causing delays on the north-south motorway, northbound after the Port River Expressway entry. It's very heavy getting through, might be best to avoid the area entirely. Urgent electrical works underway in Clarence Gardens on Cross Road near East Avenue and works in Queenstown on Port Road near Weber Streets. Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today. Chad Corns joins SENSA Breakfast with Bix and Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes, 1800 6464 64. Nathan Lyon. Twirling away from our southern end. Bowls here to Brook on 17 from 21. Delivers and Brook goes back and places it between short leg and mid wicket for 1 to the man at deep square leg. He's 18, 4 for 86. Nathan Lyon, 2 for 25 from 7.1.
Just looking at the difference between Lyon and Jax, and for me, one thing that Jax does is he's got that extra height, which means he's got that extra bounce, but he actually bowls past the perpendicular slightly, which means that if he's bowling to a right-hander, everything starts to kind of fade into his pads and keeps going.
Lyon to Stokes, got the silly .4 in, continues the battle, and he places it out to cover off the front foot. He's giving it his absolute best to get through Lyon here. Whereas
Nathan Lyon bowls at probably 1 o'clock on the dial, if you can kind of imagine that. So he actually gets some drift in or away from a right-hander, and then it turns. Lyon bowls round the wicket to Stokes, who's in behind it safely. Beautiful length from Lyon, just giving himself the chance to keep the stumps in play if Stokes were to miss. And if you look at Ben Duckett's dismissal as a prime example, he thought it was coming in to about middle stump. It pitches and then goes away and hits the top of off. So much drift watching it back. Bowls again to Stokes, a fraction shorter, but he's still on the front foot, has to defend. Now, I'm not saying Will Jax is a genuine part-timer. I think he's a little bit more, but there's a difference between a Test cricketer who's got the second most wickets for Australia. Line up, Barmy Army chanting. Bowls to Stokes, finally gets to go back, but cuts it straight to point. And I say he has the chance to go back. Had he missed it, it still would have been just about bail height. So Lyon at 90 kilometres an hour, pushing that one through too. It's just amazing how he comes into the game and imparts himself straight away. Last ball line, classy spell this. To Stokes, who again has to defend to cover. These are quality dot balls from Nathan Lyon, building the pressure, 4 for 86, 6 for Stokes, 18 for Brook. That's on the Capital.com scoreboard. Fast, smart, seamless.
Bus Stop Films' accessible filmmaking program assists people with intellectual disability or autism to gain skills, confidence and employment support. Apply today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
A bowling change for Australia for RSEA Safety, trusted by tradies across Australia. It's Scotty Boland. He bowled 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 5 before lunch. Found his spot straight away, and this is the great position Cummins is in. He can rotate his bowlers as he wishes. As the Barmy Army lift the volume on the hill there underneath the old scoreboard. That's the direction the Boland's coming from. Into Brook, 2 slips to gully, bowls here, and Brook goes back and deflects straight to green in the gully, cutting it off, moving to his left. It's always a good sign of how in trouble England are as to how long this chat goes for. I've heard it go for hours of a time when they're really in the hole. Yeah,
that's when they have nothing to cheer for.
When they have nothing to cheer for,
nobody to sing about. When it's a generic Barmy Army song, that means they're talking about themselves, not the team.
Yes. They had that good one they used to do with the left side, the right side, the middle.
Oh, yes, yeah.
I don't know why they've shelved that. Maybe at Melbourne when they've got more seats. Boland, up passing umpire Raza, bowls to Brook here, close to the stumps, has no choice but to come forward and defend.
Yeah, I spoke about the English journals earlier, Adam. The moment Joe Root got out, there was a sense of dread in that press box going, oh my God, because there are some who are on their first tours, others on their 5th tour. A lot of them have never written about England winning a single test here. And it's the same with the Barmy Army fans as well. It's 30 years since the Barmy Army was formed?
Yeah, they started on, well, Fleming and I were talking earlier about that Melbourne test in '94, my first test match I went to. That's when the Barmy Army they started sort of there. Boland delivers here and Brook pushes into the onside, wide and mid on. They get one, throw at the non-striker's end, doesn't hit, would have been interesting. The captain Cummins has pulled off a run out just like that here at Adelaide back in 2018. Bajara late in the day, not to be here, 4 for 87.
I actually remembered that, and I was going to get in before you.
The one stumps away, Matt, both legs in the air. It was a memorable Pat Cummins fielding moment.
Pajara had batted all day as well.
Yes, he had made a big 100.
Your point there about, England have now lost, what is it? They've had 15 losses and 2 draws since their last win here in Australia. It's a long, long time, and there's Morose down in the lunchroom as well. We were talking about which players might fly home if they lose this week. Who might be on the next BA flight to London, regardless of whether they want to stay or otherwise. Remember they did that to Steve Finn many years ago, the unselectable day. Maybe they might find a ticket for a couple of the squad members who aren't performing. Here is Boland over the wicket. Stokes facing him for the first time in the match. Defending from your stump line to mid-off, where just for a moment, Brook was coming and Cummins had the chance to pull off an indoor cricket style run out. A pick up and flick, but Stokes wisely went back and he didn't hit the stumps anyway.
Yeah, it was sliding in. But yeah, the consensus in that English press pack was, well, if this test match goes the way it looks like it's going, then they better lose 5-0. We don't want them to win any test then. It'll be easier to write about.
It's going to be...
After this ball, got 2 left in the over. Boland delivers over the wicket. Stokes presses forward to mid-wicket. They run.
It is going to be fascinating, the aftermath, if that occurs. Simply because ECB and Rob Keys has literally invested everything into this squad. Ben Stokes, Baz McCullum, they've given them everything they've ever wanted. I don't think there's anything that they've said, no, you can't have that. So if everything goes pear-shaped, then there's a lot of people that will no longer be working.
Boland away from the Barmy Army. Last ball of the over. Stokes drives down the ground, checks the off drive, times it well enough that it should make the rope. It's a long corner of the ground, and it does. Really nicely played. That's Stokes' first boundary. He'll move to double figures with it. At the end of the over, England are 4 for 91. That's on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected Shark Bite Max.
Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket, now at Harvey Norman. Super deals on top trending gifts. Shop headphones, smartwatches, speakers, coffee machines, RoboVax, mobiles and more. If it's presence and power you're after, you can't go past the Toyota Tundra. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
That boundary before the break was for Azito. Brushless power tools do you. Can Ben Stokes make a meaningful contribution here? The average is only 27 in Australia. That 100 at Perth feels an eternity ago in 2013 in the third test of that series. How do you make Australia work for it? Alongside Harry Brook. Lyon bowling to Brook here. Slip in position, short leg gone. Delivers, and Lyon from the leg stump line is turned into the onside, no run.
Yeah, to your point, Lisa, I know nothing about parenting. I'll start by saying that. It's like all the other kids are going to, and the county cricket seems to be that, to this nice little school that everybody else goes to, getting a normal education.
Lyon bouncing away and in and bowling a bit wider on the crease, and Brook goes back, inside edge, out to square leg, it'll spit, but from our vantage point, it looked like that was on target.
Oh, yes.
Just saved by the blade. We'll see it back on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Spinning hard.
Oh, yes.
Might have clipped the off stump, but you're seeing Lyon already generating heaps of purchase from the surface lease. He goes again. Lyon, gorgeous spell this. Bowls to Brook, who goes back and defends off the middle stump line.
Yeah, and this English team is like, they've decided we'll homeschool these kids. We'll be the same ones. And let's see if it works out.
Yeah.
Put that in your article tonight, Baz. Lyon in again, bowls to Brook, a little bit fuller, leg up line, turn around the corner. Travis Head's the man they take on and do so easily. 20 for Brook, 4 for 92, 1 left in the over.
To be fair, the Australian team almost went down the same path. Well, we want the best 6 batters. We don't care where they bat. We'll figure it out ourselves, and that's why there's been great debate yesterday about Cam Green and where does he slot in. Like that, they have literally wrapped him up in cotton wool to ensure that he gets the best positions, best places within the side.
Lyon to Stokes for the first time in this over. Bowls here, middle stump line. Stokes, bat and pad glued together as they have to be when Lyon's bowling on that angle. This is drift, purchase, and everything you want from a finger spinner. Box office stuff. Lyon to the England captain. Last ball in this over, his 9th. Short legs back, bowls here. Stokes gets forward and thumps it out to the waiting Josh Inglis, who plays along with the crowd for the crowd catch. Of course, it was thumped into the turf. Ends the over. Lions bowled 9 of them, 2 for 27 at 4 for 92. That's on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected. Shark Bite max. Stokes 10, Brook 20.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we all call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
The Ashes on SEN for our great mates at Henley Homes. 1800 64 64 64. Sure Tony and the team are listening back in Melbourne. They'll be enjoying the work of Scotty Boland at the Cathedral end. On the way here to Harry Brook. 2 slips in the gully. Bowls here and defends. It feels like Marnus Labuschagne has come up about 2 metres.
I was going to say he's well in front of the keeper, which second slip's normally in line with the wicket keeper.
Has any second slip in the world done that since Steve Smith's finger got cut in half at Lord's earlier this year? It feels like everyone's been more conservative, but now Labuschagne is sensing the moment here.
I don't mind that, but maybe put a helmet on if you're going to take an extra couple of steps, because it's pure reaction.
Yeah, and I think it's Marnus doing it on his own. I kept an eye on him before the start of the innings.
So Boland's up with that configuration again. Bowls to Brook, who defends and is not far away from the woodwork as it trickles back. Brook thrust his head back and where's it gone, but it was fine. Another dot ball from Boland, a lot of them so far.
Another inside edge from Harry Brook. Yes, Ben Stokes just down the pitch having a bit of a couple of words with Harry Brook. Yeah, so Marnus wasn't really, he's never stood at second slip before, or not much anyway in Test cricket. So you could see had a chat with Usman Khwaja. Those two have stood together for Queensland. That's the combination. That's the configuration.
It was 139 kilometres an hour from Boland, right at the top of his speed range. Bowls here to Brook, who plays late under his eyes to green at gully, no run.
And it felt like Uzi just said, you decide. And then you could see he's moved around in that second slip position. Even to Mitch Stark, he was stood quite further up than before, as by Lisa Sthalekar here shadow practices the Harry Brook, the angle of his bat where it comes down.
Yeah.
Not very happy, are you?
No.
Okay.
See, but I don't even need to speak.
Yes. That's just us, Lisa. Yeah,
very
you
good,
and
sir.
I, very good Indian blood, no?
Cosmopolitan feel on the coverage today, loving it. Here is Boland up, delivering to Brook, who again deflects, but this time gets the angle a little bit squarer, which means that they're able to rotate for an easy single. He's 21 at 4 for 93, remembering that Australia were all out 371, so they're 278 in arrears.
Yeah, I can almost read your mind. It's ara, you're saying, right? The wicket's coming.
It's just the amount of inside edges, right? And it is the angle of the bat that he comes away and then he kind of chops down on the ball. Now, that's okay when you're absolutely flying and you can find the middle of the bat, but when you're still trying to find yourself and the tempo of the game and the speed of the pitch, slight little misfortunes with your timing can be the demise of you as well.
Starks bowled 7 overs, Cummins 6 and Boland in his 5th. Yet to see Cameron Green and Lyon holding up an end, bowled 9 from the southern end. Boland up here, round the wicket to Stokes. Leg stump line, finds the gap at mid-wicket. Bisecting a couple of fielders in that direction, out towards the football stand it runs. It'll be cut off about 1 metre inside the rope. Back for 3, running hard there, Stokes. Moves to 13, 4 for 96.
He's been very good. Anytime the Australians have actually strayed, he's been able to put it away and score runs and keep the pressure on slightly the Aussies, knowing that, look, your loose ball, we're still going to score off it, which is very important.
They spoke a lot between test matches about not absorbing pressure well enough. Well, here's an example of where they are. 25 from 61, and the bowling's of a high quality. So Boland to finish here to Brook on 21, delivers, and Brook outside part of the bat, flashes past Green in the gully, doesn't get a hand on it, down towards deep backward point, cut off at the last. Just inside the rope by Whateley. They'll return for another 3. It'll take Brook to 24, Stokes 13, 4 for 99. That's on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected Shark Bite Max after the break. A change in commentary. Gerard Whateley in for me for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
The new 2.2 litre Isuzu MU-X SUV tows up to 3.5 tonnes. The perfect blend of strength and style. Love how you live. Book a test drive at your Isuzu Ute dealer today.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. England 4 for 98, the sort of attritional cricket that the circumstances demand. There's a change in bowler here as Pat Cummins. He's going to take it up from the Riverbank end. So Nathan Lyon has bowled since lunch. Just a little reprieve for him. Lisa, Simon Katich, hello.
Good afternoon, Gerard, Lisa, all our listeners.
Brook 23, Stokes has the strike, he's on 13. Cummins around the wicket to him, Stokes back foot punch to cover.
We were talking just a little bit earlier before you guys jumped on about Marnus just slightly ahead in that second slip position. Interesting to note that it's also at the other end as well. Sometimes there is a one end that's just a little bit dead and the ball's not carrying through as much, but he seems to feel that it's time to just come up, and because the Aussies would hate a genuine nick that just falls short.
Well, we've seen the 2 that have gone. Alex Carey, obviously one overturned, but the second one only just got there as well.
Stokes defends Cummins.
And that's understandable here in Adelaide, isn't it? As the days progress and the carry starts to go lower and lower. And that's what we're sort of speculating with this hot day today. does it really take so much out of it that it starts to crack under the grass, and then we start getting balls running like we've seen in the past here.
I did see in I think Nathan Lyon's last over, there was one that he bowled a puff of dust that did kind of pop up as well.
Cummins leaves the top of his mark under our broadcast position. Bowls to Stokes, who leaves tight to the off stump. It was a couple of years back, wasn't it, that we saw Smith with a helmet on so far forward in the cordon, so they were just trying to get willing balls to carry to them.
Yeah, historically it's always been one of the harder places to field in the slips. I mean, obviously now it's a drop-in, so there probably has been more carry with the drop-in because of the extra grass on there, particularly for the pink ball test. But you're right, it still gets to that stage when you do get to day 3 and 4 that you start to get those variations.
Stokes is 13 from 42 balls. He faces up to Cummins, who waits on the slower delivery and knocks it away to Gully. No run.
But for me, it looks such a different square to the one that I was used to when I played, because I never played on a drop-in here. Maybe one during the BBL in the sort of final season. But, yeah, during my whole sort of Shield career, up until sort of whenever it was, 2012, it was always the old square. And it just looks so different to what we see out there now. And the way that it's prepared as well with the extra grass.
Cummins bowls Stokes, bouncer, got underneath it. Some slower delivery followed by a bouncer. Les Burdett spoke at a function the night before the test match. So the curators here have almost there's almost sort of a spiritual role around it. There's only ever been 10 head curators in the Sackers history.
It's phenomenal. And I know at the SCG a few years ago when Tommy Parker got presented with for his service, I can't remember what number it was, but I don't think it's too much more at the SCG either.
Correct. There is a real history and an elevation to be part of the test venues.
Last ball of the over. Stokes jammed down it, nearly got onto his stumps. They were 3 excellent balls to finish that over from Pat Cummins, and Stokes narrowly survives. 4 for 98. The Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected Shark Bite Max.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. Lisa Sthalekar and Simon Katich, our experts for UFI POE systems, professional grade security. For complete home protection, it's 4 for 98. How many at the SCG?
9,
Right.
if you include Adam Lewis, who's the current one. 9 in the history, so it's actually less than Adelaide Oval.
Scott Boland begins his new over. Harry Brook has the strike, dances down the pitch, flays him out over extra cover. That's the first moment that Brook has lashed out, and he's gone the journey. Comes up with a 6, brings the 100 up for England. He's controlled himself so well, and when he's gone inside out over cover, he's done it with extreme power. Boundary for Azito brushless power tools, do you?
Well, he's the poster boy for Bazball, and maybe we're starting to witness that now. Maybe they feel like after that first hour, after the lunch break, now's the time. They take some information into account in that first hour, and now he feels like he's ready to cut loose.
He's 29. Bowling back to him. Brook defends the next ball. So they do have that trick at the moment, is where are they going to get their runs from? Because they're not getting after Lyon. Stark and Cummins have bowled so well, so it's almost back to the premeditated. We have to get after Bolans, which they came into the series with.
And this is the beauty Australia have got. They know that if they do get on top of someone, they can just rotate around. They haven't even used Cameron Green yet. So they've got the options to keep mixing and matching it and keep them fresh. They're only bowling 2-3 over spells. So Pat Cummins has got that luxury that Ben Stokes wished he'd had.
Boland's got 2 slips and a gully supporting him. Brook turns off his pads out to deep square. Stark bounds around in the deep. There's no preventing 2. 4 for 106.
Well, I think, Tom, you were talking about how much it seems around, obviously, from a day 2 perspective, and it's pretty much flattened out. So if there was ever a time now, Scott Boland, who kind of lands it on a handkerchief, like we'd like to call it, in that little box, you know roughly where he's going, don't you? So you can move around the crease just to try and upset his rhythm and just take on a bit more of a scoring and not soak up too much pressure. Brook doesn't look like the type of guy that wants to sit around and wait anyway, as much as he's said the right things in the build-up to this test.
Yeah, he's still got to be true to himself the way he plays, and maybe it's just once and over. He might try and do it to unsettle Boland and then revert back to normal for the rest of the over, which is what's happened so far, and he's then been able to pick him off leg side. There's been a change in the field.
Yeah, Cummins wasn't to be idle either. Taken one out of the slips and gone for a close point. Brook playing away from his body, out through cover. Weatherald with a big chase in the deep. He will overhaul it. Playing the angles well. Save a couple of runs. So Brook's to 33.
And that's his strength, Harry Brook. If he gets any sort of width, he loves hitting the ball through point, extra cover. And that's why Australia put the deep mid off straight back to him straight away, because they just want to deny him boundaries. And that's the modern game now. They feel that frustrates these guys that like to score quickly. Take the boundaries away from them and have a few sweepers, and they don't like just nudging around for ones and get impatient.
So Boland looking to answer the challenge. Brook slaps the ball out to the deep point. It's directly to Weatherald, a single taken. So he's got 11 from 5 balls in the over. Stokes will see the last of them.
I mean, that was the tactics, wasn't it, when Australia went to England with the new ball? All of a sudden, hang on, it's not your stock standard 3 slips, a gully. There's a few other guys out on the boundary, which infuriated a lot of past players. It's like, hang on, this isn't Test cricket. Whereas here, they've been probably a little bit more stock standard with their fields, the Aussies.
Look, you can understand the modern players playing this game because they know the mindset better than anyone, because they're the ones out there playing it, and they're playing against these guys year in, year out in all formats. So you can understand why they've started to adapt the game according to how they know that opposition think.
Last ball of Boland's over. He's around the wicket to Stokes, clips off his pads, and he'll find runs through square. Weatherall again cuts the angles well, heads back to the rope and keeps it to 2. So an expensive over. England get a little bit flowing after a stagnant period. 4 for 111, the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected. Shark Bite Max.
Intellectual disability or autism is no barrier at Bus Stop Films. Gain confidence and work-ready skills with their accessible filmmaking program. Apply today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Looking for the best coffee and lunch on the run? How's that? Your local Shell OTR delivers. And join a paid clinical trial at CMAX and help advance the future of healthcare.
13 from the Boland over. England running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite. That's steady, hot and strong. 4 for 111. Brook 34, Stokes 15. Pat Cummins is operating from the riverbank end. A searingly hot Thursday afternoon in the city of Churches. 2 for 27. Cummins begins his over, bowls to Brook, bouncer. Batter stayed out of it. So Les Burdett spoke. It was a masterclass for the travelling fans. 850 in to hear it. And he spoke, I think my favourite part, he spoke about the pitch as a plant. He called it the plant. And he told the story of the history of drop-ins and how the technology changed from VFL Park for World Series and then what was put in at the MCG, where there was a concrete tray that they were all placed into. So the roots never got through what they'd grown. They would stop and go horizontal, dead essentially across the concrete base. Cummins bowls to Brook, who's forward, defending the ball down to long off for a single. And that's why the MCG pitches progressively died, and we had those 2 wretched summers against England and India with interminable test matches. The technology had changed by the time they built the square here, where there was no solid base, so the plant's roots can go down progressively through the season and take up in the turf. The movement of moisture, and when they lift them out, they rip them out of the turf through the cranes, and they'll have roots hanging down 2 or 3 feet underneath that have gone down into the ground across the 4 or 5 months that they've been in. And that this is the best drop-in pitch in the world. Cummins bowls to Stokes for defending, which is why Damien Hoff has been in demand in the US, because they have perfected what they've done. Victoria, the MCC under Stuart Fox, learnt these lessons, made the necessary changes, and that's why the MCG pitch is revitalised in the past 4 or 5 seasons.
And Matt Page, who has gone to the MCG to be part of that process, he was part of the Optus Stadium drop-ins being prepared, and I think they were prepared across the road at Gloucester Park at one stage, and they did all the testing there, and you'd argue that those drop-ins now have become very good for Test cricket as well.
Cummins bowls to Stokes, defence.
And not worthy of a 2-day test. That was purely more down to the pressure involved in the first test of a hyped-up series and some inexperience and some indiscriminate shots. So, you know, when you look at that test match, that test, or that wicket in particular, and when you see Australia's second innings in that test, that was better than a 2-day test, that wicket. Or in my opinion, it was.
Because the square was always so sacred here, there was that question with the drop-ins. There was a legitimate fear as to whether it would change or ruin the nature of cricket at the ground, but it hasn't at all. Cummins to Stokes, bouncer underneath with the captain.
And now moving forward, the big question is going to be around the Gabba, because obviously with the move to a new stadium and being multi-purpose, it sounds like it will become a drop-in surface.
The Queensland Premier expressed a preference for natural pitches, but there's no way known in a new stadium, given the commercial demands, the heft of the AFL and other. There's no way known you'll get a natural square in a new stadium.
So that would mean only the SCG is the last one.
Yeah, and if the pitches at the SCG stay the same, there's no excuse to keep. It's been a wretched square for years now. Stokes rides the bounce and keeps it down under his eyes. 4 for 112, the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected Shark Bite Max.
Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
At AIA, we're for the doers. Whatever your do is, and wherever you do it, we'll help you do it for life. AIA, health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. To learn more, search AIA Australia.
England has reduced the deficit to 259. They're 4 for 112. This session is for Rogers Willex, manufacturing since 1896. Pat Cummins has just tagged out for a moment. He's headed down to the rooms for a breather. It's probably the second drinks break of this session coming up at the end of this over.
And Gerard, I assume, just talking about those pitches and drop-ins, that I assume the new stadium down in Hobart will be the same?
Yep. Scott Boland took some tap in his previous over. He bowls to Brooke. He's on the pads, just brushed on the way through on the pads, landed short of Carey on the dive to his left.
And that stadium has plans for a roof?
Yes, yep. So it would definitely be a roof stadium now that the legislation's passed Parliament. There were a couple of adjustments to the original design that needed to be made for it to be suitable for cricket, and I think everyone will now work together. Initially, Tasmanian cricket didn't want to be part of the new stadium, but with David Byrne as chairman, and they saw the light and realised that this is the future. Yeah. So, absolutely, they'll have their cricket headquarters as part of it. Brooke for defending.
And would that make a bigger case for more test matches down there?
I think it would, and this is where...
Especially with the roof, right? Rain's not going to be an issue.
And I think this plays for cricket is if you've got MCG, one of the world's great stadium, Adelaide Oval, the prettiest cricket ground in the world, new stadium in Queensland, new stadium in Tasmania, new stadium in Western Australia, there has to be pressure on the SCG, the Sydney Trust, to spend the money that's necessary there. It's a rejuvenate a venue that's a bit clapped out. Brooke defends forward, and Cricket Australia will have that. They'll never threaten, but they'll have a look around what's happening in this country, never mind the world. Is that Brawangle stand. You have to do something about that, the O'Reilly stand. So all the money got spent next door with the knockdown and the rebuild of the football stadium. And cricket missed out completely. There's going to need to be a serious push in New South Wales to bring the SCG somewhere near modern standards, which is clearly not. It's got its charms and its beauties, but this ground is so much more than that now. Boland's got a good over going. Brook defends. He was looking to turn to the leg. There was a risk of a leading edge there. Causes the batter a moment of pause.
Yeah, no, it's a fair point, because having been there recently for a few clinics and for some of the sponsor functions, people that go there for the first time, cricket lovers that maybe haven't been in the members stand or haven't been into the dressing rooms, they absolutely love the history of it, and it is very, very special. But then there's part of it that does need work when you look at and compare it to this sort of venue and Optus Stadium and the like.
Boland to Brook, full ball, punched away to mid-on, no run.
And one thing I did notice, happened to be out in the middle for these clinics, the square was in the best condition I've ever seen it, even during my playing days, because it was just lush, because we've had so much rain there at different stages and then some nice hot weather. The square is just in immaculate condition. But then when you look at the Shield results this year, there's been some, if you haven't batted first and got a decent score on the board, you're batting day 2, day 3. Some of these games have been over by day 3. And Steve Smith's game that he played, both times out for 120.
Brook plays away to the deep point and gets a single off the last ball of the over. A good one from Scott Boland. 36 up for Brook, 4 for 113. We are going to take the additional drinks break here. For Bundaberg Ginger Beer, treat yourself this summer with an ice-cold Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au it instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow and simplify your business payments. So pay.com.au it and start earning rewards today.
Don't get caught out by skills shortages. Build a great team with MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Offering local advice and ongoing support, they'll make sure your investment pays off. So speak to the experts at MEGT.com.au.
Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD, AFSL 513393.
The new 2.2-litre Isuzu D-Max tows up to 3.5 tonnes, meaning more than ever, adventure is everywhere. Go find yours in the new Isuzu D-Max. Visit your Isuzu U dealer today.
G'day, it's Alex Carey. The new Goodwee ESA battery is a game changer with leading performance and safety. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off, on top of the federal rebate exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au.
T's and C's apply.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD, AFSL 513393.
Root edges, he's out now. Cummins has got him caught behind. Oh, he has made an impact. Cummins, first up.
Boland away from the Barmy Army. Last ball of the over. Stokes drives down the ground, checks the off drive. Times it well enough that it should make the rope.
Harry Brook has the strike, dances down the pitch, flays him out over extra cover. That's the first moment that Brook has lashed out, and he's gone the journey. Bundaberg Ginger Beer drinks break. Treat yourself this summer with an ice-cold Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. 4 for 113 England. The leading wicket takers, they share the mantle at the moment. Program commercial painting hit, painting maintenance for 6. Cummins 2 for 28, Lyon 2 for 27. And a leading run scorer for TAC Drink Driving. How your holiday ends is your choice. Harry Brook is 36, not out. Duckett 29, gone. Root 19, gone. Stokes is 15, not out. So this is everybody's suffering out in the middle, Simon, and the cricket is pretty well matched that, other than the one over where Brook got hold of Boland.
Yeah, it's been a fascinating session so far, and I think these two have really knuckled down and showed their leadership in terms of absorbing for a period of time, and then that last little sort of 15-minute period before the drinks break, it feels like Harry Brook wants to start to put some pressure back, and he's earned the right to do that. So at least he's played the percentage play, got himself in, and now he looks like he wants to hit the ball more often than not, where he was quite watchful in the first part of that session. But the little break now is exactly what Australia needed to try and get a lapse in concentration and see if they can get an inroad now before the tea break.
Lions going to come back into the attack from the Riverbank end. This session is for Rogers Willex Manufacturing since 1896. Tom Morris has the good oil for Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil.
So Ben Stokes has now faced Lyon in as many innings in Australia as he has in England. So you can compare how he goes against him on these shores and how he goes against him at home. But it's not the same record. In Australia, he averages 36 against him. In England, he averages 58 against him. So clearly boosted by a couple of those miraculous innings overseas. But Nathan Lyon has a far better record against him here in Australia.
All right, so Lyon, 9 overs, 2 for 27. Just given 20 minutes off by the captain at the Riverbank end. He's going to pick things up.
It's now 40 degrees as well, Gerard. 40.2.
Most of the electronics here at the ground have melted.
As long as the radio hasn't.
Stuck in a lift for a little while.
Oh, we?
Air conditioning's down.
Who are we in the lift with?
The BBC.
All right.
We swapped notes on the contested catch.
Oh, yeah. You thought it was out?
Oh, I thought it was clearly out.
Yeah.
I think there's benefit of the doubt and then there's inventing doubt.
Yeah.
And that invented doubt is if you married up all the angles, the gloves encased the ball. And there was no evidence of the ball hitting the ground. Quite the opposite is if you married up all the angles, you say what in all probability happened. You know, he took the catch, so that doesn't default to benefit of the doubt. That's just making it up. Lyon bowls to Brooks, start after drinks, and he defends immediately.
And that's how we sort of explained it at the time. We all thought, oh, that's out. But then as it went on and zoomed in closer and closer, we started to get a little bit more doubt. And as you say, it basically was done to prove that there was doubt.
Yeah, and this is what cricket does. This is not an isolated moment. I don't want it to be misunderstood. Brook back, plays out to point and gets a run to the deep sweeper. His cricket has a chronic problem with these catches. Instead of going, in all probability, what happened, it just searches for reasons to give it not out. And that is the wrong approach to take. Is you go, in all likelihood, what happened here? There's a limitation on what you can pick up from the technology. But once you had the angle from side on, which showed the gloves together underneath, and then you extrapolate that with the angle you were getting front on, you go, the ball bounced on the glove, not on the ground. There's no way it could have touched the ground if you married up the two angles. Stokes is on 15. He's back to cut. He won't beat point.
I like this from Lyon here too. Previously, when he bowled to Stokes, deep point was out. Now he's up. So he wants Stokes to cut, and he wants him to potentially cut off the stumps.
Lyon is coming around the wicket to him. Back to cut off the stumps, just like that. He'll get a single out at cover, whether or dives away to his left to make sure that it is no more. 4 for 115.
And that's the beauty of bringing the field up. You've got to give something up in order to gain something back. And to get Ben Stokes to look for a 4 that might not be on and to bring about a dismissal, that's what they're trying to do here, straight after a break. Looking for that lapse after a break. It's hot, preying on that.
44-run partnership from 90 balls. Lyon forces Brook back to defend. The stats are for pay.com.au. Points for business.
And now coming around the wickets of Brook, it's more about, they know that he's going, they want to sort of slow him down and force him to make an error from trying to make something of nothing here. So cover's open, but he's plugging up the leg side.
Last ball of the over. Brook plays back, turns to leg and gets a single to backward square. 4 for 116. The Shark Bite scoreboard, plumbing perfected. Shark Bite Max. Adam Collins will come in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
If delayed payments are straining your business, don't worry. Octet's tailored invoice finance solutions keep your business cash flow moving. Get quick access to up to 85% of your unpaid invoices as a cash advance without real estate security. Visit octet.com.
Leading criteria and conditions may apply.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
It was 3 for 59 at lunch. It's now 4 for 116. The one wicket to fall was Joe Root not long after the long break, caught behind the bowling of Pat Cummins for 19. 4 for 71. They've advanced steadily. Dare I say it, it has been a relatively quiet passage of play. Haven't said that too often throughout the series. Our coverage is for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Hub and for Octet Smart Business Finance. G'day, Kat.
Good afternoon, Colo. All our listeners. It's been absorbing Test cricket, this partnership. There's a lot of fight being shown by these the two leaders of the England team.
And Stark returns to the attack. Bowls here, left arm over, first ball to Brooks. Pushed out towards point. They get through for a single. Labuschagne races around to do the fielding. So Stark bowled a one-over spell earlier, and they got Boland back in. Now Stark returns.
And I'm really liking the tempo of Harry Brooks' innings. You know, he's still scoring quickly. He's 39 off 52. He naturally scores quickly because he's a stroke player, but he's been a lot more watchful, a lot more circumspect. He's happy to just knock it around for ones now. But then there was a period where he did try and put a little bit of pressure back on Boland in particular. But now he's reined it in a little bit. First ball against Stark. Have a look. Get settled again. And potentially attack him a little bit more towards the end of the spell, knowing that these spells now are only 3 overs max.
Yeah, that's the other job for Pat Cummins, the captain. Short, sharp bursts. Stark in here. Can he rev it up to Stokes? Delivers. Pushes out to point quick. He singles Stokes to the danger end. He dives and he probably didn't need to, but it did hit him on the way through the ball, possibly on the arm. Cat spotted something.
And that was Nisa at cover. So he's on 4. Is it Marnus Labuschagne who's off?
Labuschagne was cruising around at backward point a couple of balls ago.
Someone else is off.
So we'll do process of elimination here. There's Labuschagne. Where's...
Boland might be off.
Yeah.
I don't reckon Scotty Boland's out there.
Yeah, good shout.
He's probably freshening up after a spell. But sharp bit of work from Nisa.
I mean, there was a single there, watching it back on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. There was one there, but only just. Back to Brook on 39. Stark up to him here. Cathedral end, delivers, deflects. Cameron Green diving to his left, cuts it off. It would have been 4 otherwise. It bounced about 3 metres in front of him, so we got a good sight of it. It was still athletic fielding, and Green is immediately heading towards the dressing room. Now, did that do something to a finger or indeed his webbing? We'll need to see it again. Well, so he took it in his left hand.
And his left hand's already heavily strapped.
So he's straight off the ground. There'll be another sub required for Australia, all happening here at Adelaide Oval. So Bo Webster galloping onto the ground, I believe.
Good pace.
Not a bad person to have slotting into gully, Bo Webster, one of the better cordon fielders going around.
Webster in Green out would have a few people interested at the moment.
Yeah, well put, Tommy Morris. Marshall Batteries, holler for a Marshall Battery. So Khawaja up quite close at slip, in front of Carey indeed. Stark bowls here, playing a miss from Brook. Just died into the gloves as it trailed away. Beautiful bowling.
Yeah. Very good bowling, but that's a nothing shot from Harry Brook. That's asking for trouble, that. It's planting the front foot and just wafting at it, playing a shot that's not on. That ball is not short enough to be guiding down to third man. He's lucky he didn't nick that straight through to Alex Carey. That was a whisker away from presenting a very simple catch. And given that there's a first slip, a gully, and 2 gullies really, it's not really a high percentage shot at this stage.
Especially when they've got a partnership going at 47. He's up to 39. Needs to be a senior player here, Harry Brook, the vice-captain out there with his skipper. Stark up to him here and bowls, and he cuts down hard, more convincingly, through backward point for 4. Got all of that scorched across the Adelaide turf. It takes Brook into the 40s, 43 for him, 4 for 122, the visitors.
Well, the difference with that shot then was it was a lot more decisive, but I think when you look at the shot, he gets back a lot further, deeper in his crease, whereas the ball before he pushed forward to, and as a result, a little bit more width on offer, fractionally shorter, so had a little bit more to work with, and then it's hammered away behind point for 4.
Reminder of his class there. Such a terrific start to his Test career. 51 partnership now between this pair. Stark bowls to Brook, who's in behind it defensively. So 6 runs from the Stark over. Brook 43, Stokes 17. 4 for 122. And that is on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected. Shark Bite Max. So that 50 stand brought up with the boundary. Mitchell Stark cranking it up to 147 kilometres an hour. We've got Tom Morris with his hand up as well. Marshall Batteries mobile and store service. Holler for a Marshall Battery. Tom,
what is it about around the grounds, Colo? If you don't know the score, look away now.
Okay, galloping gasometer. Tom Morris, here he is.
This is New Zealand versus West Indies at Bay Oval, the 3rd test.
Yep, go on.
The series score is 1-0 to New Zealand at the moment. New Zealand, a no wicket for 228 from 61 overs. Devon Conway's 127 not out. Tom Latham is 92 not out. And it's got me thinking, opening batters that have batted through the entire first day of a test. I'm thinking Jeff Marsh and Mark Taylor in 1989. Yep. There's not too many others. I'm going to list up. Rahul Dravid and Sachin Tendulkar.
Conway's done it himself on debut at Lords a few years ago. Line round the wicket, bowls here. Stokes goes back and tucks it past short leg. There'll be runs there out towards the members' stand. They'll get, in the end, what turns out to be an easy 2. 19 for Stokes, 4 for 124. Tommy?
Even more reason why maybe they should have gone for the runs in the first test, the West Indies. They had an opportunity to win. Regardless, it would be amazing if they could bat another 25 or 30 overs and be 0 for 320 at stumps.
Give us some more of those names who've batted all through day 1.
Yeah, I've got them here.
Just a selection of them.
Neil McKenzie and Graham Smith did it against Bangladesh in 08.
Line round the wicket, bowls here. Going back is Stokes, creating some width that wasn't quite there. He picks out Inglis at cover, no single.
So it's happened twice since 1989. So Dravid and Tendulkar and McKenzie and Smith. And then before then, Bill Laurie and Bob Simpson did it in Bridgetown in 1965.
Line away from us. So Stokes gets forward, defends, smothers the spin.
And the only other time was Mankat and Roy for India in Chennai in 1956. So that would be an incredible feat if these two can do it for New Zealand. They'd be odds on now.
India's first great all-rounder, Vinay Mankat. Round the wicket. Bowling to Stokes. Leg stump, line defends. Down the pitch. 2 left in the over. Line has got so much right through this spell and is asking all the right questions.
Yeah, I think all of them have. And even you can hear it in the stump mic now. The energy from Carey, Labuschagne. Inglis has been excellent in the field. And Cameron Green had a good save previous over.
All about patience. Line bowls a bit wider on the crease. Stokes cramped up. Gets it out to Inglis again, but every time he goes back, there's that threat that it'll scuttle through and a bit of extra pace. Lyon testing him time and time again.
Yeah, it won't be a surprise if one just skips on and does Ben Stokes off the surface. That's what he keeps chipping away at.
I feel like I've seen this before with Lyon and Stokes, getting pin leg before with one going a little bit quicker. He's got him 9 times in Test cricket. Now change of angle for one ball and a change in field. He'll go over the wicket. In comes the backward square leg. I would say Cummins is in a catching spot there round the corner. They're sending Travis Head back to deep mid-wicket. And a wide-ish mid-off. That's Bo Webster, the sub, on for Cameron Green at the moment. He's getting his left hand looked at. Short leg and slip remain. Lyon away from us. Bowls over the wicket. Stokes goes back towards his middle stump and keeps it out. Lyon at his best today. 2 for 32 for him. 4 for 124 England with Stokes 19. Brook 43. That's on the Shark Bite scoreboard. Plumbing perfected. Shark Bite Max.
G'day there, still got that vehicle fire causing delays on the North-South Motorway northbound after the Port River Expressway entry. There's lights blacked out in Goodwood on Goodwood Road near Victoria Street. Debris on the road in Prospect on Churchill Road near Devonport Terrace. And a hazard in St Agnes on North East Road near Arthur Street. Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au. And Chad Corns joins SENSA Breakfast with Bix and Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries from Solihull and for Octet Smart Business Finance. So we've got 21 minutes until tea, which will be taken at 20 to 3 local time. 40 degrees outside in the best tradition of Adelaide Test matches when it gets real hot, Cat. It was one of those when Was it the India test here in 2003 when Dravid and Lakshman were batting? It was 40 degrees outside.
Yeah, that was hot.
So Mitchell Starc with Brook on strike. He's going to get creative here. They're going to do the a version of the short ball attack. Cameron Green is back on the field. Good news for Australia. He'll be at fly slip. They've got a deep backward point, a deep square leg just in front of the square leg umpire, in front of the Bradman Pavilion. A deep backward square. I would call Nathan Lyon, he's verging on fine leg, more a long leg. And just one catcher in a conventional spot for Brook, and that's the gully, Usman Khawaja. So ready for plan B. Starc, his 9th over begins here. Brook's 43, up to the crease over the wicket. And Brook's short ball, first one's pulled away, out between the two fielders in the deep. They'll have enough time to converge on it. They keep it to the single, but it's a sign of what might be to come. 44 for Brook, 4 for 125, Thomas Morris.
Kat, what happened that summer, 03-04? Looking at some of the numbers, Dravid and Ponting both averaged 100, Laxman 80, Tendulkar and yourself 70 plus, Hayden 64, Sehwag 58, Steve Waugh 44, and yet we had results. It was 1-1, was it?
It was a draw at Brisbane because there was rain around.
Yeah.
Then we came here and lost the test here. Then we won in Melbourne. So it was 1-1, and then we drew in Sydney after India made 711 and was still batting on day three. So that's when Tendulkar put the cover drive away because he'd been out nicking most of the series. He'd been relatively quiet. It was Dravid and Laxman that had done all the damage, and probably Sehwag at MCG.
More conventional fields for Starc when he's bowling to Stokes over the wicket. Stokes leaves alone on the 5th stump line.
And then Sachin decides to not cover drive for the best part of 2 days and gets 240 at the SCG. And then Laxman peeled a few. I reckon he got 100 as well there.
170, yeah.
And then we finally got the bat on day 3. But we batted quite well and probably got, roughly reckon, maybe 400. And then we're bowling again on day 4. And then they set us a target late day 4 into day 5. So we were having a crack at maybe 400 to win and nearly got there. Steve Waugh got out for 80 on the boundary. I think Sachin caught him, and we were still having a crack late on day 5.
Cat's too modest to say he nearly racked up twin tons that match. Starc bowling over the wicket to Stokes, who defends out to the offside.
I was going for the glory and the win, and then Gilly got out, and then the word came out, no, we're shutting up shop, because Kumble was spinning him out of the rough to the tail, and I was thinking, no, I want to keep going here because I'm about 70 and not far away, but the word got out and we end up having a draw for Tugger's final test.
Did the word come out from Steve Waugh? We're not losing my final test.
Yeah, correct. No, it came out from the skipper, and I wasn't going to go against that. But part of me thought, well, let's have a dip at this, because I think we needed 90 off the last 15 overs.
Easy.
And Gilly was having a crack, and then he got out, and I'm like, what do we do now?
Starc's got 3 balls left in his over to Stokes here, who ducks a bouncer that balloons over him. There'll be views exchanged between the umpire, but no wide signalled. Yeah, I think there's something, coming back to that series in here in Adelaide, there's something about the Adelaide Test being nearer to Christmas, which increases the chance of it being as hot as it used to be here when it was of course the Australia Day weekend, wasn't it? Yeah. Late January in the heart of the hottest part of the year. Well, the temperature up around 40, it's its own thing, isn't it?
It's a game changer.
Yeah.
It changes the whole dynamic of Test cricket, because it's not just that day, it's how you pull up the next day.
Right.
And for instance, there's still 3 days after this. So how the players are going to feel the next day or two is going to be the big question.
Starc in the heat, he's up and he bowls, and Stokes leg stump line pushes out to mid-on. There'll be no single, but that wasn't far away. Watching it back on the Chemist Warehouse screen, that came back off the seam and hit the inside portion of Stokes' blade.
And the lesson from that season, and even potentially today, if 2 guys can do the hard yards and be out there for 4 or 5 hours of that hot day, then what you see is the rest of the group appreciate it so much more, particularly the bowlers, and it gives them a new lease of life for their next opportunity when they're out there. And that's what England desperately need to do, because if they get rolled today or early tomorrow, their quicks aren't going to be ready to go again.
So Starc up to finish his over to Stokes, who sways out the way of a ball. Didn't get up as high as he thought it would. 1 run from the over, 4 for 125. Coverage is for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance.
Bus Stop Films' accessible filmmaking program assists people with intellectual disability or autism to gain skills, confidence and employment support. Apply today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
G'day, Flem here. If Program Commercial Painting were a test bowler, they'd take every painting maintenance job's wicket. Repaints, bowled. Graffiti, caught behind. From schools to local businesses, hospitals and beyond, get them bowling for you. Visit programcommercialpainting.com.au.
Damien Fleming is replacing Simon Katich for Eufy POE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Flem, what was the hottest day of cricket you were involved in?
I'm just getting some acknowledgements next door, Glenn McGrath. Actually, McGrath didn't play in that game. It was in Cochin, India. And it was a one-day game.
Line round the wicket. New over begins, bowling to Brook. Lets it go. Oh, down the leg side, something on it. Finger goes up. Lyon's got Brook. He's been given by umpire Menon. He's going straight upstairs. There was a clear noise and Carey was up with the bowler. The finger followed, but we will go upstairs for IMAR. Trusted Tradies Insurance, call 13 IMAR.
Gee, Brook went upstairs very quickly, didn't he?
No hesitation from the England number 5 for what it's worth. Chris Gaffney was busy before lunch with the Joe Root non-decision. First replay here, Flem. Just roll it back.
Oh, we can't tell from there, can we?
Hard, isn't it? Yeah. Forward. Dare I say it, we're going to need Snicko.
Yeah.
Snicko when available, please.
So generally, Snicko works well. So
just roll it back. Now there is a spike. It's going to be what order it comes in. So you see the ball past the bats, and then the spike comes when it hits the pad. So that'll be overturned.
So it's probably out if we're using the Carey scenario.
So umpire Gaffney overturns the decision. And they'll get excited on the hill, the Barmy Army. Harry Brook remains there on 44, and Nathan Lyon will have to go back to where he started.
Yeah, he was very confident, wasn't he, Brook? Went straight up.
So around the wicket with Brook, a different kind of field. Leg slip, 2 back at long on and deep square leg, and 3 other fielders inside the ring, so to speak. Line bowls here, round the wicket, and Brook defends to the man at mid-wicket. That's Cameron Green, no run.
Yeah, Cochin 1998, one-day game, and I just remember in the warm-up thinking, if I got unfit all of a sudden, you know, like you're really flat. And we used to do basically training drills for warm-ups.
Lyon delivers, flights it up. Brook finds the gap at mid-wicket, out to a sweeper. He's 45 with the single, 4 for 126.
Under Jeff Marsh, you know, it was like another training session. We looked at the Indians and they'd walk out, sip some water and then walk off. And typical Aussies back then, we'd be going, look at those soft Indians, you know, they're not tough and all that. No. They were not only tough, they were very smart. They knew the conditions very well. And we basically just melted. It was the game where Michael Kasovich actually forgot which foot he started to run off, and he just kept collapsing.
Line bowls to Stokes. Leg stump and full and pushed out to mid on, no run.
So Casper was taken off twice. Tendulkar missed out for the only time in that 6 weeks where he got 2,000 runs. So he missed out with the bat. Then took Pfeiffer with the ball.
What was he bowling? Leggies off his...
Leggies.
Yeah.
4 with leggies.
Line round the wicket to Stokes. Good length. Brings him forward. Defends it to short leg.
Tendulkar got 4 with leggies, and he got 1 with a quick off spinner to get Steve Waugh caught and bowled. A little master. You think he's going to have a bad day. Gets Pfeiffer.
Remarkable.
And it was so like... It was squelching as you ran into bowl. It was that sweaty.
Line to finish his 12th over. And forward again is Stokes. Wants one to cover. Probably was one there, but by that point they called it off. 1 run from Lyons over. 4 for 126. They trail by 245. With Stokes 19 and Brook 45. And the coverage is for Goodwee Batteries and Goodwee Batteries and Solheart Expertise, the perfect partnership. Tom Morris with us as well for Cobram Estate, Australia's extra virgin olive oil.
Where do you think Nathan Lyon's going to finish on the all-time wicket tally? 564 he's got. Next is Stuart Broad, our very own Stuart Broad, on 604. Kumble 619, Anderson 704, Warren 708, and Murley 800.
We've got a lot of tests, haven't we, in the next year and a half?
Heaps. If you can get through 2027, he could make... He
average forward.
100.
I'd say 100.
Well, you go through it. There's 2 against Bangladesh. There are 3 against South Africa. There are 4 against New Zealand. That's 9. 5 against India, 14. Sesquicentenary, 15. Maybe World Test Championship, 16. And 5 against England, 21. 21 between now and the end of the... And not to mention the 2 more in this series, 23. It'll take us to the middle of 27. A lot of Test cricket. He could end up above Warne, you know. Take a lot, but realms of possibility. Cameron Green towards us and towards Brook on 45. His first opportunity. Bowls here. Played off the back foot, out into the offside, no run. So Australia's 4th seamer now in operation, Flem.
He's not a bad option. He's short of a gallop, you know, coming back from stress fractures, and he's still trying to refine that action. But 134 kilometres straight away. Good bounce off a good length. If he can just get on a bit of a roll, he needs to get runs first, but if he can consistently bowl in test matches, I reckon he'll take a lot of test wickets.
They said before the game that if they need him to do the short stuff, he can. So Stark bowled 1 over of that. We're back to a more conventional setup now. Couple men back. Green delivers here and deflecting. And going back to defend in the end is Brook out to cover point where Inglis predictably is sprinting in.
So that's 141 kilometres an hour from your number 6. So it's just why we get excited. It's a no ball. Maybe just overstriding in his run-up. But that is good pace from your all-rounder.
It's a different dimension. Had Bo Webster out there before, who's a very capable bowler, but a different type of seamer when he's turned out for the Aussies in the last 12 months. Green up here, bowls to Brook, and he beats him on the outside. Has he hit it? He has! Green's got Brook. A little feather through to Alex Carey. There'll be no review this time. Brook accepts his fate, and Cameron Green, his second ball in the attack, has got the huge wicket of Harry Brook for 45. England a 5 for 127.
Well, I was just talking him up, and this is why. 6'7", high release, pace 140 kilometres an hour, and that is just shaped away beautifully. That is in the avenue of apprehension. That is a cracker from Green. Brook didn't really do a lot wrong there. So bonus for the Australians to be able to call on Cam Green, the batting all-rounder, gets a big breakthrough on a very, very hot day, and it's the dangerous Brook who goes for 45.
And they've stayed patient, Flem. They've bowled so nicely in partnerships through the rotations that Cummins has been calling upon. And as soon as he turns to the 4th seamer, he's got that Midas touch, Cummins.
That is just an absolute beauty, though, isn't it?
Yeah, beautiful.
And no warm-ups either from Cam Green. You know, he was right on the money first ball. Bit of a no ball from overstriding, rectified that. And, you know, that was a beautiful line. Excellent length. Catching Brook on the crease and just a little bit of nibble. Don't know if it was a wobble seam or whatever, but it certainly hit the seam and just reacted a little bit. And now Smith, who was all at sea at the Gabba, another one that's come with a big reputation, averaging 43, strike rate close to 80. Can he play against type and dig in with his skipper?
That's Cameron Green's 20th Ashes wicket at 25. He's always played a role against England. Tom Morris has got numbers for pay.com.au, points for business.
And the first time he's picked up Harry Brook in Test cricket. So before today, he bowled him 55 balls for 41 runs. It's a huge time to get him.
Outstanding. Thank you, Tommy. Pay.com.au, points for business. Cameron Green, second legal delivery in the book. What a great call from Cummins with 6.5 minutes until tea now. Getting a look at Jamie Smith, who was under the pump last week at Brisbane. Stokes and McCullum showed faith in their top 7. And Smith's the last man of that group. Looked pretty good at Perth, but different situation entirely now after a double failure at the Gabba.
I tell you what, if Green keeps hitting that spot, he's going to get a heap of wickets.
2 slips in a gully. Bowls here. Smith first ball. Plays back to a delivery from short of a length. Hits the stickers down to point. Every replay gets better of that wicket ball. Just shaped away. Delicate little edge. Tiny edge. Feather. Carey did the rest. 4th stump corridor, delightful.
Well, when he debuted for Western Australia as a 17-year-old, that was his stock ball. He bowled fast outswingers, and the back gave away, so he had stress fractures and worked hard on his batting, so much so that he forced his way into the Australian team as a batter. But the bowling, a lot of potential as well.
Green up again. Bowls to the new man. Smith plays late. Plays to point. There'll be no single. That's why he's been such a package for Australia. That's what they want. The ability for him to bowl. They were very open before the start of this series. They wanted Green bowling. He got through that Shield game. Looked good in it. They're like, perfect, you're in. Poor old Bo Webster had to make way for him, but moments like that remind you why they are so keen on this guy being in the bowling group.
It just allows Cummins to just rotate the quicks.
2 left in the set. Green up here, bowls to Smith, goes back in defence. So yet to really bring him forward. He's got one more opportunity in the over.
Yeah, definitely get forward now.
He's had the habit of taking big wickets for Australia. He picked up Root and Stokes a couple of times when England were in town 4 years ago. Got Abdullah Shafiq at Lahore, which was the wicket that set up a famous test victory, series victory a couple of years ago as well. That was another feather from a gorgeous delivery just when Pakistan were getting away from them in the 4th innings. 2 slips. Last ball, Green up. Bowls to Smith. Oh, he beats him again with a very similar ball. There's half an appeal from the court. Labuschane's heard something, but I don't think they'll be reviewing it. So 1 for 1 from Green's first over. What an over it was. They'll go through the DRS process on the scoreboard, but all Pat Cummins wants to do is put his hands together for the big West Australian, who's picked up Harry Brook, caught behind for 45, 5 for 127. And watching it back, that is a replica of the ball that picked up Brook.
Just sort of went straight on. The Brook one did shape away a little bit, but excellent line and length there from Green. Yeah, I mean, the expectation is, Colo, that a couple more overs of that, you feel like he can create another wicket, and they've got the pressure of Nathan Lyon down the other end.
And in all probability, he won't bowl another over in the session either. He can put his feet up for 20 minutes and come back after tea. 3 minutes until the short break. Cameron Green immediately running hot for Ream, steady, hot and strong. And a few catches to Alex Carey. Classics for a cause, keeping Aussie classics alive while supporting our veterans. Nathan Lyon in no hurry, so they're content with this being the final over before the break. Lyon away from us. His 13th over, bowling to Stokes. It's been a great contest. Delivers here, first ball, goes back and cuts, but straight to Green. Busy boy at cover point, no run. Tom Morris is going to jump in as well. We've got Tom with us for Azito brushless power tools. Do you?
Tom Latham with his 15th test ton across the ditch. He's 104 not out. New Zealand none for 253 against the West Indies.
You seem so excited about that, Tom.
I actually am.
Lyon bowls here to Stokes. Stokes goes back and cuts hard to backward point. No run, but again, you see that's the one that's a little bit quicker from Lyon, and the stumps were in play had Stokes missed. 92 kilometres an hour, change of pace.
What I'm barracking for, Flem, is for these two to bat the entire day.
You're excited.
Yeah, I'm up and about. Yeah.
What's predicted score then, end of the day? None for what?
342.
Okay.
Line up bowls here and forward is Stokes defending. Latham went past 6,000 test runs last week. He's been a great contributor. Good to see him post 3 figures again. They're here next year, and we learnt today it'll be a day test match when New Zealand are at Adelaide Oval. I think we all thought it was going to be a night one, but a day-night one rather. But Todd Greenberg confirmed with Gerard Whateley this morning it'll be a day test in Adelaide. Heaps of people here today. A lot of them are hiding from the sun, and fair enough, but out the back it's pumping. Lyon, 3 balls left in the over, and Stokes gets forward and pushes out to cover point where there won't be a single.
I like that ball from Nathan Lyon. What a great comeback from Nathan Lyon. So disappointed missing the Gabba test. He's picked up 2 wickets already.
I love this passion at Brisbane last week. And that's a bit against the grain, but he wants this so badly. Every time he bowls to Stokes, he goes back and cuts again to Inglis, who's at cover point, which won't bother Lyon at all. One of those, as Kat said before, one of those will shoot through. One of those will go on with the arm. Stokes 19 from 72. Final ball of the session coming up. 5 dots so far, varying his pace. 2 quicker ones. What will he do with the last one? Slipping a silly point now in. Lyon bowls, it's floated up and it's defended. An excellent maiden from Nathan Lyon to finish her. 20 seconds until tea, in theory. Lyon's walking towards the dressing room. What are they going to do here? Are they going to let Australia sneak another one in?
Yes, please.
There are 14 seconds, and umpire Raz's walking up, and Cameron Green's giving him his hat. 9, 8, 7. We're going through here. One more over. So you could say that's good cricket from Cam Green, who's
well done.
Had the presence of mind to get the baggy green off and walk straight at umpire Raza and say, we'll have one more, please. As the clock now ticks over to 2:40 on the big screen. So one more chance for Cam Green to get a crack at the new man, Smith.
Particularly Smith. Yeah, he's only been out there for 4 balls. Just very similar to last over, please. Greenie into that avenue of apprehension.
Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food. Green up, last over, bowls here, full and straight, driven by Smith, but cut off in Green's follow through, all the way down to deny what would have been at least a couple, maybe 4. Great fielding.
Wonderful stop. He's a big man in the follow-through. He remains down low. Yeah, excellent. Action looks pretty good to me, Cameron Green. You can see with his follow-through, he's following through about 2/3 of the way down the pitch. That means the momentum is taking him all the way down. That means he's getting through the crease with good momentum.
Green's up, Cathedral end, bowls to Smith, who goes back to the gully. Oh, just passing the hand of the diving Inglis. It would have been a stunner. It would have been just as good as the run out that he executed last week, if not better. He couldn't have been more than 6 inches away. Instead, it's a boundary. It would have been a classic for a cause, keeping Aussie classics alive while supporting our veterans. Seeing it again, Fleming.
Why wasn't Cam Green in the gully? He would have caught that.
Oh, wow. We got a great sight of that right behind Josh Inglis.
What a delivery. You know, Smith getting squared up, sparring at the ball. Inglis does get a hand to it.
Yep.
But that is a cracker of a delivery. Surely there's one more wicket before tea.
Super bowling into Smith. Boundary recorded. Leg stump line. Tucks it out to deep square leg. 1 of 3 men back in that direction. So Smith, after getting off the mark with that 4, moves to 5 now with the single. Down where he wants to be. Non-strikers end before the break. 5 for 132. So he clipped his thumb on the way through. He was, to be fair, at beyond full stretch. It was a perfectly executed dive to get to the contest, and needed to sticker. It didn't. Flicked the thumb, still got to the rope. Smith, who's got a poor record away from home, his 6th test outside of England, averaging 22. Gets a little bit of luck. Now Green at Stokes for the first time. He's got a couple of times in Test cricket before. Slip gully, 2 back on the leg side. 3 balls until tea. He'll go round the wicket to him. Bowling here, and Stokes ducks the short ball. So 2 balls left. If you're Green here, which of the 2 you pick out of the bag for Stokes?
In what way?
As far as what do you... he's got a bouncer there. What would be the 2 balls you would go to?
I'll be just trying to challenge the outside edge.
Outside edge.
Yeah, definitely.
.144 kilometres an hour as well. So his fastest delivery so far, Green. Seeing that up on the screen for RWC, Ray White's commercial property specialists. Green, 2 more opportunities. Bowls to Stokes, who leaves on length. So you had Carey diving to the leg side, moving after it past the stumps.
They could have just crashed into off stump that. That is such a tight leave. Around the wicket, angling in. You know, Carey's taking that outside the leg stump line. Another one of those, please, Greenie. Just a fraction fuller and straighter.
Seeing it back, it went over the top of that 4th stump or leg bail. Ever so close to carnage for Stokes. 75 balls for his 19. 1 more to get through to get to tea. Green bowls here, and Stokes leaves alone more comfortably. But in that channel once more. Well bowled, Cam Green. 1 for 6 from his 2. Nearly a second before the tea break, which is what we'll come to now with England having reached 5 for 132. 2 wickets in the session. One of those was Joe Root, who was caught behind by Cummins for 19. 4 for 71. And then after a partnership that nearly reached 60, Brook was caught behind as well. Carey's 3rd catch from the bowling of Cameron Green for 45, a terrific piece of bowling. Lyon hasn't taken a wicket, but boy, he's played his role bowling from the southern end. England still trailing by 239 after Australia were all out 371 earlier today. Stokes walks off on 19, Smith on 5. Damien, Fleming, your thoughts?
No, great session for the Australians again. Stokes and Brook, they batted tough. Brook still played some exhilarating strokes. The English captain, pretty dour, making it hard for the Australians. But just think with the rotation of the bowlers, I think Pat Cummins has captained really well, got his fields well. He spoke to his bowlers. He's knocked over Joe Root for the 12th time in Test match cricket. And then the green worked perfectly, didn't it? And Green didn't let him down. No warm-up deliveries. Just about every ball was on a line, on, off stump, or just outside. And to knock over someone like Brook, that's a feather in your cap. So great session for Australia. They'll be keen to run through England in this last session and have a little bat.
Top stuff, as always, Flem. We'll catch you in the final session as we go to our break at tea. SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries and for Solar Heart and for Octet Smart Business Finance. England are 5 for 132. After the break, Tom Morris will have Lisa Sthalekar for company.
The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Good afternoon. Finally cleared a vehicle fire from the north-south motorway northbound of the Port River Expressway. Now a police incident further along on the north-south motorway towards Bolivar. Lights are blacked out in Goodwood on Goodwood Road near Victoria Street. And there's debris on the road to watch out for in Prospect on Churchill Road near Devonport Terrace. Intellectual disability or autism is no barrier at Bus Stop Films. Gain confidence and work-ready skills with their accessible filmmaking program. Apply today. And Chad Corns joins SENSA Breakfast with Bix and Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we all call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Wow, you shouldn't have. Really. This Christmas, don't disappoint. Get a fragrance they'll love from Chemist Warehouse. Like Burberry London for Women 50ml, just $39.99. Don't pay RRP $146. Rabanne 1 100 ml, just $89.99. Don't pay RRP $175. Or Versace Pour On 100ml for $69.99. Don't pay RRP $168. Don't miss the Christmas fragrance sale. All now at Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
G'day, Alex Carey here from Goodwee. With the warm weather and sun shining, I reckon there's two things on everyone's mind: cricket and solar power. The new Goodwee ESA battery system is packed with leading performance and safety features. It's a game changer that's perfect for Aussie households and small businesses. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off a battery install, on top of the federal rebate, exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Tired of slippery pavements and floors with inferior solutions that fade faster than form slumps? It's not just annoying, it's dangerous. Trips, slips, injuries, and the same old costly maintenance. OmniGrip Direct is the smartest surface solution. Quick curing, no smells, and made from recycled Aussie materials, it lasts 5 times longer, saving time, money, and hassle. Don't use inferior products and get ripped off like a streaker's pants. Do it once, do it right with OmniGrip. Visit omnigripdirect.com.au.
Go Harvey Norman's Super Deals on now. Shop super savings on TVs, vacuums, laptops, mobiles, furniture, bedding and more. 75-inch TVs from just $791. Save $150 on Lenovo IdeaPad with Intel Core i5 processor, now just $648. Gasmate Quasar 4-burner barbecue, hot price only $492. Plus King Coil Conformer Ambience Queen Mattress, choice of feels only $999 each. Best brands, best range, best prices. There's more in store at Harvey Norman's Super Deals on now.
The new Grinch Happy Meal is now at Macca's. There are 12 Grinch toys to collect, only at Macca's for a limited time. Trademark and copyright 2025 Dr. Zeus, available 10:30 a.m. till midnight for a limited time at participating Macca's.
Test cricketers can bat for hours in the hot sun. That's sustained performance, just like Host Plus, who have sustained strong long-term returns over 20 years. A top-performing super fund? That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Host Plus balanced My Super investment option based on super ratings data as at September 2025. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
In 1952, Mervyn Victor Richardson did the most Aussie thing ever. He disappeared into his shed, rattled around with some scrap metal and an old peach tin, and emerged with a revolutionary, lightweight, affordable rotary mower. The Victor was born. The Yanks pinched it off us a few years ago, but now Victor is coming home, and we're never letting go of it again. It's out Australia not to mow your lawn with a bloody Victor. Search Victor online to find your nearest retailer.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. And Octet, fueling business growth with smart finance solutions. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket.
Brooke, the vice-captain, out there with his skipper. Stark up to him here and bowls, and he cuts down hard, more convincingly, through backward point for 4. Line round the wicket. New over begins, bowling to Brooke. Lets it go. Oh, down the leg side, something on it. Finger goes up. He's going straight upstairs. There was a clear noise. So you see the ball past the bats, and then the spike comes when it hits the pad. So that'll be overturned. Green up here, bowls to Brooke, and he beats him on the outside. Has he hit it? He has. Green's got Brooke. A little feather through to Alex Carey. There'll be no review this time.
The Tea Break. Treat yourself this summer with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer, the great Australian brew.
Yes, England 5 for 132 at Adelaide Oval. The temperature has ticked over 40 degrees. This is the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. They lost 2 for 73 from 25 overs in that session. You just heard Cummins get root for 19, and then Harry Brook as well was dismissed a couple of minutes before tea by Cameron Green with his second delivery. It was the first time he's picked up Harry Brook in Test cricket from a small sample size, it must be said. This Test match is rapidly going the way of Australia now. There's even a thought from Damien Fleming before tea that Australia could bat again tonight. So the expert state of play from Lisa Sthalekar for TAC. The police are using every tool they have to keep the road safe. Drink driving, wrong choice. The Australian side of things is not ideal for the English, but the Aussies should be very proud of the way they're bowling, Lisa.
Yeah, I think given the fact that there isn't a huge amount of assistance from the pitch, it's down to pure pressure, good line, good length, bowling in partnerships, all of those little catchphrases that we hear them all say. But it is so important in such hot conditions that you're working together as a group. And they've been able to mount some pressure. And, you know, 2 guys that we haven't really seen have an impact so far in the Ashes in Pat Cummins and Nathan Lyon have immediately stamped their authority on this test.
Yeah, Nathan Lyon's gone past Glenn McGrath as well, 564 Test wickets. Pat Cummins has drawn level. He's gone past Brett Lee now, so he's 311 Test wickets. What a luxury that Mitchell Starc can be wicketless, given the summer he's had, and the Aussies can still have England 5 for 132.
Yeah, it just shows you that as a bowling group, and you're probably missing a Josh Hazlewood out of that quartet who have played so much, literally so much cricket together, whether it be growing up in underage programs and now obviously for the Australian side. So they have a very good understanding of each other and know when to push each other, just that little bit extra.
So the Australian side of things for Australian made by Australians, support Australians. What would Pat Cummins be telling his team at the tea break right now?
Just we've done everything that we possibly could in that session, bowled really well. We've taken our chances. I mean, even the Josh Inglis one, diving full stretch, just probably missed the line in terms of he got there, but unfortunately the line of his hand was a little bit under the ball. But they're creating some opportunities, and that's the real question now. Can England kind of soak up the pressure? That's what Ben Stokes has wanted to. He's doing it.
Yep.
He's the only one doing it again for England. Can anyone else go with him?
It's really ginger beer weather, isn't it? Bundaberg ginger beer. It's 40 degrees. It's steaming hot outside. The tea break for Bundaberg ginger beer, the great Australian brew. Lisa, who's your player of the day contender thanks to RWC, Ray White's commercial property specialist? Who takes your fancy at the moment?
Oh, player of the day. I mean, there's a few options, isn't there? There's Mitch Starc early on, getting another half century. But maybe I'm a little bit biased, but off spinner picking up 2 wickets in and over, I just think is amazing. Given not the criticism, but obviously being left out of another pink ball test. He said in the build-up to this test match that I don't need to prove anything, like I know what I can do and I know the value I have within this test side. But then to come in and get the drift that he has, for those that are new to cricket, if you want to see a first-class off-spinner compared to a good county bowler who is handy to pick up wickets in Will Jacks, then you can see the difference right here in this test.
I love that analysis, off-spinner to off-spinner as well. And he's come in like a man possessed. It might be confirmation bias, but he was clearly wounded by what happened in Brisbane, and he's come here 2 for 33 from 13 overs on a pitch that is spinning, but nevertheless, to get Duckett and Pope in quick succession, poor Ollie Pope. What a summer he's having.
Really?
I try to be nice. Do I mean that? I don't know. He's not the first number 3 or top order batter to come to Australia and have a shocker, but his overall numbers here are make for really tough reading.
It's hard to watch the soft dismissals from a number 3, and this is a guy that they believe has every opportunity to play for England for a long period of time. I did a chat with Sir Ian Botham, and he was quite quick to dig the heels in and basically have a go at, sorry, not dig the heels in to protect him, but have a go at Ollie Pope and how soft his dismissals are, and doesn't agree with how this team is going about it. So it's fascinating to, obviously, we've got our own perspective as Australian fans, but the English fans, I think, are even 10 times harder.
Yeah, and the former players, I've heard Botham, Atherton, Hussain, Vaughan all say similar things.
Yeah.
It's hard to justify those numbers for Ollie Pope, and he's got maybe one innings left before they have to make a change. But the reserve batter, Jacob Bethel, who's talented, he's never made a first-class ton himself.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big call in itself to bring him in. But I guess that's the problem. The lean pickings, and England Lions haven't equipped themselves really well in their series, having been out here in Australia for a while. There is, maybe a Will Jacks to kind of slide up. Maybe there's an opportunity of that way, because I've liked how I've seen, and we may see a little bit more of him in this test match, but he seems quite compact and simple with his technique.
Who's dug in so far today for Before You Dig? I'm looking at Ben Stokes out in the middle, and I mean, I do feel a bit for him. He's doing everything he possibly can.
Yeah, it has to be him. I mean, the fact that he got a terrible bouncer, or actually a perfect bouncer from a bowling perspective, against Mitch Starc, turned his head, got in the side of his helmet. Thank goodness for that extra guard to protect him. But just stood there almost with his chest beating out, going, mate, I'm fine, just leave me alone type thing, get back to your mark. And he is digging in. You can see that he's focused on, I'm going to leave the ball when I need to, and then when they miss out, I'm actually putting it away.
Yep.
And that's probably Test cricket of old, which we've known and loved and seen. But he's almost going, okay, you boys I can't change who you are, but this is how I'm going to play. And hopefully, if I lead by example, maybe some of you will follow my way as well.
Well, we saw it at the Gabba, and he got a lot of praise for that on day 4 as well. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. I did like a comment as well about the guard on the helmet and why every person should be wearing that, because he got hit in that exact spot, which can be fatal. It can be a complete disaster if you get hit there.
Well, obviously, Phil Hughes, and then obviously the young cricketer in Victoria. I think the coroner's report is coming out, and we'll know for sure if it's exactly the same, but all signs kind of lead to that's a very vulnerable area for any batter out there.
All right, the sunshine is blazing Adelaide Oval. The hill is pretty full, must be said more so in the shade. England are struggling. They need a rearguard action after tea. Will Ben Stokes be the man? Will Jamie Smith be the man? And then Will Jacks at number 8. This has been the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Lisa will hear from you after tea. Look forward to that. And you can stay tuned to SEN Cricket with Gerard, Whateley and Bharat Sundaresan, who are up in a few moments' time.
The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we all call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
This Christmas, Trojan is the ultimate stocking stuffer. Just like a consistent fast bowler, Trojan hits the right areas with practical and affordable gifts that DIY legends will use time and time again. How's that? And Trojan has a wide range of options available available for under $20. So there's a Trojan gift for every DIYer and every budget. No ideas, no excuses. This year, hit a 6 with Trojan under the tree. Trojan, tools built tough. Available in-store or online at Bunnings Warehouse.
Milwaukee's not just for plumbers tackling yet another block drain. Electricians facing massive wiring jobs. Mechanics fixing that snapped bolt before knock-off. Or carpenters putting that last nail in the frame. It's for everyone in the trade. Not just for today or tomorrow. Forever. Milwaukee. Forever for the trade.
You asked, and Macca's heard. The fan favourite is back at Macca's. The iconic Chicken Big Mac is back for a limited time only. Tackle 2 juicy Aussie chicken patties, lettuce, cheese, onions and pickles, all stacked between a beautiful soft sesame seed bun, and finished off with the iconic special Big Mac sauce. So sweep into Macca's and pick up a Chicken Big Mac in between bowling spells or after the game. The Chicken Big Mac. Oh, hurry into your local Macca's before it's gone.
Beaumont Tiles is proud to sponsor Test Cricket on SEN because cricket and renovations are 2 Aussie traditions built on passion and performance. This summer, make your home renovation part of the season. With over 65 years of trusted style and advice, Beaumont's helps Australians create spaces they love, from the family bathroom to the builder's latest project. Visit tile.com.au or your local store. Beaumont Tiles, hard to beat on style.
Beaumont's. Got a backyard project calling your name? Whether you're building decks, shifting soil or reviving the veggie patch, Sherlock wheelbarrows and carts are built for backyard legends like you. Strong, reliable and ready for action, our gear keeps up with your weekend hustle. Because we know it's more than just work. It's your pride, your passion, your project. Sherlock wheelbarrows and carts, made for weekend warriors. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Another wicket down, and no one wants to be caught out on a duck. Same goes for your four-wheel drive. Don't settle for second best. With Razorback 4x4 seat covers, you'll get perfect protection, comfort and style. They're tailor-made to fit like a glove and easy to clean after making a bit of a mess. Thousands of Aussies have already given them 5 stars, and unlike some covers, there's no ducks here. Protect your pride and joy. Check out razorback4x4.com.au today.
Go Harvey Norman's super deals on now. Shop super savings on TVs, vacuums, laptops, mobiles, furniture, bedding and more. 75-inch TVs from just $791. Save $150 on Lenovo IdeaPad with Intel Core i5 processor, now just $648. Gasmate Quasar 4-burner barbecue, hot price only $492. Plus King Coil Conformer Ambience Queen mattress, choice of feels only $999 each. Best brands, best range, best prices. There's more in store at Harvey Norman's super deals on now.
Go! It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au it instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow and simplify your business payments. So pay.com.au it and start earning rewards today.
Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. And Octet, fueling business growth with smart finance solutions. On SEN Test Cricket. The Liquorland last session. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
England 5 for 132 in reply to Australia's 371. Ben Stokes 19. Jamie Smith is 5 as the umpires step across the rope and head back to the middle of Adelaide Oval, which is baking in 39-degree heat. The weather update for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. Thanks to Liquorland, your sporting club could score more this summer. Nominate your sporting club for the chance to win your club a $500 voucher. Head to SEN Win to enter. T's and C's apply. Gerard, Whateley and Bharat Sundaresan in for the start of this third session of play. Bharat, hello.
Hello, Gerard. Yeah, well, we're seeing probably the English Ashes hopes wilting before our eyes, Gerard. And I think this past session was just an illustration of just how much of a gulf that exists between the two teams, Gerard, in terms of how good Australia are with the ball on their home or in their home conditions or probably anywhere in the world, and how this English team, the batting team, is just not up for it when bowling is as disciplined as it is from Australia. The English indiscipline just comes through even more and more. And also, I don't know about you, Gerard, with Ben Stokes, you also get a feeling he almost comes across as this session musician who rocks up to jam with this band, who just playing the kind of music he doesn't get. It's just a different tempo, different rhythm to what the rest are doing. And it's showing, everything's off key at the moment.
19 from 76 balls. That is a lovely analogy, Bharat. A lovely analogy. So Pat Cummins is going to take things up from the Riverbank ends. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 28. At the start of the previous session, he removed Joe Root and he opened things up with Crawley. So a couple of wickets on return. Australia have cleverly used their bowlers throughout the hot session. 9 overs for Stark, 8 overs for Cummins, 7 overs for Boland, 13 overs for Lyon, 2 overs for Green, who looks terrific. So you would hope that he would get to continue that spell after the tea break. 2 slips and a gully. Jamie Smith.
The music's not stopped.
No.
Speaking of.
Come on, DJ.
Umpire Nitin Menon just look. Finally.
Here we are. To play. Pat Cummins from below our broadcast position. Australian captain in, bowls to Smith, who leaves a ball that doesn't carry through to Carey. This is the 40th over of the innings.
It's over 40 degrees now here in Adelaide and at the Adelaide Oval. And the cues to the bars, Gerard, they're long. And also, I've seen a few bare-chested men in those cues as well. Mostly English.
Yeah, I don't fancy that as an idea on a day like today.
Yes.
I hope they've thought the sunscreen through more than just once. Cummins hits the crease bowl. Smith defends from the off stump.
No, even in the morning when Tom and I do our show outside the Guardsmen as part of Sky City, we've seen a few English fans after just one day's play yesterday. A lot of sunburn, a lot of red on their faces, on their arms. I guess it's the same with some of these English cricketers as well.
We have got to 40 degrees here, 17% humidity. So the forecast top is reached. As Cummins reaches the middle and bowls, Smith ducks the bouncer.
And with Pat Cummins, I guess, Gerard, just another reminder of when he says he knows what is happening with his body, you kind of have to trust him. I don't think, I've said it a few times, I don't think anyone knows his body better than he does. For all those years that he's had to deal with it. And he has looked to be at his best, hasn't he?
He really has. He's had flow. He's had that rhythm. He's had threat. He's had pace. So you're spot on. He didn't need a sighter. He was straight into his work. Cummins bowls. Smith on the back foot punches to mid-off. No run.
Yeah, I remember his first bowl in Perth. 4 days before the test. He ran in for an hour and bowled, and Mitch Stark and Pat Cummins were leaving together, and Mitch Stark just walks up to me and says, he's a freak, this guy. Doesn't bowl or train for 3 months and then comes and bowls like that. And yeah, he's a freak. Really is, Pat Cummins, and he's just on with his business, got that first breakthrough.
Captain in full strides. Cummins bowls to Smith, who leaves outside the off stump.
And then, of course, that bigger breakthrough of Joe Root. But going back to the Ben Stokes analogy, Gerard, I do wonder, I think it's all part of the confusing messages you get. Brendan McCullum says one thing, Ben Stokes says one thing. It is a very different, they don't seem, all of them, to be on the same page as they were for a while there, even when we were there in England in 2023. Whether it was cocky or not, at least they all seem to be on the same page.
Cummins, one left in the over, bowls to Smith, who edges short of second slip. It's a maiden to start from the Australian captain. 5 for 132. Our scoreboard is for Glencore advancing everyday life.
And you can see it in, like I said, the way Ben Stokes is batted as well. Because he was asked about his innings in that second innings at the Gabba, whether he was sending a statement or a message to the rest of his team. And even with that, like, he didn't say yes or no. That's when he spoke about weak men and not wanting weak men in his dressing room. And even with that statement, there's been a lot of conjecture as to who he was talking about. There's one school of thought that maybe it was Gus Atkinson and the shot that he played to get out. And that's why he's lost his place in the side after all the fight that Stokes and Jacks had shown with the bat. Or is it other members in this team he was trying to send a message to? Because it hasn't come through today from what we've seen with bat in hand.
Although they have batted in a different manner. It hasn't been Baz ballers. Duckett played a couple of injudicious shots, but for the most part he was just in natural acceleration. And the rest of it, they have tried to bat with great responsibility. It just hasn't worked. Cam Green around the wicket, bowls to Stokes, who shoulders arms.
And which takes you back to the origins of baseball. Was it a way to allow a team which had a lot of mediocre or okay cricketers, decent cricketers, to play with freedom so that they can be the best versions of themselves, as they've said themselves, with a couple of greats in there with Root and Stokes? Or is it, or what is it? Because you clearly, as you can see, they're just not been good enough, whether it's Crawley and I know Australia bowled well.
Green to Stokes, jams down on a ball defending out of the off stump.
And Harry Brooks' innings in the second innings in Brisbane was a great example. I mean, he is better than the rest. It would be unfair to compare him with Crawley and Pope and the rest, but when they're not playing their wild form of cricket, they don't seem to have the defensive game or the patience to survive for too long.
So they have tried to build an innings, but they're only at 132 for the loss of 5 after 40 overs. Green to Stokes, tucked up in defence. Green's asking all sorts of good questions in this spell. And it's timely, as there's no question in his celebration was his moment to make a contribution. Because he'll be feeling it as much as everyone is discussing it. And it also just re-raises the idea is he is an all-rounder. I would much prefer they stop trying to make him a centrepiece of the batting lineup and just went back to bowl some overs, some proper overs, not the fifth bowler couple before a break. Bowl a proper allotment of overs and go back to 6, or even Simon suggested go back to 7. Because he's a fine bowler, driven back by Stokes in the aftermath. Green picks up low down. It's fast, he's accurate. He got the breakthrough immediately. He was unlucky not to get a second. And he's worried Stokes probably more than anybody.
He has, and he's in great rhythm. We saw it when he came back to bowling for Western Australia, and they said we want to see him bowl a minimum of 16 overs, and he did that 8 or 16 across 2 innings. And even in that game for WA, he was in great rhythm. He was getting the ball through. He was bowling quick.
Green to Stokes, leaves.
And when you have the likes of, Alex Carey has taken to number 6, the 2 innings he's played there. And whether it's Inglis or someone else from outside the mix, it probably allows Cam Green some time as well, some breathing space as well. Yeah, I did ask him before the Perth test. Last year they said you're long-term number 4. Now they said you're long-term number 3 6 months ago. Now you're nowhere to be seen there. What are you, what's going through your head? Must be confusing for him.
He's got some dot ball pressure building. He bowls to Stokes, who defends the last ball. And Australia open up after tea with a couple of maidens. Scoreboard, the Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life going nowhere. 5 for 132.
Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Trusted, knowledgeable industry leaders. FOSROC are helping build a bright future for the construction industry. Sign up for a personalised account on FOSROC's online portal for tailored solutions and exclusive pricing. Ready to future-proof? Then choose FOSROC. FOSROC.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet, Smart Business Finance, and for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heat. 5 for 132, Stokes 19, Smith 5. Qantas afternoon flight passes over Adelaide Oval. Brilliant blue skies. Searingly hot day. Pat Cummins has gone for the bat pad. So under the helmet goes head, 2 slips and a gully. With Smith on strike. He's cutting through the cordon. Flies through 3rd slip, which is vacant. A streaky boundary for Jamie Smith. Zito brushless power tools do you. It's 5 for 136.
Yeah, he just hung it outside off stump. Pat Cummins, and he knows it's coming, that shot. He was in no control of that one. Lucky for Jamie Smith, it went right in that gap between 2nd slip and gully. It's a big innings for him. There was a lot of hype around him in the lead up to the Ashes. Jamie Smith made a very good start to this Test career. There were comparisons between him and Adam Gilchrist, only from the English.
Yes, yes. It all feels a bit overstated at the moment. Cummins to Smith, who leaves.
Very brief glimpses he showed of what he can do in that first innings in Perth, but from that point on, he's been all over the place. There was even some talk that before this test of whether he would get left out and Ollie Pope drops down the order and keeps wickets.
You know you're struggling if you're getting talked about as saving Ollie Pope's position. My goodness me. He's one Pope who doesn't have to die to vacate his position, and they would do well to move soon. Smith pulls. Oh, that got big on him. He hasn't touched it, despite the appeal behind the wickets.
Wow, speak about black smoke. That's red smoke, Gerard, from you. It is funny.
No ball signalled, so even if he'd gloved it through, it would have been overturned.
Yeah, I don't know whether you're watching, Gerard. As soon as Ollie Pope got out, the camera panned to someone in the crowd who was dressed like Jesus Christ. I'm not sure whether there was what the connection was.
He'll need a miracle to make runs on these shores, Bharat, on the evidence of what we've seen. Cummins over the wicket. Smith, back foot, clobbers away to cover, not fielded cleanly, so a single taken. Inglis, who's been troubled by a shoulder that he injured on a dive earlier in the game. He just hasn't been able to haul them in quite as neatly as he did in Brisbane. Hearty crowd in attendance, so even on the eastern side, which is baking in sunshine, they've stayed out in good numbers. The seats aren't full by any means. Up the top they are. And then the best place to be is the top deck of the members. But over on the hill, where there's no cover whatsoever, there's a set of fellows who are dressed as traffic cones in their high-vis orange. I can't imagine there's much ventilation in those. If you want to lose some weight, go and pop one of those on for half an hour.
They've just flown in from New Zealand, by the way, Gerard.
Really?
I met them outside.
Of course you did. Cummins switches around the wickets. He bowls full, driven hard, past mid-off, runs for Stokes. That's well hit, all the way to the boundary for 4. And the England captain breaks the shackles. His boundary for Zito brushless power tools. Do you? It's 5 for 142.
Yeah, third nice drive that Ben Stokes has played in this innings. They have been far and few in between, but yeah, nice punchy drive. Often just an extension of the front foot defense for him. Not very extravagant, and he always holds the post, Ben Stokes.
2 boundaries in his 83 balls, Bharat. Cummins back with him. Stokes pulls. He's lifted it up, down into the deep, but lands safely and trickles away to fine leg. A single taken as Boland does the fielding.
So the traffic cones, I could feel the heat coming off that
radiating.
Oh, absolutely. And they've flown in from from Queenstown of all places. Queenstown, and English fans, they sounded quite intoxicated at 9:30 in the morning. Wonder how they're going now. Wobbly traffic cones, Gerard, is the last thing we need.
One to come in the Cummins over because of the no ball that he sent down. He's in and bowls and defended full face of the bats. 11 from it. 5 for 143. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Bus Stop Films' accessible filmmaking program assists people with intellectual disability or autism to gain skills, confidence and employment support. Apply today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Ozito brushless power tools. Tested by Grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito. Home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us. Henley.com.au. Josh Inglis has again left the field. He's got that nagging shoulder complaints that he aggravated in the field earlier in the day, and he's felt for it maybe 2 or 3 times. A little stint off. Cam Green is in operation from the Cathedral end, and he's bowling to Ben Stokes, who's leaving outside the off stump. Our experts throughout the summer for UFB POE systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Simon Katich joins Bharat Sundaresan. Welcome back, Kat.
Good afternoon, Gerard, Bharat, all our listeners.
It's hard not to drift on Cam Green's place in this team when he's bowling like this.
Yeah, he's bowled beautifully. It's been a lively spell. Big wicket of Harry Brook. Can't underestimate that. And then nearly picked up the wicket of Jamie Smith as well with the outside edge just going past before the break.
Stokes is on 24. This is Green's 4th over. He bowls and the England captain punches the ball out to point. Well fielded by Stark, no run.
Yeah, and that's why I think the selectors have invested so much time and effort into him, because they see a package that's very, very attractive when you put this type of bowling in, because it's, you know, you compare the all-rounders in both teams, Ben Stokes and Cameron Green, they're completely different players. Particularly Cameron Green's bowling. He's, what is he, 6'8"? Comes from a totally different height, can bowl 140k plus, got a good bouncer.
Green to Stokes. He was initially going to cross-bat that to the leg side and has ended up straightening up and defending.
And you can just see it in the way that England have had to deal with the Australian attack. They can't dominate this attack like they're used to playing their baseball style of cricket, because there's just not the freebies on offer that you might get from other attacks. There's more discipline, there's more pace off the surface, and there's much better lengths that are being bowled, and there's more thought put into how they're trying to expose the English technique compared to other teams that England probably come up against.
Stokes faces up, again jams down on the ball to the offside. He just looks a little uncomfortable with the rise that Green is getting at him.
Look, and I think, yes, we were disappointed with the way that Cameron Green got out yesterday, but I think he's had, 3 hits in the series. The first one, 24, I think, in the first innings in Perth. He actually played pretty well, just played a poor shot to get out. It was an indisciplined shot, driving in a ball that wasn't there, and then Brisbane made his way to, 45, albeit in unorthodox circumstances, but just didn't know when to rein it in. And that's where I think it was important Steve Smith at the other end had a say.
Stokes defends.
I think I was on air at one stage when he backed away 3 times in the first over and carved him over point. And I think I mentioned that I'm surprised that Steve Smith hasn't come down and said something to him, given how much cricket he's played as the skipper, and just making him aware that if he gets too predictable, you know, what ended up being his downfall could happen. And I don't know if that conversation took place or not. Steve Smith's the only one that would know, but I just wonder whether he needs a bit more guidance out there, because he still hasn't played a huge amount of first-class cricket at his age.
Stokes is struggling to score from Emmy. Stayed under the bouncer after initially shaping to spar. So a second maiden after tea from Cam Green. 4 overs, 1 for 6. The Glencore scoreboard advance in everyday life, 5 for 143.
In Goodwood, lights out Goodwood Road near Victoria Street. Emergency electrical work, Crossroad East Avenue in Clarence Gardens. A loose road, plate Tapley's Hill Road, Seaton. Roadworks 2 Brighton Road, Glenelg East and Marion Road, Netley. Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to get back to a place that we call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au. Chad Corns joins SENSA Breakfast with Vixen Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20. Australia's original fan food. 5 for 143. Stokes 24. Smith 10. The Liquorland last session of day 2. Cheers. Liquorland, choose to drink wise. Pat Cummins from the Riverbank ends. So 3 in the deep on the leg side. Bowls to Smith, who goes after him to the leg side. Absolutely clouts it and smacks a 6. Jamie Smith picked up the length early and was merciless. He moves to 16 and the boundary for Zito. Brushless power tools, do you?
They've gone to the short pitch plan to Jamie Smith a couple of times. He's gone past 5 or 10 balls quite early. He's gotten out to that shot a couple of times. This time he smoked it, didn't get up, and he got under it nicely.
Yeah, the height just didn't challenge him enough. But Cummins will go him again because the way the field's set, there's more of that coming.
There's 3 waiting for it. Should he miscue? Oh, he's fending the ball to first slip. Has it carried? Now, Cummins thinks yes. It got high up, shoulder of the bat glove. Umpires are going to come together and refer this upstairs. Second time today, a low-down, contentious catch.
Usman Khawaja said he doesn't know.
Yeah.
He doesn't look confident at all.
He doesn't.
This is for IMAR, Trusted Tradies Insurance, call 13 IMAR.
Pat Cummins nearly jumped on Usman Khawaja. I think he's saying he got probably his left hand under the ball, or left hand under the ball.
Glove. Rising delivery right up in front of the grill, off the gloves. Was going down for the moment at left, low down, Khawaja.
Just want to confirm, you got Snicko just to confirm.
He might have got.
And you come back to that soon.
That looks like a clean catch. I'm hesitant to say it, but that does look clean. So we're checking gloves first.
Go back. So it looks like it's just come straight off the helmet. There's nothing at all.
Oh, wow.
On that past.
And that's just the problem. If the synchronicity is at all out, the gloves are right in front of the helmet.
Yeah.
One more time.
Oh, Snicko.
He's got back to the first view.
Yeah,
It looked like
that's saying it's off the helmet. Whereas front on, it looked like it was straight off the glove.
Yeah. And on what we lived through yesterday, you wouldn't feel at all confident as to which the Snicko is.
Or actually just show me that if that's bounced, there's no problem.
Oh, Kathi's all over the place.
$5 each way on a Thursday afternoon here at Morfordville.
Go back to Snicko. There's nothing to say that's hit the glove at all.
What?
Just go back to Snicko, just confirm no glove. One more time. Yeah, it's a flat line. Keep going.
It's off the helmet.
Yes. Big helmet. Okay, I'll go back to Nit on field. Nit's missed the gloves, no bat and bowled.
I think it's right to stay with the umpires on field. Well, actually, he didn't give either, did he?
No.
He didn't give it in or out. He just referred it to check the catch, which is a curiosity in its own right. There was no verdict in the middle as to whether it was helmet or gloves. It was all about checking the height of the catch.
But he's left it back to Nitin Menon. Not sure what's happening here. He just called Pat Cummins over.
I'm just going to say this is a total balls up. Let's just play on.
Did you give it out? You have gone out or out? We checked the fair catch. Snicko needs to be sacked.
Not out has been semaphored. Travis Head is asking the right question. Did you give it out or not out? To which it was replied, I was just checking for the fair catch, and that's not the adjudication that has been made. And the players' lack of faith in the technology, which runs both ways. It was England yesterday and today. Australia want none of it.
Nicholas should be sacked is probably the big takeaway from that.
Yeah. And so they're going to come and check on the welfare of Jamie Smith. They haven't brought an additional helmets out. So for all of that, it is not out. And a dot ball. Makes for a fascinating replay. Chemist Warehouse replay screen. If we got to the fair catch, I think it was.
Yeah, it looked like it carried
his fingers underneath it. But that's not the adjudication that was made.
But based on what Chris Gaffney was overheard saying, he might have given it not out anyway, because he said, that looked like it bounced anyway.
So it would have been interesting if Gaffney had just assessed the fair catch, which is what he was asked to, and said it was a fair catch. What was Nitin Menon going to do then? And then it would have been on Jamie Smith to review, and it would have had to been definitive to be overturned. Cummins resumes. Smith clobbers it across the line. They're on the run in the deep. And it is stopped. That is a brilliant piece of fielding on the dive, low down. Marnus Labuschagne hooked it back in for Weatherall to save. They keep it to 1. 150 up for England for the loss of 5 wickets.
And all this, what was lost is how good that bouncer from Pat Cummins was. It's like Malcolm Marshall at his best.
Yeah. And that bit of fielding from Labuschagne, he had no right to flick that back on the boundary line. Jamie Smith absolutely nailed that. That looked like it was going to go for another 4. And he only ends up getting 1 for it. Brilliant once again from Labuschagne.
Glencore scoreboard advance in everyday life, 5 for 150. This is over number 44 being sent down to the English. Captain to captain, Cummins to Stokes, tucks it off his hip but picks out mid-wicket, no run. So what do we think about the way all of that ended?
Well, initially I thought it came straight off his gloves, the very first replay I saw, but it's amazing how the difference in angles and timings with the Snicko. When you look at the Snicko, it definitely comes when it's on the helmet, but a bit gun shy after yesterday.
Yeah. 1 frame before it's passing the gloves, isn't it? So if it's out at all, it's the whole problem with the house of cards that is the technology. Stokes from the stumps, nibbles it away to the offside, no run.
At least Australia haven't lost a review, because if it was given not out, just the way Pat Cummins reacted to it, he would have gone for it.
Yeah.
So you only refer the fair catch if you think it was out, don't you?
Yeah. That used to be the traditional way to do it. So he didn't have to necessarily signal it out.
Last ball on the over, Cummins to Stokes, keeps it out of the stumps again. 5 for 150, the Glencore scoreboard advance in everyday life. Adam Collins will come in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the Great Australian Brew.
Plumbers, want more time for the cricket, camping or a cheeky fish? Introducing Shark Bite Max, the next generation of plumbing fittings. Smarter, faster and stronger. Get in, get out with Shark Bite Max. Available now at leading hardware and plumbing suppliers.
Looking for the best coffee and lunch on the run? How's that? Your local Shell OTR delivers. Hot and fresh food to go, barista-made coffee, Moe's hot dogs and shakes, Krispy Kreme donuts and anything you're craving. All at OTR.
We're into the Liquorland last session. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. England began at 2:39 behind. They're now 2:21 behind. Haven't lost a further wicket. They nearly did. Jamie Smith in the previous over, but on a couple of fronts, Australia not quite able to get that appeal over the line. The DRS screen. Continue. Field spread for the short ball on the leg side. 3 back. Delivers here. Full and driven by Smith out to mid-off where there won't be a single.
3 short balls to Jamie Smith in the previous over. Smacked the first one for 6. The second one, he was really shocked by, I think, just the way the ball rose on him. Much quicker bouncer, Andy Roberts style from Pat Cummins. The third one, he played the pull, so I think he'll take it on.
Yeah, we see that. He just loves to attack off the back foot, Smith, and that obviously equal to that. They know what's going on. Field set for that exact shot. Can he put it away? Will he keep backing himself? Green up to Smith here. Cathedral end, short, takes it on, goes over mid-wicket, gets a good chunk of it, stand and deliver. Goes for 4, out towards the Edward Smith stand. So Smith, a sign that he's going to do things his way. Up to 21, takes England to 5 for 154.
Yeah, and I think that's fine. It's the right option, provided that he's playing the ball instinctively on what length it is. If he just premeditates and thinks I'm going to play at every ball, then he'll get himself into trouble, just like he did in that previous over against Cummins, because not every bouncer is going to be at the same height or same place on the pitch. So he's just going to make sure he keeps watching the ball closely and then checking the line is okay. He can still cut the ball if they go wider to him and try and drag him outside off stump, because there's no sweepers on the offside. So that's still in play as well.
So he's got a 4-5 now, an extra fielder onto the onside. Men back at fine leg deep, backward square, deep square. More now deep mid-wicket, actually. They've been a tweak to the angles there. A conventional square leg plucking that gap. And a mid-wicket who's going even deeper. So wide-ish mid on. It's the captain Cummins. 21 from 23, Smith. Green to him here, Cathedral end. Smith tries to pull, balloons off the back of the bat, maybe off the arm guard as well, and it ends up landing about 3 feet from where he was. Didn't go anywhere, but wasn't in control.
But this is what we saw from him in Perth. It was just blind swinging after a point. So, yeah, Australia will stick with this and just back themselves, even if they concede a couple of sixes.
Yeah. They're just looking for the wicket here. If it costs them 20 runs, then I don't think they're worried about that, given how far ahead they are at the moment.
England still 217 behind. They've had a habit of collapsing from this point as well. We've seen that. Jamie Smith, who made a magnificent 184 not out at Birmingham earlier this year, and included a century in a session, but feels a long time ago in his career. Fly slip goes back, Labuschagne. Green bowls here, back of a length, tucked into the onside, finds the gap at mid-wicket, gets 1. That's better. 22, 5 for 155. I watched Smith bat a lot, have done for 4 or 5 years at Surrey, and I mean to say that he tries to pull and hook everything that's short is bang on the money. But it's obviously a level below, and he can do that. This is Cummins and Boland and Stark. Different story.
Yeah, and in this situation here, he's still batting with his skipper, Ben Stokes. So I think there's a time and a place for going all out playing it, and that's probably when if he is in with the tail at the end and they're 7 down. But at the moment, trust that you're in a partnership, make it as hard as possible for Australia in this situation.
Not the time for happy hookers. Green bowls here, Stokes in behind it, as he's been all day. He's 24 from 94 defensively there to the offside.
Because Ben Stokes has planted the marker last week, and he's got other options. If he doesn't make the most of this opportunity, you know, he could go back to Ben Folkes or whoever else that he thinks is necessary if Jamie Smith doesn't step up, because this is a big partnership for England. These two both get hundreds, they're back in the test, and that's how they've got to be thinking. Get through to tonight, be 50 not out each or whatever they are at stumps, come back tomorrow and hope that they can get in a big partnership tomorrow and take this innings deep.
Spot on. Last ball. Green to Stokes on 24. Bowls here. Stokes drives through the offside, out to cover for 4. Had a gap to work with and made the most of it. Boundaries for Azito. Brushless power tools. Do you? Stokes to 28. Smith's on 22. England 5 for 159 at the end of the over on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
In Goodwood, lights out Goodwood Road near Victoria Street. The same in Clarence Gardens, Winston Avenue, Edward Street. Also in Clarence Gardens, emergency electrical work, Crossroad, East Avenue, and a loose road plate on Tapley Hill Road near Wilford Avenue at Seaton. Bus Stop Films' accessible filmmaking program assists people with intellectual disability or autism to gain skills, confidence and employment support. Apply today. Chad Corns joins SENSA Breakfast with Bix and Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance, and for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Hearts.
Big over coming up.
Yeah.
Cummins has got 6 balls, or he starts the over to Jamie Smith.
So Cummins has bowled 11, Stark 9, Boland 7, Lyon 13, Green 5. So none of them overly taxed so far.
They've added an extra fielder than a very deepish mid-wicket.
Yeah, so not all the way back. He might be 20 metres inside the rope. They're backing themselves to get Smith in the short ball trap. Fielders everywhere on the onside. Cummins bowls to him. Smith takes it on and misses. A shout for caught behind. Now, Cameron Green at Gully reckons that he's hit it. And they're celebrating straight away. They're going to go upstairs.
Oh, no,
they're going to review it. We're going to have Snicko involved for the umpteenth time in the last 24 hours. Umpire Menon said no. Now, there'll be a couple of bits to consider here. Did he make contact? Did it carry? We're going upstairs, Baz.
And Jimmy Smith is ready to review it.
Director
Travis Head is losing his head.
Yeah, Travis Head, who was vocal before.
So who's referred it?
Chris Gaffney for IMAR. Trusted Tradies Insurance. Call 13 IMAR.
That's the thing. I don't know who's referred it.
Umpires have referred it.
Umpires
just to see the catch. But I didn't see the T sign made by.
Yeah, no. Jimmy Smith had his bat in position. Yeah, he wasn't given out.
So, unless.
Okay, there's nothing.
Okay, so first replay here.
I'll just go through that. See if it carries. Yeah, carries.
It's got to carry. That's fine.
Please, next.
If it passed the bat, it could have only been on the very, very Q end.
Oh, no.
Hello. Spike on the Q end of the bat. Is that Jamie Smith's undoing? It feels like it is.
One frame after Spike, which indicates his bat.
Bat on ball. Chris Gaffney's going to give him out here.
Ready to make my decision for the big screen.
The decision's coming up on the screen as you hear there from the third umpire. They knew the short ball was going to get him. They knew they had the trap set. They knew it was a matter of time. Jamie Smith is gone for 22. He's caught behind off the Q end of the bat. It's an ugly dismissal for the England keeper. 6 for 159, and it's happening again.
And just look at Ben Stokes' reaction. Just look at Ben Stokes right now.
Yeah.
He's just stood there, hands folded, his head is bowed. He can't believe it.
Yep. It's like playing Russian roulette. That bullet's coming around in the chamber. You keep firing bullets. And he was firing bullets every time a short ball was bowled. Can't help himself. He didn't want it. He didn't want to hang out there with his skipper. He goes for 22. And England now slump to 6 for 159 on what is a good surface. And there's still nearly 2 hours left in today's play, or just under 2 hours. And the ball's 45 over a sold.
Oh, body language. Ben Stokes has never hidden it well.
Yeah.
You're right, Baz. Looking the other way, shaking his head. Doesn't care who knows. He is mortified with what Jamie Smith has done there. I mean, you know, whether it was there to be hit, it's almost a moot point. The trap is set for a miscue. Didn't get quite as high up as he thought it was going to. Bottom of the blade. Was through the shot at the wrong time. The catch was complete. And it's a total mess for Jamie Smith in his young career. He has shown a lot of promise. He's shown a lot of talent. He scored a lot of runs for England at number 7 in the early part of his career, only his 18th Test match. But you would say at the moment his spot must be under consideration ahead of Melbourne, barring something remarkable in the second dig.
Yeah, and I think, I'm sorry to say this, but if you're in England and you have compared him to Adam Gilchrist, wash your mouth. that is such a rubbish shot.
Correct.
It's just wild swinging. We just spoke about it in the previous over. That's exactly what he did in Perth. It's a low percentage shot. He was in no position to execute it.
Yeah.
So, and Ben Stokes' reaction just sums it up. Sums up today's play, really.
Yeah.
So Will Jacks will replace him, walking in at 8. Jacks played very nicely last week for his 41 in the second innings, where he batted for 3 hours with Ben Stokes. Well, they're going to have to bat for 3 hours again today. That's what's called of them now, because England are yet to get anyone go beyond 45, and Stokes has occupied the crease for 95 balls for his 28. Jacks has got to dig in with him. Can he? That's the question. Cummins, the captain. He's got 3 away from us to the new man Jacks. Forward, defensively, out to mid-on. No run.
Yeah, Baz balls hit the rocks off the coast, and it's going down quickly here. It was inevitable. They just can't help themselves. And this is partly due to the management as well. They keep picking these aggressive players that don't value their wicket. And Australia are just preying on it. They haven't really had to work hard for a number of dismissals throughout this series. And that's another great example there.
So Cummins up. Successful in the over. Short ball to Jacks, who sees fit to just duck out of the way. No need to play at that.
I don't know what Ben Stokes has told his players, what happened in Noosa and all the honest conversations. He didn't have to say anything there. I think that reaction from him, I think, should have been heard by the entire team.
You know, I'll add to that he made a point of singling out Smith when talking about having the dog in your conversation.
Yeah.
Smith was the one he identified as being someone who is softly spoken and different to him and all the rest of it. And I'm not saying that suggests anything of a divide, but just that he was the one named at the time. Cummins in here, bowls here, short ball, well swayed by Jacks, who knows the barrage is going to be coming his way as well. They're in a difficult spot on many fronts because their reserve keeper on this trip is the bloke who's batting 3 for them at the moment, Ollie Pope, who was out for 3. Meanwhile, Ben Folkes is getting ready to hang up his Christmas stocking. Ben Folkes, who, by the way, is the best gloveman along with Alex Carey in the world. And he did very nicely for England when selected.
He did.
A couple of important hundreds. Man of the series on his test debut. Got a baseball 100 too, the very start of that era when they needed to play a different kind of test against South Africa at Manchester.
And baseball's done, mate. These guys aren't good enough to play baseball. In these conditions, against this Australian team, they are not good enough. It's been proven. We spoke about this months ago. We questioned it, and now it's been proven right before our eyes. They are not good enough.
This is going to be messy. So Jacks has got our leg gully and a short leg for company. Round the wicket, Cummins. He's going to bomb him. Round the wicket. Full toss. Miscues. Through the onside he goes, and it ends up with square leg. Nobody did what they wanted to do there. A full toss, that was a slip out of the hand, surely, and Jacks didn't put it away. So 1 ball left in the over. Started it with a wicket.
We said it's a make or break day for England. I think they're broken. It's back to backs. This hottest day of the series.
You won't get better conditions to get a big score, and particularly now, the ball's 45 overs old, and he's on 20 odd.
Cummins will finish here. Bowls to Jacks, the new man. He takes on a ball that's short but pace off and gets around the corner and gets off the mark. So a bit of one-day stuff from Cummins to finish, who enjoys a bit of a laugh. It wasn't far away from a top edge either, but he just kept it down. Jacks won. Smith fell for 22 in the over. Cummins has got 3 for 47. Welcome back to the captain. England 6 for 160. And that's all on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
In Goodwood, lights out Goodwood Road, Victoria Street, the same Winston Avenue, Edward Street, Clarence Gardens. That's the electrical work, Cross Road, East Avenue, also in Clarence Gardens, and a loose road plate, Templey's Hill Road, Wilfred Avenue in Seaton as well. Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today. Chad Corns joins SENSA Breakfast with Biggs and Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
Our experts are for UVPOE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. One of them is Damien Fleming, who's jumping in. Simon Katich too, and the good oil is with Tom Morris for Cobram Estate Australian extra virgin oil. You've been out exploring.
Yeah, I went to get a water because we've run out of water in the media centre. It's obviously a hot day, to say the least, and I couldn't actually get one. There was long lines, and I got to the front of one line, and they'd run out of water. So it's only, what time is it? It's 3:47 in the afternoon. I feel a bit for the people in the outer.
It's that kind of day. Scott Boland returns to the attack. Wicketless so far. Bowls here. Will Jacks plays out to cover, no run. Good afternoon, Flem.
Yeah, good afternoon. I encourage everyone to use refills.
Yes.
So if you finish the bottle of water, I'm looking at you, Simon. Just use some of the taps around here to replenish the water, and don't take 20 for the day out of our stocks.
It's good of you to clock on today, Flem. I thought you had an RDO yesterday, champion.
What about earlier today? No, but do you mind refilling?
Towards us and towards Jacks comes Boland, delivers here, plays it through the onside, a bit upish towards mid-wicket, but he's fine. It lands in front of Nathan Lyon, stays at 6 for 160.
Look at him laughing at his own joke. Look at
his eyes. He got his eyes going then.
Yeah, the crazy eyes came out.
But there is a lot of refill things around the ground, though, Tom. There is, actually. Yeah. So
I need to find one.
Hopefully they'll keep hydrating, because I tell you what,
Cat was part
that
of the
sun is baking.
Cat was part of the triple champing of Jofra Archer last week, along with Ponting and Smith. Here is Boland up here and delivering to Jacks, who defends into the offside, and Flem's copped a stray bullet there as well.
Champion.
Yeah, very good. Yeah.
So we're in the 8th over of Boland. Tommy, continue, please. Sorry. I've been following this New Zealand versus West Indies score very closely.
Yes.
New Zealand, none for 312. 83 overs into day one. Conway, 172 not out. Latham, 130 not out.
How much longer left, Tommy?
11 minutes.
All our updates from New Zealand for Tom Morris. Marshall Battery's holler for a Marshall Battery. Boland up. Conventional field and leaving alone is Jacks in the channel outside the line. Flem, what did you make of the demise of Jamie Smith?
Oh, it wasn't very good, was it? I think he got rattled by Cummins. Short balls, got clocked by one, started to premeditate. I think he's in a bit of trouble. I mean, he come over with a massive reputation.
He was averaging mid-50s when the series started.
And strike rate of over 80.
It's plummeting. All those numbers are plummeting for him. 5 innings into the series. Boland bowls and Jacks defends. This will be the method from here, surely. We saw these two did have the technique to last for a decent amount of time at Brisbane.
And that's all Ben Stokes wants. I think that's why his body language was so disappointed that last dismissal, because we're at a phase of the day where this is the perfect time to be batting. You got nearly 2 hours to bat and hot. It's a net. It is an open net here. You know, they haven't had a lot of tour matches and practice in this series. It's a license to just bat and stay out there with the skipper and impress him and keep him from being or going over the edge, because he's teetering at the moment, Ben Stokes.
40.3 degrees outside on the screen. Boland finishes over here to Jacks, who places him to mid-on. No run. It's a maiden. 6 for 160. England trailing by 211. Stokes is 28. Jacks is on 1. And that's in the Glencore scoreboard. Advancing everyday life.
The new 2.2-litre Isuzu MU-X SUV tows up to 3.5 tonnes. The perfect blend of strength and style. Love how you live. Book a test drive at your Isuzu Ute dealer today.
Trusted, knowledgeable industry leaders. Fosrock are helping build a bright future for the construction industry. Sign up for a personalised account on Fosrock's online portal for tailored solutions and exclusive pricing. Ready to future-proof? Then choose Fosrock. Fosrock.com.au.
Change of bowler for Australia, the ever-reliable Nathan Lyon for RSEA Safety, trusted by tradies across Australia. He picked up Pope and Duckett in his first over today. So I just want to pick up that point about Stokes' body language and wanting Smith to go with him. It's sort of interesting that across the 3.5 years of this project, the public messaging's actually been very different from that. It's been about play your way, play aggressively, put pressure back on the bowlers. I know it's not exclusively that would be simplifying what it's been, but still, they've encouraged them to play one way and a high strike rate that Flem refers to before, and then asking them here to do something radically different. It does strike me as a complex situation.
Yeah, but they've had to
played that way
because of the nature of the competition here.
Lyon bowls round the wicket. Stokes goes back. First ball of the spell, cutting to deep point, gets 1. 29 for him. 6 for 161. Just to elaborate on that, I think what I mean to say is that if you've been conditioned to playing a certain way the whole time, and initially it was to liberate them from their baggage, right? I mean, that might have made sense at the very start of this, but now the nuance is lacking.
Yeah, and I get that. It had a massive sugar hit early on with it, and I think a lot of that came down to who they were playing where. Obviously had a hit in Pakistan on flat wickets where you could do that, and Pakistan aren't anywhere near the same quality as this Australian team, particularly in these conditions. So that's probably my point, is they needed to modify it for this tour. They haven't, and they don't have the personnel to modify it now.
Well, it feels a bit too late. There'll be a drinks break after this over, we're told. Lyon has got a slip and a short leg for Jacks. First crack at him. Jacks forward to short leg put down. Diving away to his left. Travis Head nearly got there. It would have been a beauty. It would have been Boone-esque. Not quite. Got a hand on it for sure.
Great bowling, Nathan Lyon. Got a couple of early ones, and he's bowled well without luck, and that was nearly the opportunity to get his third there. So hands well in front of front pad. He couldn't control
Lyon
that.
to Jacks, who plays more comfortably down the long on for 1. He's 6 for 162.
Trav, outreach left hand.
Yeah.
Should have caught that.
Simon, you lived under the lid for a number of years. Your thoughts?
Oh, look, I would have backed myself to catch that, but that's easy when you're up here 100 metres away. I haven't been out in the field for 4 hours like Travis Head has. He might have been a little bit weary from squatting down and doing it. But, I mean, it's different too because that was to my left. So, dominant hand. It's different for Head, who's a right-hander.
Line bowls here to Stokes. He goes back on the leg stump line and defends the ball that doesn't turn quite so much.
What it was beautifully bowled by Nathan Lyon.
Yeah.
Just the length, the drop, the spin, the bounce. Deserved a wicket.
Would have been a classic off-spinner's wicket. Caught it short leg for the right-hander. Not to be. Jack's put down. Stokes on strike on 29 and leaves alone the spinning delivery from outside the line of the off stump into Carey's gloves. 1 ball left in the over before drinks. Jamie Smith, the most recent man to go for 22. Lyon arrives and bowls, and forward comes Stokes, and Lyon athletically to his right cuts it off in his follow through. Nothing given from the off spinner. 2 from the over and the drop catch, with Drinks coming out on the field. 6 for 162. Stokes 29, Jacks 2. Smith gone for 22 from the bowling of Cummins, who has 3 wickets to his name. Our drinks break is for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
Introducing the world's first NVR with a local AI agent. Type keywords for instant search results to find specific moments in seconds. Your data stays private and is processed locally. 24/7 protection that's both smart and secure. Visit eufy.com/au.
Say yes to a day of batting that finishes with a 2 a.m. battered sav. Say yes to cheap trips so you can do more. Say yes, I did. Yes, I did.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Looking for the best coffee and lunch on the run? How's that? Your local Shell OTR delivers. And join a paid clinical trial at CMAX and help advance the future of healthcare.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Intellectual disability or autism is no barrier at Bus Stop Films. Gain confidence and work-ready skills with their accessible filmmaking program. Apply today.
3 in the deep on the leg side. Bowls to Smith, who goes after him to the leg side, absolutely clouts it and smacks a 6. Spot on. Last ball. Green to Stokes on 24. Bowls here. Stokes drives through the offside, out to cover for 4. Cummins bowls to him. Smith takes it on and misses. A shout from caught behind. Now, Cameron Green at gully reckons that he's hit it.
Oh,
no. Hello. Spike on the Q end of the bat. They knew they had the trap set. They knew it was a matter of time. SEN Test Cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance and the Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart. Adam Collins, Damien Fleming, Simon Katich and Tom Morris, who's been poring over the tapes from the decision that wasn't given. So Tom Morris, as ever, is with us for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Not for Bundaberg Ginger, that's the drinks break that we're coming to the end of here, but Tommy's with us for the Cobram Estate. Tommy.
I do enjoy Cobram Estate and Bundaberg Ginger Beer, especially on days like today. So there's an evolving story, and that is Mitchell Starc and Nathan Lyon's feedback on Snicko. And call me cynical old journalist, you might say, Flem, but they've said what they said, which I'm about to read out, very close to the stump microphone. So Mitchell Starc said, this is word for word, Snicko needs to be sacked. That's the worst technology there is. They make a mistake the other day and they make another mistake today. And then shortly after, Nathan Lyon says Snicko needs to be sacked. So we heard that clearly through the stump microphone, through the broadcasters, for the host broadcasters. And it makes a pretty clear statement that neither Nathan Lyon or Mitchell Starc rates the technology, or at least the human application of the technology that we're seeing today.
If players don't have faith in the technology, that's going to undermine its application, no doubt. It's clear. It's tough for administrators, tough for broadcasters, but the players are speaking.
And what was the problem with Hotspot? Was that too inconsistent as well, or they don't want to pay for it?
Yeah, I think there was a cost component to that.
It wasn't mandatory. This is as of 3 or 4 years ago, and it was super expensive, so they decided against it.
Well, why can't they get a cheaper alternative? There's always a marketplace to get in there.
Could be an entrepreneurial opportunity for someone there.
Okay, we're in.
Fleming and Katich Incorporated.
What would we call it?
Just another tentacle out there, Flem.
Just a little... What about that? Players would be happy.
Your ninth tentacle.
Make a podcast while you're at it, Flem.
About half of yours. Come on, let's go.
So there is
it's such a big wicket, this, isn't it? I mean, Jackson Stokes bowled batted so well at the Gabba with no Atkinson. Tung's a worse batsman than him, so they've got a worse batting lineup because of that.
Play will resume now. It got held up because of what's going on behind the sight screen. As Cummins gets up and bowls here to Jacks, who defends, presses out to cover point. Won't get one to Inglis. There are 3 or 4 high-vis vests and a couple of red vests, which are usually a problem behind the sight screen, but slightly obscured as to are they treating someone on the ground. Looks that way from this angle through the binoculars. Someone's being treated behind the sight screen, so they'll play on. But that's why we were held up for a moment there after the drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. 6 for 162. Boland up. Delivering to Jacks on 2. Gets to the crease and delivers here, and he's pressing it back to him in his follow through the Victorian. 209 behind. And yep, feels like we've seen this one before with England's lower order exposed way too early on a day when they needed to stand up and haven't.
Just such a big wicket, isn't it? You know, Jackson Stokes, really made the Australians pay in the field and force them to bowl a lot of good deliveries, but get 1 wicket, you could get 3 quick ones straight after that.
Carey up to the stumps here for Boland, who bowls here, and he's worked out to square leg where there's no single. 5-4 field, relatively conventional, but yes, Marnus Labuschagne is the slip behind Carey, who's been up for 1 ball, and he's giving that away. He's putting the helmet back down, and he'll take his spot where he normally is for a seamer.
And Marnus is so close there with the helmet on. He is super close to the bowl, and anything comes to him quickly, it's going to take some serious catching.
Reminiscent of Lords in the World Test Final when burst open Steve Smith's finger. Boland to Jacks. Bowls here, and Jacks is hit on the inside edge onto the thigh pad. It spills out the backward square. Movement off the seam. Boland so consistent.
Yeah, I reckon I get a catch and cover in there too. So the batter looks up and there's a man close at mid-wicket and cover. So if he decides to drive on the up, he takes a risk, and Boland can just keep bashing that length.
Yeah, straighten up the cover at the moment and then leave that cover point region open, make him go squarer. Because Boland looks like you could cut him in half with one that just decks back.
So Boland towards us and towards Jacks. Up and delivers, and Jacks defends. 2 extra cover, no single there. 1 ball left in the over. All dots from Boland in his spell so far. Doing exactly what his team needs of him, building pressure.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful bowling performance from Australia. They've just been so disciplined throughout this series. Apart from probably a little bit, a period of day 1 in Perth, that aside, the rest of it's been bang on. But saying that, it's because England just keep coming at them and playing rash shots.
So last ball here, Boland delivering to Jacks, will carry back up to the stumps, and he stays at home and defends it competently out to mid-off. There'll be a change in commentary after the break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Gerard Whateley in for me with the Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life reading. 6 for 162. Stokes on 29, Jacks on 2.
In Goodwood, lights out Goodwood Road, Victoria Street, the same Winston Avenue, Edward Street, Clarence Gardens. Emergency electrical work, Cross Road, East Avenue, also in Clarence Gardens, and a loose road plate, Templey's Hill Road, Wilfred Avenue in Seaton as well. Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today. Chad Corns joins SENSA Breakfast with Biggs and Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders. Then come back to us. Henley.com.au. Nathan Lyon begins the new over. Ben Stokes back, covers his stumps, defends. Stokes is 29 from 100 balls. Jacks is his new partner on 2. 6 for 162. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life. Damien Fleming, hello.
Hey, Gerard. I mean, this is how he started a couple of his epic hundreds against Australia, isn't it? Batting slow and then just started to go through the gears.
Line around the wicket, flight to delivery. It's driven away to long off for a single.
Well, he's got Jacks there. He doesn't need to do anything too out of the ordinary, but certainly a longer tail. Be interesting to see what happens when they lose one more wicket.
So tongue in for Atkinson changes their dynamic, doesn't it?
Averaging 5 in Test cricket, tongue.
Yeah. Yep, so Nathan Lyon and Pat Cummins in conversation. Move mid-wicket just a fraction squarer. It's a bad pad and a slip in place. Lyon is bowling to Jacks, who's leaning a long way forward to defend. Final call of 7-8. That's 6 down from Alex Carey. Jacks leans forward, wristy drive, through mid off for 4. Nice strike. Zito brushless power tools do you. Jacks goes to 6. It's 6 for 167.
He's looked a good player since coming into the series, hasn't he? His technique looks very technically correct. He's got power as well. I mean, that was there to hit, but it was a classy off drive for 4 from Jacks. Excellent stuff.
Readies himself. All covers the slider. Only just managed to keep that out, Flem.
Well bowled.
Jacks bowled the spin for England, but it's a different class coming from the other end. He's only just managed to jag down on that, the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Last ball of Lions, 15th over. He delivers to Jacks, who's back and whipping around the corner, but there's no single to be had. Kawaja Field, 6 for 167. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we all call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Buying and selling goods here and overseas can be complex. Octex Trade Finance provides a flexible line of credit to pay suppliers in over 70 countries at competitive FX rates with up to 60 days interest-free. Visit octet.com. Lending criteria and conditions may apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet, Smart Business Finance, and for Goodwee Batteries for Solar Hearts. 6 for 167. Stokes 30, Jacks 6. You'll be shocked to know that the operators of Snicko are desperate to let it be known that both of those were right. First one came off the helmet of Smith. The second one touched the Q end of the bat. Of course, nobody can second guess their claims that they are right. So
self-regulation.
Self-regulation, Flem. Given that their explanation last night was complete nonsense.
Yeah, it didn't make sense to me.
So I'm not taking them at their word for whatever that's worth. Stokes playing from in front of the stumps and defence. So they said last night that the operator must have had the stump mic on at the wrong end, which to all of us who have watched and know anything about the system is patently wrong. The Snicko was there. It was just 3 frames before it got to the bat. So don't blame the poor dozy teenager drinking his can of Bundaberg ginger beer and nodding off on a 35-degree day. It wasn't him.
No.
So don't feed us.
It was definitely the noise from the batsman's end.
Stokes chops from his stumps out through cover. There's coverage though in the deep Lion field. So don't make things worse.
Yeah.
It was a problem with the synchronicity. So let's just get to what it was and not feed bull dust into the conversation, because it undermines your whole setup. And when you claim the next day that you got them both right, guess what, mate? I don't believe you.
Yeah.
Didn't tell the truth last night. Why would we think you're telling the truth today? What can you get away with? Now that's a more interesting conversation.
Reputation hasn't been enhanced this Test match, Cinco.
It's the players have lost faith. Boland lets fly. Forward comes Jacks. He's on 6.
And the hard thing is the umpires seem to be pretty keen to put it upstairs to put it on the third umpire.
Now, Nitman's forgotten one step in the process.
Yeah.
Did he hit it or not? And then
just make a decision.
Let's
and then,
check whether it's a fair catch. So it feels like a total breakdown at every level.
Yeah. Up to the stumps again, Carey.
Stokes is sitting way off the pitch at the non-striker's end. Maunders back now. Boland over the wicket, bowls to Jacks, who flicks away. it down Stark at square. No run.
Timed that well, didn't he? It flies off his bat.
So they've got, with the keeper up, they've got the slip, and Labuschagne's got the helmet on as well. A gully, a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, a short mid-wicket, a forward square, and a deep backward square.
Yeah, I mean, if Marnus was further up, it'd be like an off-spinner's field. Yeah.
Scott Boland strides out, bowls to Jacks. Or got onto the pads off an inside edge.
And that's the problem, flicking to leg, isn't it? You're trusting that the bounce is going to be consistent. We saw Marnus and Cam Green get caught just after lunch yesterday to mid-wicket soft dismissals. But he has got quick hands. He hits the ball nice, but that just has to stay in the pitch just a centimetre, and you play too early, and that could be a catch to mid-wicket or square leg. And Boland's just unrelenting, isn't he, in that line and length?
They give him nothing. He's in his 10th over, searching for his first wicket. Jacks came forward to defend, played it to mid-on. No run. One from the over. 6 for 168. The Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Looking for your next fishing weapon? Bar Crusher is Australia's leading fishing boat builder and lead the industry in design excellence and quality. For the most advanced plate aluminium fishing boats or to build your dream boat online, visit barcrusher.com.au.
Presented the Australian team for Australian made by Australian Support Australians. 6 for 168. Australia all out 371. Carey 106. Stark 54 with Kawaja's 82. Archer 5 for 53. England in reply 6 for 168. Nathan Lyon 2 for 40. Bowling to Stokes, who's forward and defending. So Cummins 3 for 47. Lyon 2 for 40. Stark none for 34. Boland none for 31. And Cam Green chimed in 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 15, decisively removing Brook on the way to tee. Lyon bowls away, clouded by Stokes to cover, can't find a run.
That was a cracker from Green, wasn't it, in his first over to Brook. Fast, good line, little bit of movement away from the bat. Cummins, great comeback, isn't it, in hot conditions, the Australian captain.
Stokes forward to defend.
And it's not like Stark or Boland to bowl badly. It's just they haven't picked up a wicket yet.
England still trailing by 203. They're 6 down. What shapes as the best batting day in theory of the Test match. Stokes a long way forward to block.
And cooler tomorrow. I think it's just high 20s, which will be a big relief for the players.
Because initially it was mid-30s.
Yes, again.
And then Sunday's dicey with rain. That forecast gets worse all the time for Sunday. If we got to day 5, Stokes blocks. But the way these things go with these two teams in modern Test cricket, it takes a lot to get to a day 5.
Definitely.
The next 90 minutes of today's play will play a big role in that. Stokes forward and happy to see out the over. A maiden from Nathan Lyon. 6 for 168, the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket, now at Harvey Norman. Super deals on top trending gifts. Shop headphones, smartwatches, speakers, coffee machines, Robovacs, mobiles and more. If it's presence and power you're after, you can't go past the Toyota Tundra. Oh, what a feeling, Toyota.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to give back to a place that we all call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet, Smart Business Finance, and for Goodwee Batteries for Solar Heart. 6 for 168. Jacks is 6, Stokes is 31. This is the pair that batted for hours on end in Brisbane. Put on 96 to put some respectability into England's 4th day efforts on the way to defeat. Jacks faces up to Boland. He's drawn forward to defend. This is how hard that hits the bat from Boland.
Good bowling, isn't it? He's hitting the splice of the bat hard. And you feel that when you're batting too. It's just pushing your bat backwards. You've got the keeper up to the stumps. It's just uncomfortable. When you look up, you see fielders everywhere. It's like a bowling machine at the moment, Scott Boland.
This is his go, isn't it? Settle in and eventually draw the error. He bowls to Jacks, who's nicked it to Carey. He's out. Boland does draw the error. Carey up on the stumps, was able to bobble it up and grab hold of it. It's a splendid piece of keeping to be up over the stumps and do that. Boland gets through. Jacks departs, and England 7 for 168.
Well done, Aussies. There's a lot going on there, Boland. It's the boulevard of bewilderment again from him. That unrelenting, ugly line and length. It's an edge onto the front pad. Alex Carey, because he's up to the stumps, creating pressure, keeping Jacks in the crease, uncomfortable, accepts the catch, and that is ruthlessness from the Australians.
It's 5 catches for Carey already.
Wow. Can he get a stumping? Just to cap it off, an incredible test match for him. But so good. You know, Boland's bowled beautifully today, and I was only lamenting he hadn't got a wicket a couple of balls ago, and now he's changed that. That jag too. But, you know, just with the keeper up, it's just a hassle
so that
when you're batting.
Is not a chance if Carey's not up, because it's just going to balloon short of him. The fact that it goes bat, pad, keeper, up, dive, catch. I mean, that's brilliant.
But also, I think if Carey's not up there, Jacks is batting out of his crease and looking to get forward to that ball. So there's a lot that's worked well for the Australians. The brilliance of Carey, the captaincy of Cummins, but it's also the execution with the ball.
Yeah.
So England can't do that because their bowlers don't bowl enough balls into that area.
Boland 10.2 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 31. That is classic Scott Boland. Just settle in and wait the batter out. It'll come, bang.
And it's not going to get easier for the tail enders. They're going to have to play at every ball. And most of the deliveries from Boland are jagging in, but he's obviously got the other one that just straightens a little bit.
Next batter in is Bryden Cass. Bendix breaks, put your foot down with confidence, Bendix breaks. So a longer tail now with Tongue and Archer to follow.
And so far what we've seen from Cass, he's not a bad hitter. We haven't seen him try and dig in and put a real price on his wicket.
The Australians rounding England up. Boland to Cass for defending to cover. Carey's retreated with the new batter at the crease. Tom Morris has the good oil for us. When does he not?
We love the keeping stuff, Gerard. Alex Carey is the first Australian test keeper in history to take 6 catches twice in an innings. So Wally Grout did it once, Rod Marsh did it once, Ian Healy did it once, Brad Haddon did it once, and now Carey's done it twice, both here. Once against the West Indies in 2022 and then today. Sorry, he hasn't got 6 yet. If he takes one more.
Yes.
He will become one more. Yeah. Sorry, I got excited.
Bat pads in for that in-seamer.
Should get excited. Cobram Estates, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Cass edges down to gully, had it under control. Could you just have a look for me, Tom? Keepers to make 100 and take 5 catches in an innings?
That's where I thought Tom was going, man.
Yeah.
So this has got to be, this is rare air. Hundreds for keepers are pretty rare anyway.
He's still got 3 dismissals to go.
Yes, and God knows how many he might take for the whole test.
Yeah.
Cass yet to score. Scott Boland looking for his 2nd wicket. He runs the ball away to points. Just trying to read the bounce.
Not happy. He didn't land the way he wanted to there, bowler. That was a bit short, so Cass had enough time. I think the next ball will be up a little bit fuller. And Carey will come up to the stumps. Gee, it's a good option to be able to have that up your sleeve.
So 2 in the session so far. Smith for 22, Jacks for 6. Boland leaves the cathedral end in and bowls to Cass, who's leaning a long way forward to defend. It's like he's trying to smother the spin. 7 for 168, a wicket maiden for Scott Boland. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SANE can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit sane.org today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Secure your home with the Eufy PoE system. Its revolutionary dual camera design delivers 24/7 monitoring with fixed wide-angle views plus automatic tracking. No blind spots, no missed details. Just reliable protection for true peace of mind. Visit eufy.com/au.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20. Australia's original fan food. England 7 for 168 in reply to Australia's 371. Crawley 9, Pope 3, Duck at 29, Root 19, Brook 45, Smith 22, Jack 6, other men out. Stokes is 31 from 109 balls. Does he change his approach now? Nathan Lyon is bowling to him, and he's back defending to the offside. They all set off in pursuit. 4 of them close. No run.
Yeah, Cass has had a good partnership in the first test with Atkinson, so I think Stokes will be backing him. It's just whether when they lose another wicket, whether Stokes starts to try and look to score, be more proactive.
Line around the wicket, bowls. Stokes forward to defend.
Not that it's going to be that easy with this bowling to take them on.
Yeah.
You're going to have to take a risk.
And the beauty of the evenness of the Australian attack is so the premeditated idea to get after Boland. He's just bowling in a manner where you can't get after him. And none of the others are hittable. Stokes drives, fielded by Lyon on the dive, and his follow through, no run.
Yeah, and with Scott Boland, we've seen him in bowler-friendly conditions just knock over teams, but where he really ingrained that stock ball was on flat MCG pitches years ago. So he can do a job on flat pitches.
The Liquorland last session. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Lyon to Stokes. He drives to cover. Can't find a run.
Ooh, that's a little bit aggressive from Stokes. He didn't move his feet at all, and he played on the up.
I think he's caught in between two worlds now. I know your point is he could bat with Cass for a while, but what's the point if he's not going to if he's not going to get it going? And if he's going to swing late with the last two partners, or what if they only last 6
exactly.
overs? Stokes covers his stumps, turn to leg, no run.
Yeah, the scoreboard's going nowhere.
Yeah.
You actually want to eat into this, the deficit.
Still more than 200 behind with 3 wickets in hand. Last ball of Lyon's over. Stokes to see it. He tickles it straight to the short leg. A maiden from Nathan Lyon. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday live. 7 for 168. We'll change all the commentary positions for Bundaberg and Jabir as Tommy comes in.
G'day, it's Alex Carey. The new Goodwee ESA battery is a game changer with leading performance and safety. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off, on top of the federal rebate exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au.
T's and C's apply.
Need a smarter way to manage business finance? Octet's innovative supply chain payments platform helps you power business transactions locally and overseas with a line of credit and flexible repayment terms. Visit octet.com, that's OCTET.com.
Lending criteria and conditions may apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Octet, Smart Business Finance, and for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart. England 7 for 168. Alex Carey's up to the stumps. Lisa Sthalekar to my left and Bharat Sundaresan to my right. The Aussies are on the charge. Boland steams in. He's got him! Cast is bowled. Scott Boland with the keeper up to the stumps is doing the job. He has 2, and the English are in a world of hurt.
Cast has been castled. Scott Boland always targeting the top of off. And this time hit that Scott Boland length hit the top of off, maybe slightly a bit of middle as well. And England continue to wilt. And the ship is sinking very rapidly, and the captain's out there, not sure what he's doing. He's blocking it up at one end, but I don't think he can stop the rod.
No, he's staying with the ship as it's sinking, as the captain should do. However, it must be also frustrating. I mean, credit again to Alex Carey. I think the fact that he's keeping up to the stumps is really throwing a spanner in the works of what English players like to do, and they like to leave their crease, attack the bowler, be aggressive in that sense, but a lack of footwork, back of a length delivery, and feet just went nowhere. And there was a huge gap between bat and pad, and if you do that to Scott Boland, he's going to find it every time.
And the fact still remains, England haven't saved the follow-on here.
Oh, yes.
Don't get excited. There is no way Pat would do it to himself.
Just do it, Pat.
Come on.
Show them where they stand. No, it won't. But again, puts into context how far ahead Australia are in this game. Jofra Archer threw his bat around, put on some crucial runs with Joe Root in the first innings in Brisbane. Well, I think he might attempt to do that again. But this time, Australia aren't spreading the field out to him.
So Jofra Archer is the next batter for Bendix breaks. Put your foot down with confidence. Bendix breaks, and England have lost 3 for 9 in 9 overs. Scott Boland into the attack. 2 slips and a gully in place. There's a short leg. Boland with a keeper up to Archer. Archer's defending on the front foot, and Boland does not miss his spot.
You'd think now Ben Stokes will start swinging for the fences. I mean, he has no other option left.
It makes sense. Look, you've got to try and eke out as many runs as you possibly can. And you never know, right? I mean, Ben Stokes right at the outset of this Ashes when they lost in Perth still doubled down on the fact that, the players that were aggressive and got bowlers off their line and length were fruitful.
Boland delivers to Jofra Archer and a play and miss. Alex Carey clean. This time beat him on the outside. It's great to watch, isn't it, when the keeper's up and Scott Boland's doing his thing. How does Ben Stokes play this, Lisa?
Yeah, I agree with Bharat. I think he's got to start looking to score runs. Can you believe that it's his second lowest innings in Test cricket? So he equaled to, I think it was out of the 100 balls, 29 runs.
So the strike rate.
Yeah, strike rate. Sorry, that's what I'm trying to say.
Boland to Archer, outside half of the bat, defends into the offside. So it remains 8 for 168.
I think his lowest was 19 runs off the 100 deliveries against India in 2019. So he's dropped anchor, but everyone else hasn't assisted him and losing wickets, and you're not really going anywhere.
And this is credit to Daniel Cherney from Court Sports, who does such a terrific job covering cricket around Australia. So I think he looked at all the innings in the Bazball era where batters have faced over 100 balls. This is the third slowest, the second slowest. Ben Stokes last week, and this being slower than that one.
Yeah.
3 dots, which followed a wicket. Boland to Archer, this time stuck in the crease and defending into the offside again.
I wonder what's going through Jofra Archer's mind. They've kept him in cotton wool. They've kept him for this Ashes. And to his credit, he has, as Alex Carey moves back, he's chucked the helmet behind him, and he has run in hard, especially since the second innings in Brisbane. Bowled really well, got himself a bag, and now he's out there again on a day where England was supposed to dominate with the bat. He's out there batting, and he might be bowling very soon as well.
So the field's spread aside from the catches. Deep forward square and a deep point. Boland to Archer, and he lets this one through to Carey, who is, Lisa suggested, has moved back. That is the end of a successful over for Scott Boland. He is 2 for 31. It was a wicket maiden. 8 for 168 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
In the city, a car v e-scooter accident, Halifax Street near Hunt Street, Glenside smashed Green Hill Road near Port Rush Road, breakdown South Road, Tikalara Street at Regency Park, Also, Southern Expressway, Majors Road, Trot Park, and Lights Out, Goodwood Road, Victoria Street in Goodwood. Intellectual disability or autism is no barrier at Bus Stop Films. Gain confidence and work-ready skills with our accessible filmmaking program. Apply today. Chad Corns joins SENSA Breakfast with Dixon Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
The experts alongside me, Bharat, Sundaresan and Lisa Sthalekar for AIA. Protect what matters, do it for life with AIA. Ben Stokes will be facing Nathan Lyon at 8 for 168, and England still trail Australia by 203 runs. Lyon around the wicket. There's a slip and a short leg. But broadly, the field is fairly spread. Lyon delivers to Stokes, who's opening the blade, and he'll come through for one. For Archer on strike now. Ben Stokes happy to take the single. Maybe not happy to take the single, content to take the single.
Still had the arm out like, are we coming? Are we going? You would have thought that they would have had a discussion after the last over and going, okay, this is the plan of attack. This is what we're going to do.
Seems a ridiculous question, but does Ben Stokes have a third gear? He can go hard. He can play the role now. Can he do something in between? Lyon to Jofra Archer. Defends. It seems like even when he played those innings in England, he was very subdued and then exploded. Does he have a middle gear?
I think he does. We see it probably in one-day cricket.
Lyon over the wicket to Archer. Archer's defending to short leg.
But I'd say that his theory is let me keep the Australian bowlers out there. We're trying to exhaust them, tire them out, because we can score quickly, we can catch up if we need to, but these guys are bowling so well.
Lyon, he's got two. Archer defends.
Yeah, but all of that is in theory, Lisa. I'm sorry, I'm so off this England team right now. Them catching up, scoring quickly, we haven't seen that.
No. Well, yeah.
I wonder what Ben Stokes is thinking at the non-strikers end right now, though.
Feels a bit lonely, I'm sure.
Lyon bowls. Archer, inside edge to Usman Khawaja at 45, and they'll pick up a single.
No, but I agree with you completely, Lisa. That is and he's done it so successfully, and he's done it against Australia as well. Obviously, we keep going back to 2019 before Bazball, but even in 2023, his innings at Lords, even that explosion at Leeds when they were behind 7 for 133 they were, and then Mark Wood and him had that partnership. So that is his logic, but Australia, like you said, have given him nothing.
Aussies would love a dot ball here, and Stokes defends. That's exactly what they needed to keep Jofra Archer on strike. Archer's 1, Stokes 32. England 8 for 170 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
G'day, it's Alex Carey. The new Goodwee ESA battery is a game changer with leading performance and safety. Until the end of March, you can get up to $500 off, on top of the federal rebate exclusively with Solar Heart. Visit solarheart.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
A bowling change for RSEA Safety, trusted by tradies all across Australia. Mitchell Starc, amazingly, is the only wicketless Australian bowler. And yet England at 8 for 170. Just to prove, it's almost like a flex for Australia, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. There may be an element, right? People were saying those first two test matches, he didn't have Pat Cummins, Josh Hazlewood, who tend to take the limelight or are the limelight. That he was the leader of the bowling attack.
He's around the wicket to Jofra Archer. He'll fancy his chances. Bowls now, and Archer back cut. That'll be 4. He waited for the ball. That's his first boundary for Loan Market. Whatever your ambition, find the right loan with Loan Market. Make it yours. And Australia will bat again. They've avoided the follow-on.
Well done, England. Well done. Very well done.
Hey, look, that's a win. I'm amazed the Barmy Army aren't up and about.
Half of them have left.
I was down there. I was down there earlier. They are sweltering. I don't blame them.
Credit to them for being there.
Yeah, I know. Imagine having a support staff like that off the field and then letting them down over and over again.
Wow.
This is good stuff from Baz. Starc bowls to Archer. phoned, driven to mid-off for no run. Baz, why are you so off the English?
No, I mean, and also when I was in the press box, I was getting very cranky because all the talk was around Snicko. Are you seeing how your team's playing? You come all this way and all you want to talk about is Snicko and the third umpire. And have you seen how your team's playing?
No. Let's blame someone else.
Yeah. No wonder they play this kind of cricket.
Oh, geez. If it isn't Simon Katich coming off the long run. It's Bharat off the wrong foot.
He bowled well the other day, Lisa. Should have seen him.
Yeah.
Steaming in. Hasn't played since February. You wouldn't know it. So there's Khawaja's moved from first slip to a fine gully or a fourth slip. Marnus Labuschagne is now very close at second slip. So it's a spread slip chord like it's the subcontinent. Stark to Archer. Defends into the covers. He won't find a single.
Yeah, but you're right, Lisa, about Mitch Stark. What is that expression or phrase they use in Australia? He needs some clear air. Clear air. And with no Cummins and Hazelwood, I think in a way it was good for him and for everyone else. Yeah. He deserved the spotlight to shine on him solo, especially as he went past Wasim Akram.
Yep. I think even his wife, Elisa Healy, said on their podcast that I hope he takes in that same mentality into this test match with Pat and Nathan coming back in.
420 test wickets, one shy of Sean Pollock. Stark to Archer, very wide of the off stump. It would be close to a wide, but it wasn't to be.
And what this test now calls for is, well, he missed out in the first innings. Travis Head would be very excited to come out and bat at some point later this evening. Still, 55 minutes left.
You can just see Jofra Archer bowling tonight, about 129 k's an hour.
Yep, yeah,
it's hard, but he doesn't hide his body language all that well, even though he did take wickets in the first innings. Second last ball of Stark's over. He bowls now to Jofra Archer, and he's awkwardly pulling it away down to fine leg. Looked ugly, but he got the desired result. Brings Ben Stokes on strike with one to come in the over. Archer is 6. England 8 for 175.
That previous delivery as well stayed a little bit lower, and obviously Stark coming around, kind of angling in, very uncomfortable, didn't get up in time, and he's like, oh, I'm in trouble here. Managed to squeeze it out somehow.
There's a big delivery coming up. Ben Stokes will try to get a single. Stark just slips one slightly wide outside off stump, see if he'll feel for it.
He's got him 11 times in Test cricket, Mitchell Stark. This ball's now almost 57 overs old. Stark from the hill end, and Stokes defends to mid-off. Again, what the Australians wanted means Jofra Archer will be on strike at the beginning of the next over. This is SEN Test cricket for Octet, Smart Business Finance, and for Goodway Batteries from Solarheart. England 8 for 175.
It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au it instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow, and simplify your business payments. So pay.com.au it and start earning rewards today.
Plumbers, want more time for the cricket, camping, or a cheeky fish? Introducing Shark Bite Max, the next generation of plumbing fittings. Smarter, faster, and stronger. Get in, get out with Shark Bite Max. Available now at leading hardware and plumbing suppliers.
The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life. It makes for ordinary reading for the English. 8 for 175. They trail by 196. Line to Jofra Archer, tossed up. Jofra Archer drives through mid-off. Line stuck out his hand. I think he got a little finger on it. It's now a long chase. Cameron Green will come round from long on and flick it back. And they'll come back for 3. Jofra Archer moves to 9. I don't think Nathan Lyon necessarily wanted that too much with his left hand. Just wrung his fingers.
Well, this is, we saw at the Gabba, obviously Archer playing some expansive shots, and it was during that time I wondered whether it would have been handy having an off-spinner just to kind of extract, And even that last delivery, it was a little bit more flighted, like, tempter, do you want to have a go?
Line, reverse from Stokes. There's an appeal from behind the stumps. Hit him on the pads, not out. Here we go, Ben Stokes.
Yeah, he has to. And that brought back memories of 2009 Dean Headingley. Pulled that shot out a few times on that famous afternoon.
It was bat on to pad, which is why the appeal was stifled.
There is a fielder out for it.
Okay, this could be the other gear that Ben Stokes has in Test cricket. Line to Stokes, and he defends this time down the pitch. Got a great rivalry, Lyon and Stokes, and even Stark and Stokes as well. 32 from 120 balls, Stokes. So it was the slowest or the second slowest of his?
Second slowest. At the 100-ball mark.
Yeah. Lyon to Stokes again. He's on the back foot, and he's cutting to deep point for one.
Cramp?
Yeah, he's struggling. Well, how many overs did he bowl in the first innings? He bowled 20-odd overs, didn't he? He bowled 19 overs, none for 53, and he's been out there now for the best part of 3 hours with the bat.
And the captain, now we have a sinking ship and a limping captain on the deck.
Where are you going with this?
He's fired up, Naz. Lyon bowls, Archer defends, top of the bat.
I can already see, maybe they will, who knows, but the narrative, whatever Australia will post, and you'll see the English say, they'll chase it down. They'll back themselves in to chase it down.
I don't reckon. I think things are changing pretty quickly, isn't it? Their communication and everything around it.
They're rightfully questioning their own philosophy. It hasn't worked this tour. Line to Archer. There's an edge up in the air, lands safely. The call was catcher from behind the stumps. It didn't go as far as backward point where Mitchell Stark was fielding. End of the over. 8 for 179, the English on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
In the city, a car v East Scooter accident, Halifax Street near Hunt Street. Glenside, Spanish Green Hill Road near Port Rush Road. Breakdown, South Road, Tikalara Street at Regency Park. Also Southern Expressway, Majors Road, Trott Park, and Lights Out, Goodwood Road, Victoria Street in Goodwood. Intellectual disability or autism is no barrier at Bus Stop Films. Gain confidence and work-ready skills with our accessible filmmaking program. Apply today. Chad Corns joins the SEN SA Breakfast with Bix and Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Bus Stop Films' accessible filmmaking program assists people with intellectual disability or autism to gain skills, confidence and employment support. Apply today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
If delayed payments are straining your business, don't worry. Octet's tailored invoice finance solutions keep your business cash flow moving. Get quick access to up to 85% of your unpaid invoices as a cash advance without real estate security. Visit octet.com. Leading criteria and conditions may apply.
Bowls to Jacks, who's nicked it to Carey. He's out. Boland does draw the error. Carey up on the stumps, was able to bobble it up, grab hold of it. The Aussies are on the charge. Boland steams in. He's got him. Cast is bowled. Scott Boland with the keeper up the stumps is doing the job. He has two, and the English are in a world of hurt. They sure are. England are now 8 for 179. They still trail by 192, as Tommy said there. They have avoided the follow-on, but they are just, to say they are battling to call this dismal is a profound understatement. The day when they needed to stand up, they've not been able to. They've not been able to withstand the pressure that Australia's bowling group have presented spell after spell. Now we can see the image of Ben Stokes on his haunches on one knee with a wet towel over his head. It paints an altogether depressing picture for England's perspective that Stokes has been able to do so much hard work here. He's reached 33 from 121 balls, but he's had no one go with him. Our coverage is for Octet, Smart Business Finance, and for Goodwee Batteries from Solar Heart. He'll know underneath that towel there, Lisa, that the project that he and Brendan McCullum have been working on for 3.5 years is unravelling as he stands 22 yards away.
Yeah, and literally at the other end, he's been watching his fellow teammates go time and time again and not try to withstand the pressure, which is exactly what he's done. I mean, I'd question slightly his tactics. You can't just drop anchor as well. You still have to find a way. And I think he was hoping that the Australians would falter after the amount of spells And given the heat, I think it's close to 17 spells that the Australians have chopped and changed their bowlers. It's been short, sharp spells, but every time an Australian bowler has come on to bowl, they have hit line and length again. They haven't faltered. So his plan of hoping that they'll tire by the end of the day just hasn't worked.
So it's the Bundaberg Ginger Beer drinks break that's finishing here. Treat yourself this summer with an ice-cold Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Baz.
Yeah, and on the hottest day of the series where temperatures have hit at 40 or have gone past 40. Australia have just shown how professional a bowling attack they are. They've not tired, like you said, Lisa. Pat Cummins has used himself and his colleagues brilliantly. Cam Green played his role with that wicket, a crucial wicket of Harry Brook, the top scorer. And they've just been at the English. They've given nothing away.
We spoke to Alex Carey this morning and spoke about the need for patience. Well, they've only been out there 58 overs. They haven't really needed to do that kind of thing, with the exception of perhaps one partnership. Stark in to Stokes, slips very close. He plays down hard. Great stop in the gully. Diving to his left green. That's been his problematic hand. He saves 4. He's looking at the hand as well. Sure enough, it's exactly on that thumb, which is required strapping, that he's reaching for. And Murphy's Law, isn't it? If you've got an injury, the ball will find it.
Yeah, deep breaths. You'll be fine.
Ouch.
Good sound effects.
as Bharat watches it back on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, of course.
And the ball hit his thumb, and then he was crawling, and once again to crawl on that thumb, if that makes sense. So
gutsy fielding to still throw the hand out there and knowing that it was going to hurt. Saved 4 runs for Australia. They'll reset for Archer. Now, what are we going to do here? We're going to have a deep square leg at a minimum. There'll be a fine leg eventually. There'll be Marnus Labuschagne fielding in the floppy hat, which is quite a touch. At a very close second slip. As close as he's been all day. Khawaja at the first of the gullies, Green at the second. Point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. So they end up with a 6-3. Stark will go round the wicket to Archer. He's there on 9. Down the leg side, Carey nearly takes it. Runs away for 4. Was it leg byes? Was it bat? It's given us runs. So had Carey gloved it, he would have been in strife as well. Would have been Carey's 6th catch. 8 for 184. Archer 13.
Well, credit to Jofra Archer so far. He's shown some grit. With the bat, he's defended and he's done nothing silly. Just got a feather.
Yep.
Of an inside edge, but used wristy in the end. So it's like a no ball as well.
No,
he's stuck. Big one.
Yeah, he's missed the mark by some way there, having changed directions around the wicket. So 8 for 185. Trailed by 186. Stark resets. Up and bowls. It's full and driven. Square drive. Good shot, Archer. Under his eyes, hit it well. Great contact. You can hear that through the effects mic. 4 runs for him. Back-to-back boundaries indeed. 17 for Archer, 8 for 189.
The modern player. Let's not get our foot to the pitch of the ball. Let's just keep it still. Solid base. And away you go. Hands find the ball nicely. Just held the pose a little bit longer for all the photographers to take a lovely check drive shot of Jofra Archer.
By the time it got to him, it was 5th stump line. So on that angle from Stark, that's effective. So boundaries for Rosito. Boundaries for Loan Market, whatever your ambition. Find the right loan with Loan Market. Make it yours. Stark. Not for 49, would you believe? Into Archer here, bowls wide on the crease, bumper. Archer tried to sort of swat it away like a fly, but he missed it. And it went above the lid as well. 146 kilometres an hour. His pace never drops.
That's twice now. He's uncomfortable. So I wonder if there's a conversation now with Pat Cummins. Okay, let's go short ball to him. Let's have a short leg. Let's have someone around the corner. They've moved Usman Khawaja now into that leg slip. But I reckon someone under the lid as well, just to pop it up off the gloves, fending.
Barmiami going with Living on a Prayer, which feels apt.
Absolutely.
Leg slips, Khawaja changing field, bowls to Archer here, and he tucks him through the onside. One man to beat, doesn't quite. Was hanging in the air to deep backward square leg where Travis Head stationed in the tiny bit of shade left on the ground. They get a single. Stark now none for 50. which feels noteworthy. 8 for 190. He's got 47 wickets this year, Stark, and 55 at Adelaide Oval. Would love to add to that with a couple to finish off.
He hasn't bowled at the Adelaide Oval with a red ball for a while, has he? It's been two years.
Yeah. 2 years.
Last time against the West Indies.
And he had a tough test match here in 2018, didn't he? Got a bit of grief that week. So for Stokes, who's been there for 122 balls, they'll drop back the second man on the leg side. So in the cordon up close. Stark bowls over the wicket. Stokes in behind it defensively. One to cover point. Well played. 35, 8 for 191.
Ben Stokes will be impressed with the fight. He kept using the word fight, didn't he, Adam, coming into this test? And so far, Jofra Archer showed a lot of fight with the ball in hand. And he's doing the same with the bat as well. What some of the top order batters didn't do.
Yep. He's our hard worker for work locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham, Ben Stokes. Unfortunately, hasn't had many mates. A couple of good balls in there, no doubt. No doubt a couple of good balls in there. There always will be, but last ball here, Archer facing Stark, back over the wicket to him for it, goes back and defends to point, ends the over. Expensive one. 8 for 191, they trail by 180 with Archer 18, Stokes 35, and that's on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Intellectual disability or autism is no barrier at Bus Stop Films. Gain confidence and work-ready skills with their accessible filmmaking program. Apply today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The new Grinch Happy Meal is now at Macca's. There are 12 Grinch toys to collect, only at Macca's for a limited time. Trademark and copyright 2025 Dr. Zeus, available 10:30 a.m. till midnight for a limited time of participating Macca's.
Simon Katich replacing Bharat for Eufy PoE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. And with Stokes dropping anchor, 35 from 123. I don't know, Kat, it feels symbolic, doesn't it, as this project in all probability comes to an end, that you got the captain trying to do something 180 degrees different from what they've done for most of the time. So it'll be lined to him round the wicket. A little bit short. And he carves out to cover. Diving stop. Josh Inglis in there. Offers so much. Saves an otherwise certain boundary. Hello.
Good afternoon, Colo, Lisa, all our listeners. Yeah, it's too late now, isn't it? Unfortunately.
Line up. Bouncing away. Bowls to Stokes, who goes back and this time gets it out to deep cover. Work to do for the deep point. Collected by Weatherall, they're through for 136 for him, the captain, 8 for 192. They trail by 179.
Your level of stubbornness has brought them undone. Because the warning signs were there in Perth. They had their opportunity to play a different style of cricket. They didn't listen, haven't learnt, and they're going to go down playing their way. And Ben Stokes is showing them the way that they should have gone about it.
24's the partnership. Archer doing okay. Slipping a short leg. Line to him over the wicket. He's forward defensively. Now, yeah, I wonder what the psychology of the Stokes innings is. Because really showed no other gear. And that's fine. I'm not being critical of it. Just more that, like, you saw the way Jamie Smith played. And you look at the way Stokes played. There's not a coherent plan at the moment.
I reckon it's really clear what he's showing the rest of his team.
Yeah.
But you can do it. He did it at Brisbane too, didn't he? Line bowls and Archer defends.
He said Australia's not a place for weak men, and he's basically showing them what it takes to survive out in the middle in this hostile environment, whether it's the crowd, whether it's the conditions, whether it's the wicket, whether it's the bowling he's facing. He's basically saying he's not giving up, and he's going to show them how it's done. And unfortunately, not many of them have followed suit.
Can Archer stick around for an hour or so? Line bowls to him. Archer goes back and knocks it to long on, where there is a single on offer to Cameron Green. He's 19, 8 for 193.
The thing that maybe the other thing he's trying to say is we're not going to win, or, well, we can lose the test really quickly, but we're not going to win a test match really quickly. We have to grind it out. We've got 5 days up our sleeve, so there's no rush, guys. Absolutely no rush.
The other part of it too is he probably doesn't fancy getting out there again with the ball.
No.
And I reckon Archer's the same, so I wouldn't be surprised if Archer digs in for a while. I reckon he'd rather have the bat in hand than ball in hand after being in the field both days so far.
Stokes facing, bowled 19 overs, yesterday, and he takes the last ball of this line over to deep point. He'll keep the strike with the single. He's 37. Archer's 19. The deficit's 177 at 8 for 194. The Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
In the city, Carby, East Scooter, Halifax Street, Hutt Street, Glenside, Spanish, Greenhill Road, Portrush Road, Breakdowns, Fullerton Road, Dulwich Avenue in the Parkland, South Road, Tikalara Streets at Regency Park and Southern Expressway, Trot Park as well. Do you or someone you care for need complex mental health support? SEN can help. Choose from a range of free digital and telehealth support services. Visit SEN.org today. Chad Corns joins the SEN Breakfast with Bix and Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
We are well and truly into the Liquorland last session. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. And all day, all of our stats are for pay.com.au. Points for business. Tom Morris has got some of them for us.
Well, I'm already looking up the most runs and dismissals for a wicketkeeper in a single test. That belongs to A.B. de Villiers in 2013, where he took 11 catches, 6 and 5, and then made 31 in the first innings and 103 in the second innings. But Alex Carey is the second Australian ever to take 5 catches and make 100 in the same test match.
Stark up and bowls here to Stokes. Down the leg side. Doesn't catch up with it.
So the first Australian to do it, the only Australian to do it before today, was Adam Gilchrist in the Sydney Test of 02-03 against England. A test match made famous. Colo, you were there for Steve Waugh's last ball century.
What a day. A real where were you moment. For a lot of people, about 75,000 people were in the SCG apparently.
I was at Randwick at the time. I just moved to Sydney. I reckon I could hear the eruption from Randwick.
Something else.
Where were you, Lisa?
Yeah, not Randwick. Couldn't afford it. Sorry.
It was a one-bed flat, Lisa.
Cry me a river.
Stark to Stokes, couple in the cordon, couple back bowls here. Chops down on it, and there's an easy single to backward point. Green hustling, though. He pings it in at the non-striker stumps. Good standard from the Aussies all day. Stokes 38, 8 for 195.
I was actually working at Cricket New South Wales as a community officer, and so part of our job is during test matches to bring all the T20 blasters out into the middle for the lunch break. And, you know, if you're there working, you kind of, once you've done your job, you go home, and then that was the moment. That day I was like, why didn't I just stick around and stand and watch and be that nuffy of a supporter? But unfortunately I just watched it at home like the other million of people that did.
So Stark turns. Top of his mark, bowling to Archer. Over the wicket. Field remains the same with the exception of the leg slip, but he pushes it to where there's an acre of space at mid-wicket. Moves into the 20s. Well played, Jofra Archer, doing the job with the bat as well as the ball. 8 for 196. So there's how many all up have taken 5 catches and made a ton? It's a fairly exclusive list, as Gerard alluded to earlier.
15 times it's happened. So this is the 16th. Yeah. I'm trying to think. Johnny Bairstow did it twice. BJ Watling did it 3 times.
What's the highest score in that?
Is it Dennis Lindsay?
Yeah.
182.
Yeah.
Yeah, and 6 dismissals. South Africa versus Australia, 1966-67.
Oh, yeah. When
that's a game.
Destroyed Australia, that series, with the bat.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Stark in. 2 behind the wicket bowls here, and Stark pulls out to deep square leg for 1. 39 for him, 8 for 197. They trail by 174.
One thing I just want to bring up as well, now that we've kind of seen Cam Green get smashed with his left thumb a couple of times, I wonder if that's going to affect him from a batting perspective. Obviously batting at number 5, and I guess it depends how everyone goes, but there may be a possibility or an option just to drop him down if it's too much of an issue, because he wasn't wringing his hand the last time he got hit.
It's heavily strapped too.
Yeah.
So Archer's waiting for Stark. Up, away from the cathedral end. 5-4 field, and he wants to play at a ball that is banged in a little bit shorter, and he pulls out at the last moment, and rightly so.
The other thing that this innings of Archer shows is England have got their order wrong. If he's not a better bat than Bryden Cass, I'm not up here. All series, Bryden Cass just looks like he's going to get knocked over at any stage. Archer's applied himself. And I mean, apart from that early couple of overs today, he's had a very, very good test match in response to what happened in that second innings in Brisbane. He's fronted up and he's been outstanding.
I reckon that's purely down to the fact that Archer doesn't play 4-day cricket and he's barely batted for years, whereas Cass does. That can be the only reason, because Archer was a useful first-class player some years ago. Start to him here, he ducks. Ends the over. 3 singles from it, 8 for 197. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. You trust the tyre experts.
Intellectual disability or autism is no barrier at Bus Stop Films. Gain confidence and work-ready skills with their accessible filmmaking program. Apply today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The new 2.2-litre Isuzu D-Max tows up to 3.5 tonnes, meaning more than ever, adventure is everywhere. Go find yours in the new Isuzu D-Max. Visit your Isuzu U dealer today.
The applause you can hear is for Australia's leading wicket taker, Pat Cummins. He's got 3 for, and he's back into the attack. Program commercial painting, hit painting maintenance for 6. Cummins picked up Smith in this session, which was a poor dismissal to say the least, and Root and Crawley with beauties earlier in the day. The leading run scorer for England was Harry Brook, who made 45 for TAC. Speeding, how your holiday ends is your choice. Stokes down the other end. Can he bat for another 31 minutes and get them to stumps? Bowling here, Cummins to Stokes, who nearly chops on first ball with a spell. Spits out to fine leg, playing away from his body. He literally walks through for the single. Moves to 40, 8 for 198.
Cano, as a former opener, when is it like the most annoying time to run off and put your pads on?
Oh, knowing there's maybe 10 minutes left to bat
10 minutes,
out.
okay. So 30 minutes, you're still okay.
Oh, well, you know there's obviously the 10-minute changeover, so you're counting down at the moment.
Minutes,
you know it's 5:20 is the time where you don't have to worry about it, and you're hoping that, you know, potentially that's not the case because you want to knock the last 2 over. But if you can do it in 20 minutes and 30 seconds, it's a great result. Go and freshen up overnight and come back, hopefully have a good night's sleep and get in the ice bath, freshen the legs up, go again.
He's got the short leg back, Cummins. Bowling to Archer on 20. Delivers over the wicket to him, and Archer tucks it through the onside quite nicely, wide of bowl, and dives to his right. Denies any further runs beyond the single. Archer 21, 8 for 199.
The positive spin on it, though, was I always felt that if it was for 2 or 3 overs and something minimal, you knew that the bowlers didn't really want to get out there just for 1 or 2 overs. So it was, you try and spin it and go, well, it's a chance to get off the mark, chance to get the partnership going, and it's always that little challenge. Can you finish the job off for the day and make sure that you come back tomorrow ready to go?
This pair have been batting for 37 minutes for 31 runs. Stokes again. Cummins to him, round the wicket, defending from the middle stump line. And Cummins will consistently test him.
Well, this partnership now, 31 off 44 deliveries. I did think, with only a couple of wickets left, that Stokes would decide to play. There was only one, I think, switch hit. Other than that, it's been pretty subdued.
Yeah, and I think part of it is the last thing he wants now is to give his wicket away cheaply in that pursuit when he's tired.
Yeah.
Because he's starting to look fatigued. That drive down to fine leg before looked a tired shot.
Cummins up to him, bowls to Stokes, who defends to point. Quick single takes on Inglis, but doesn't get the perfect bounce which he would have needed to have had a chance of pinging the stumps down. It's the England 200 up. What will the response to that be, I wonder? Subdued. 8 for 200. Partnership 32. Nothing from the England fans on the other side of the ground. And until now, and I would call that more playful cheering, Barmy Army. Stokes 41. The one thing you could say if you're an England fan is that they have come back from an enormous deficit in Hyderabad a couple of years ago, but that was a very different kind of test match, very different energy, and they were batting third, not fourth. Cummins bowls to Archer on 21, delivers here. Archer sways at the way.
And I think the other thing that we keep talking about is just this Australian attack. It strangles teams. We've seen it over a number of years now, particularly in these conditions. They just suffocate opposition batting lineups. And the only team that's really been able to sort of master them or get on top of them has been India at times. And how have they done that? They've done it through technique, skill, but also temperament. You know, you look back to Pajara doing the job he's done. You have to do it in that fashion. You can't do it any other way against this attack.
Cummins will finish here. Bowls to Archer, who pulls out to the onside, out towards deep square leg. Diving attempts put in at the last. One hand stuck out. Would have taken some catching out there, Brendan Dog at the sub. Spills out and they had a couple. That takes Archer to 23, 8 for 202 at the end of the over. Gerard Whateley will jump in and see us through at the end of this second day on SEN Test Cricket for Octet Smart Business Finance and for Good Wheat Batteries from Solar Hut.
Introducing the world's first NVR with a local AI agent. Type keywords for instant search results to find specific moments in seconds. Your data stays private and is processed locally. 24/7 protection that's both smart and secure. Visit eufy.com/au.
The new Grinch Happy Meal is now at Macca's. There are 12 Grinch toys to collect, only at Macca's for a limited time. Trademark and copyright 2025 Dr. Zeus, available 10:30 a.m. till midnight for a limited time of participating Macca's.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Holmes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us. Henley.com.au. England 8 for 202. Stokes is 41 from 132 balls. Archer's got some happy hitting going. He's 23 from 31. The deficit is 169. So these have been valuable runs from this pair late on day 2. Our experts for Eufy PoE Systems, professional grade security for complete home protection. Simon Katich and Lisa Sthalekar. Hello to you both.
Good afternoon, Gerard.
Afternoon, Gerard.
Hello. So another half hour of happy hitting, or Australia wrap things up?
I don't know about the happy hitting. I think these guys are just happy to keep
the Aussies
partnership going and make the Aussies work hard for these last couple of wickets, and particularly their wickets. So I think they're both sending a really strong message to the rest of the dressing room here.
Cam Green back into the attack. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 15. Got the key wicket of Harry Brook heading towards tee. Did trouble Stokes through the overs that he sent down. He's got it from the cathedral end. And begins the fresh over to Stokes, who's forward defending and very uncomfortable again. Green has bothered him consistently throughout.
There was an easy single there, but I think Stokes started cramping after he inside edged that ball straight away. And I think he locked up and he realised he couldn't get down the other end at any sort of pace.
Every time he's played a shot and gone to kind of move off, he has kind of straightened the leg, hasn't he?
Yeah. I reckon it's going on him.
Yes, inside edge onto the back leg. Would have felt that. Green around the wicket, bowls. Stokes plonks it across the line down a deep backward square for a single. 8 for 203.
And I've actually noticed, like Josh Inglis or the fielders in at cover in those prime positions, if they can scamper and throw it at the bowler's end as he's kind of hobbling through, that's what they're looking to do as well. They're thinking here's an opportunity for a run out.
Yep, they've sensed it. He's waddling down the other end.
Waddling, that is a correct description.
Down on one knee at the moment. Partnership is worth 35 from 50 balls. Stats for pay.com.au, points for business.
And you see him now, he's down on his bended knee at the non-striker's end, stretching out.
3 in the deep on the leg side for Archer. Green bowls to him. Archer goes after the hook. Top edge. Almost, not quite. Dive forward. Came Labuschagne. Hat ripped off. Ball got under his hands and goes for 4.
It was a gymnastic dive, somersault, really. Not one where you kind of tuck your shoulder in and go to the side. It was full on going on his front and really tucking in. Ball just hanging in the air. Just bounced before, I think.
Full in the air, hands reaching down, got under his hands and skipped away for a boundary. Green comes again. Archer stays out of the bouncer.
He's eyeing off the fly slip region now, Archer. He's just going to try and help it down here. He knows he's run the gauntlet, taking on the pull shot. That was a wonderful effort from Labuschagne. Nothing surprises with him in the field anymore. Screamer at the Gabba. He's always hunting runouts. It was a wonderful attempt.
Lyon, Labuschagne and Stark are in the hitting zone under the Chapel stand and the Sir Donald Bradman Pavilion. Archer's on 27, green to him. Archer ducks a bouncer that's too high. So coming off his 38 at the Gabba, 27 here. He's running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite. That's steady, hot and strong. Machine's been called up for the last ball of the over.
Yeah, it's good character from Archer because we saw it early in the day. There was a decent confrontation with him and Stokes. And Stokes had every right to be aggrieved. And to Archer's credit, I reckon he's copped it because he's come out and he's got in a partnership with his skipper, and it's like, move on. They're fine about it.
Shane under the helmet, it's slipped now. Green bowls to Archer, who carves the ball back to deep backward point. Weatherall in off the rope, does the fielding. 6 from the over, 8 for 208 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre expert.
At Capital.com, we know markets don't wait. They bounce, crash and soar, sometimes before the first innings is over. Markets move fast, so should you. Capital.com, a trading platform without delays.
Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD. AFSL 513393.
Need a new battery roadside? Holler for a Marshall. Marshall batteries come to you fast with the right battery and expert fitting. Serving Australia since 1935, choose the leading roadside battery replacement service. Holler for a Marshall, day or night. marshallbatteries.com.au.
Liquorland last session scoreboard this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. 8 for 208. England trailing by 163. Stokes is 42. Archer is 28. Pat Cummins is going to take the ball down below us at the riverbank end as Damien Fleming comes back in on SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise. The perfect partnership. Cummins over the wicket, bowls, Archer stands and defends.
Hello. I'll try and get a wicket here. Been probably half a dozen half chances. At least Archer's, he's looked to score. Stokes is just batting through basically, isn't he? But I'd love Pat Cummins. I'd love him to get the next 2. Be a well-deserved fifer. He's been out with the stress fracture. And you wondered how he'd go today. It's very hot. Pitch is flat. Gee, he's led from the front.
Been superb. Both skippers have been superb.
Archer swings out into the deep to backward square. It lands safely. Went with such haste that they could only get a single as Labuschagne's been deployed back there as well. So he's covering a lot of ground from one side to the other and then up into the cordon. Labuschagne late in the piece. A single taken. The partnership's worth 41, the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Just going back to that Archer-Stokes confrontation, the other thing about it too is it's easy to forget. Archer came here, and I think he played, 15 tests in 6 years or something like that, since he debuted. So he's still learning about test cricket. So that's the sort of conversation that needs to be had with him to help him get better, because he hasn't played a lot of it. And if he thinks that he can just come up and roll up for 2 or 3 overs and bowl what he did and expect that that's okay, well, someone's got to say to him, and Ben Stokes was within his rights to be, upset about it. And when he did get it right, look what happened, he got the wicket.
Cummins around the wickets. End to bowl to Stokes, who's on the back foot defending.
Now, I'm not a big lip reader, but watching it back again, Stokes has gone in with the high five early.
Yeah.
But once they started talking, during that over, he bowled a short wide one that Stark flayed down to third man. Archer wanted to catch him third man. And quite rightly, Stokes said, no, that's what I wanted to do, is to attack the stumps.
Correct.
But having said that, I think Stokes can be more proactive ball by ball. I've watched Cummins. Cummins has been running to the bowlers all the time. Don't wait for a wicket to explain the methods.
Cummins is into Stokes. Slower ball, defended from the stumps.
The only problem with that, though, is that potentially Stokes feels like he's already had that conversation in the pre-game
He
chat.
might have, I don't know.
And that's what we don't know. And you'd assume that he would have, judging by the field that he set, because he didn't really have, I think he had a 5-4 field, because he only had the two slips and then the 3 guys in the ring. So that sort of indicated that he wanted him to bowl quite tight.
But when Archer indicated that, I thought Stokes would walk over and go, hey, mate, haven't we committed to taking on the stumps?
Cummins bowls. Stokes stayed out of the short ball. 2 set back for it.
I reckon Cummins has bowled more slower balls than the rest of the 2 teams combined.
Yeah.
And not just full ones. He's bowled a lot of off-cutter bounces as well, off-pace ones.
Well, the thing about that is it's clever because it's making his on-pace bouncer so much more effective because it's that old sort of Andy Roberts trick of give him a couple, doesn't matter if a couple go for 4, but then the one that's on the money gets the job done.
Stokes has the strike. He goes after the short ball, drags it into the turf, out to deep square. Line in off the rope to field. A single taken, 43 for Stokes.
And in a way, we saw that with the build-up to Jamie Smith. You know, he gets one away and then the next one hits and they had the review.
Apologies, that's the end of the Over the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts, 8 for 210.
The new Grinch Happy Meal is now at Macca's. There are 12 Grinch toys to collect, only at Macca's for a limited time. Trademark and copyright 2025 Dr. Zeus, available 10:30 a.m. till midnight for a limited time at participating Macca's.
The new 2.2-litre Isuzu MU-X SUV tows up to 3.5 tons. The perfect blend of strength and style. Love how you live. Book a test drive at your Isuzu Ute dealer today.
The Ashes on SEN for 4 and 20, Australia's original fan foods. Quarter of an hour left in day 2. An attendance of 48,849. They've braved 40-degree temperatures to be here. They've seen Australia bowl especially well. Green to Stokes, full face of the bat out to cover. So we're up to 105,147. And that count will run for pay.com.au points for business. We've got a Friday and a Saturday, which will be super well attended. The overall record from that pink ball test is 199,000 and change. So that's in play.
Yeah.
I think if you knew Saturday was going to be a full day and the likelihood of a result, you could get a mammoth crowd roll up in the members. Green to Stokes, Yorker got down on it. Good skills.
Well bowled.
It's been impressive, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Good control of his lengths when he's needed to go fuller. He's been on the money. When he's hit the track and bowled that top of the stumps length, he's been on it. And then the bouncer, that's his weapon as well. Just looking for a tired mistake here from Stokes now.
Green leaves the top of his mark in past the umpire, bowls to Stokes, who defends the ball to cover. And he's hopping around in the aftermath, cramping.
Look at him walking away.
Surprised the pickle juice hasn't come out.
He looks considerably older than he's 34 years at the moment.
He's talking the talk and walking the walk, though, isn't it? Like, he's putting such a big value on his wicket.
The next batter is that last man in, Tung, who doesn't have much behind him for Bendix breaks. Put your foot down with confidence, Bendix breaks. Stokes defends to mid-on, no run.
He did get a first-class 50 this season for Notts. However, not quite the same level of bowling that we're seeing out here, but not the worst. But at test level, it's a different story, no doubt.
Yeah, he's just averaging a 5. He's only played 6 tests.
Yeah. Stokes and Archer have a more civil word than earlier in the day, mid-pitch. The traffic cones over on the hill are a picture of motion still. Bharat said they were in from New Zealand today. They've done it the hard way in this weather. Stokes drives the full ball, can't get a run out at mid-off.
I was over there before, Gerard.
Yep.
And there's a whole team of South Australian redback dressed players with the names on their back from the famous Roby Cup win out here, that one-day win from about 2013. So they've got Crossweight and Putland and Ferguson and I can't remember who else was in the team. And they're all dressed up as each of them.
Good on them.
Very impressive, Flem.
Tom Morris with his roadside reporting for Marshall Batteries mobile and store service. Holler for a Marshall battery. Green to Stokes, rising delivery, turn to the leg, and there is a single this time as head moves around from mid-wickets. Stokes just hobbles in at the far end, and that is the end of the over. The only run from it. It's 8 for 211, the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
The new 2.2 litre Isuzu D-Max tows up to 3.5 tonnes, meaning more than ever, adventure is everywhere. Go find yours in the new Isuzu D-Max. Visit your Isuzu U dealer today.
SEN Test Cricket for Goodwee Batteries and Solar Heart Expertise, the perfect partnership. England 8 for 211 as we count down the final stages of day 2. Stokes 44, Archer 29. Leading run scorer just for a moment longer is Harry Brook with 45. For TAC Speeding, how your holiday ends is your choice. The leading wicket taker for now is Pat Cummins with 3 for programmed commercial painting, hit painting maintenance for 6. But Nathan Lyon has just taken the ball and he has 2 already. 20 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 49.
I'd like to see a single here and see how Joffre plays Nathan Lyon.
Yes. So Lyon had that one great over Pope and Duckett. Pope gave his wicket away and then Duckett was deceived. Nathan Lyon begins his 21st over. He's bowling to Stokes, who's back and carving the ball out. It's a deep cover. They'll just take 1. In normal circumstances, there were 2, but we're a long way from normal circumstances after 5 o'clock in 40 degrees.
He called 2 as he hit it, and it was in the gap wide of deep point, but reality kicked in about halfway down the wicket, and I reckon both hammies and both calves started to lock up, and the brakes came on real quick. Oh, you feel for him. You're just willing him onto that ice bath and about 2 litres of hydrolyte.
All right, Flem, here you go. Line to Archer for defending.
Give him 1 ball. Give him 1 ball. Can he block 4 more, Gerard?
Well, he did early, didn't he? He faced him when he first came out to the crease, from memory.
Yeah, but he's set now. What is he, 29?
Another good innings.
Yeah.
That square drive was as good as you'll see. And the footwork that he... Amazing shot.
I remember when he debuted in 2019, there was talk about, like a bowling all-rounder.
Yeah.
He got runs, but his test record's been pretty woeful, really.
He just hasn't played enough of it.
Pat Cummins has gone with 2 under helmets. Short leg and silly mid-off. And a little bit of extra gear being run from the rooms. So Green's gone to slip as they close in around Archer, who's run hot for Reams, steady, hot and strong. 29 from 35. Lyon eager to get in and after him. Archer drives straight to mid-off. Boland fields no run. I just want to make special mention of that Boland spell that we sat through. It ended up at 5 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 1.
What?
He went maiden, maiden, 1, wicket maiden, wicket maiden. As he got the wickets, Jacks and Cast, the most recent to fall. Long way forward, Archer trying to blunt the spin. He wasn't quite there for it, but he kept it out nonetheless.
And big bowler wasn't boring outside off stump with a strong offside field. He was attacking the stumps every ball.
That last ball was beautifully bowled from Lyon.
Yeah. Archer comes forward, does manage to defend. A little bit closer to the pitch at that time. So if he bowls 3 of the previous balls, he'll get him. He'll either get him through the gate or bat pad. 1 more in this over. Lyon to Archer, drives on the reach down to long on, takes a single and keeps the strike. 8 for 213, the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
When sprains, pains, and strains happen, who's there to help? Chemist Warehouse has you covered, from strength and training to relief, recovery and everything in between. With the right products and the right support, we'll help you get back in the game. Chemist Warehouse. Always here, always ready.
The Ashes on SEN for Henley Homes. Hard to beat. Ask other builders, then come back to us. Henley.com.au. A partnership between Stokes and Archer that's worth 45 from 72 balls. England is 8 for 213. Cam Green has ball in hands. Again, they'll set up with 3 in the deep on the leg side. Lyon, Labuschagne and Stark. If Archer goes after the short ball, they are all in play. Green from the Cathedral end. Bowls to Archer, who's back and defending stoutly. Stats for pay.com.au. Pay for business, Tommy?
This is one for Flem. I think you'll enjoy this, Flem.
Yes.
Bowlology gold, as you say.
Yeah.
Mitchell Stark's bowled 12 overs today in 40-degree heat. And his average pace is 146 k's an hour, which is the highest it's been in any Ashes test that he's ever played.
In 40-degree heat. What a legend. No wickets either to give you that, you know, little bit of adrenaline.
Green hits the crease, bowls. Arch ducks the bouncer.
Could have a big second innings, Mitchell Stark, if there's inconsistent bounce.
Australia just taking time between each ball. I think everyone would be happy to shake hands at the moment. They'll go for this over and one more. They'll have to have one more after this. But if they could all find a way,
they would.
They would. Perhaps they could get a DRS or an LBW shout for Liquorland. Score more this summer with Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Head goes under the helmet. Short leg. It's a catcher at mid-wicket as well for the miscued pull. Green bowls to Archer, cuts short of Inglis at cover, who was lurking.
I had a feeling he might be thinking of that cut shot option because there's no one out in the deep on the offside, whereas if he takes on those 3 men on the leg side boundary, it's risky, as we've seen previous overs, just falling short of Labuschagne diving forward.
Four boundaries in his innings, Archer. Chasing down his highest score in Test cricket again. He's on 30. Green bowls to him. Archer straight up the fence. Standing tall.
Hasn't looked phased at all, has he?
Rock solid, that. Rock solid.
Been a fantastic day for Australia, though. All the bowlers have done their job. Well, captain from Pat Cummins, fielding good. Tough day. I mean, they'll get a lot out of this, won't they?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they would have taken this at the start of the day, having England 8 down. Still 158 behind.
Archer's wearing a watch. Faces up, defends, back foot, across his crease. Okay. He's got a blue watch on just above his glove.
Not worried about it getting damaged?
No.
I mean, even, you know, Crawley knocked over 1 for 37 in 7.4. So the runs were flowing.
Yeah, that was all ducked early on.
Yeah.
Can you be out off the watch? It's right on the wristband.
Good question.
Green's got one left. His 8th over. It's his final moment of the day. He's around the wicket, bowls. Archer ducks the bouncer. Good disciplines. The Tyre Power Scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. 8 for 213. 1 to go.
Say yes to a day of batting that finishes with a 2 a.m. battered serve. Say yes to cheap trips so you can do more. Say yes, I Didi.
Yes, I Didi.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. So look for the Australian made green and gold kangaroo and buy Australian. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Jurassic Moth has just flown into the box.
Fleming just opened his wallet.
Mammoth. Oh, yeah.
The Ashes on SEN for 4.
Never used that one before.
Australia's original fan food.
Not with you. Normally it's Binger's wallet.
8 for 213. Nathan Lyon with the last over of the day's play. You have to award a player of the day soon enough for RWC, Ray White's commercial property specialists.
That was very big.
It was. Lyon to Stokes. Oh, back to defend. That was sliding on. He set him up for that a couple of times. That kept low, kept going. Stokes just got it out.
He's just counting down these balls now, Ben Stokes. He just wants to walk off the field and jump in that ice bath.
That replay screen for Chemist Warehouse. Forward comes Stokes with a better lunge that time. Just drags himself up in the aftermath.
But good from Lino to throw it up and make him reach for the ball.
And then switch sides. Put another one in around the bat. They'll have a slip, a leg slip, a bat pad. Deep point comes up to cover. The two in the deep only on the leg sides. Kawhi just pushed back a little at mid-off.
Ben Stokes is definitely making sure this is the last over. He's just milked 20 seconds here. Scratching guard, moving away.
There'll be no complaints today. Line over the wicket. Stokes kicks it away.
Can he get him around the legs here? Because he's cramping. And he can't get the pad out to it and just sneaks through the gap.
Could you imagine? Line bowls to Stokes. He's forward and defending. I did have a little laugh just reading, refreshing on all the Ashes moments that have happened here. I'd forgotten that before Kevin Peterson got bowled round his legs by Shane Warne on Amazing Adelaide, he'd written his premature autobiography and written in it that Warne would never bowl him around his legs. There you go, Kevin.
It's nuts.
You can't say anything in this game.
Oh, my goodness.
Mother cricket will always come back to bite you.
Mid-career.
Yeah. That was KP, though.
Yeah. That wasn't even mid-career. That's less than 2 years in. Wasn't it?
Before debut.
Another helmet called out of the middle. Lyon switches sides again. He'll come around the wicket to Stokes with 2 to go in the day's play. And Stokes pushes forward to defend. Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Each of these has been a really good question to ask a retiring batter.
He's had a very good day, Nathan Lyon.
Outstanding.
It would be very Shane Warne to do it here, having conjured this sort of over. Crowd has stayed to be with him. Lyon, last ball of the day. Stokes to see it. Sees it off. Bat and pad tight together. The England captain goes to stumps, 45 not out. But his team is 158 runs adrift. 8 for 213 in reply to Australia's 317. Let's get into the post-game show.
The post-match show for Isuzu. Everyday life doesn't have to be everyday at all. Love how you live in the Isuzu MU-X. And Sonos. This summer, feel the sound of every play with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com.
Australia batted for 38 minutes at the start of the day, added 45 runs. Mitch Starc posted his second half century of the series. He finished with 54. Jofra Archer 5 for 53. And then in reply, England progressively lost wickets throughout the day. It was trouble early, 3 for 42 and 4 for 71. They've managed to get to 213 for a loss of 8 at stumps with a good partnership going between Stokes, who's on 45, and Archer, who is on 30. Our post-game wrap for Sonos this summer. Feel the sound of every play with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com. And for Isuzu, everyday life doesn't have to be every day at all. Love how you live in the Isuzu MU-X. Simon Katich and Damien Fleming, give us your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, an excellent day for Australia, and it started well from Mitchell Starc finding all those boundaries early. You know, you thought if the Aussies got knocked over quickly, a bit of momentum England's way, but Starc's 54, and even Boland and Lyon kept them out for even longer. Got off to a bit of a flyer thanks to Duckett.
Nathan Lyon becomes
Let's,
the
joining
second most wickets for Australia. A phenomenal performance from you. 2 wickets in the first over. How special was that?
It's been a pretty tough day. Nice and hot out there, but it's nice to contribute and finally get into the series.
What was the key for you?
Just bowl my best ball and keep doing the basics really well. There's no secret behind what I do, so it's just about doing the basics for long periods of time and hopefully create a bit of pressure.
Must have enjoyed that one to Ben Duckett.
Yeah, that was a nice one.
Searing hot conditions. How was it out there for the rest of the boys?
Pretty proud about the way the guys have gone about it. Pat's been phenomenal as captain, as always, but the effort from our fast bowlers to get them 8 for 213 off 68 overs, it's a pretty big effort. So rest up, recover, and we have another crack in the morning.
We're in a great position. You want for ice baths?
I'm going to need to.
All the best. Thanks, Nathan, and well done once again.
Nathan Lyon, who moved past Glenn McGrath today and sits behind only Shane Warne. Flem, sorry.
Yeah, and then, the Australians got to work, didn't they? I thought Nathan Lyon getting a couple of quick ones, but Pat Cummins was brilliant, captaining, and just any worries about that lack of cricket and how accurate he'd be. He was right on the money, changed his pace big time. Stark, for the first time in the series, didn't get any wickets, but built pressure and Boland with that last spell. But, I mean, he was pretty good up until that, wasn't it? Fielding good. Sticko's got some work to do. They had another poor day. And for England, Brooke, it took a good ball to knock him over. I thought he batted well. But Stokes, he talked about how they wanted to show him be up for the fight, and the captain's done that. And Archer very good at the end. I mean, they could be all out tonight. Instead, they're put on 45 runs. So, once again, a pretty entertaining day, but Australia's way.
Oh, comfortably. And I think, we talked about it yesterday, were they over or under par, or who's sort of in charge of the game? And I think we saw today Australia took full control purely because of the discipline of their bowling. There was only probably 2 English dismissals that you could say were brought about through, lack of technique, probably, with Ollie Pope, his dismissal, and then Smith there trying to take the short ball on when it just looked like he was going to get bombarded, and probably took the wrong option against Pat Cummins. So, otherwise, the rest of them applied themselves pretty well. It was just the Australian bowlers are just too good in these conditions, exposing frailties in some of their techniques. But it was, a great day for Ben Stokes, and Archer supported him well at the end, but it was a little too late.
The fall of wickets for Smarter Crawley caught Carey, bowled Cummins for 9, 1 for 37. Pope caught Inglis, bowled Lyon for 3, 2 for 41. Duckett bowled Lyon for 29, 3 for 42. Root caught Carey, bowled Cummins for 19, 4 for 71. Brooke caught Carey, bowled Green for 45, 5 for 127. Smith caught Carey, bowled Cummins for 22, 6 for 159. Jacks caught Carey, bowled Boland for 6, 7 for 168. Cast bowled Boland for a duck, 8 for 168 at the close. It's 8 for 213. Made tough like the Aussie cricket team. Smarterlight environmental exit signs. No batteries required. Smarterlight.com. The single moment, the play of the day for Drink Wise. You won't miss a moment if you drink Wise. Lyon to Duckett?
Yeah, what a delivery. He batted it away. I mean, he's pretty tired at the end, but that's one you'll cherish, Nathan Lyon.
Yeah. Like Shane Warner's, don't waste a milestone. Have a really nice wicket for a milestone.
Yeah, and as I said at the time, Duckett, the way he looked confused, it reminded me of Mike Gatting in 93.
Choose to drink Wise. This is our post-game show for Sonos. Feel the sound of every play. And for Isuzu, love how you live in the Isuzu MUX. Our player of the day and contender for player of the match, thanks to Ray White commercial.
Oh, it's a tough one. Player of the day.
I got Carey 5 catches.
Yeah.
Cummins 3 wickets. Boland with that exceptional spell, or Stokes facing 151 balls.
Jeez. That's a tough one, isn't it? I have to go with Carey again, I reckon.
Yep.
Yeah. He's been superb.
He has. So 105 catches in an inning, so he's in a very rare club.
2 to come too.
Yeah, that's right.
2 wickets.
RWC, Ray White's commercial property specialists. The Dig for Sherlock wheelbarrows and carts, available at Bunnings Warehouse. So we're digging DRS and the whole umpiring shenanigans.
What's Dig mean again? We're having a crack at them, is it? Oh, Snicko, DRS. It's hasn't got many supporters. I think the players have lost faith. Well, they've verbalised that. I think the umpires have lost faith. Let's not make a decision. Yeah.
It was a mess by the end.
Yes.
A mess by the end. So, glove helmet with Smith, and there's a spike. But given what we saw yesterday, nobody can, with any confidence, say where
have
they
got the timing right again, or the timing wrong?
And then contested catches. And anyway, it was all on. I'm sure it'll be a big part of our pre-game tomorrow. Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham, workwear for wherever you work. That's the hard worker that we need. They all worked hard today. So the Dig was for Sherlock wheelbarrows tough loads made easy. So who's been our hard worker? The Working Hard Award for Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham.
I give it to the England skipper, I reckon.
Yep.
He's sent a really strong message to that group. He doesn't have to say anything tonight. All they had to do was watch him go out there and put a huge price on his wicket and concentrate in the heat. He was cramping, he was uncomfortable at the end, but he found a way to get through, and yeah, he deserves it, I reckon.
The stump score is 8 for 213. Australia still has a big lead and the chance to control this game. 158 runs ahead at the end of 2 days. Simon, Flem, see you for the pre-game tomorrow.
Thanks, Gerard.
Thanks, Gerard.
Ream is steady, hot and strong, but you can take the heat out of summer in a corporate box at the Ashes. Hurry, register now for your chance to win at iCanWin.com.au. We are bound for the MCG, the Stars versus the Hurricanes. John Donohoe will have us there. This has been our post-game wrap for Sonos. This summer, feel the sound of every play with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com. And for Isuzu, everyday life doesn't have to be every day at all. Love how you live in the Isuzu MU-X. We bid you farewell from Adelaide Oval with the Tasman Butchers' sizzling moments of today's play.
He's balled to root this really. Duckett's 29 from 29. Line swim kick.
Oh, he balled in! It's an absolute Nathan Lyon beauty! Trips in, turns away, top him off. That is the stuff that you dream of as a finger spinner. Nathan Lyon, 2 in the over. He picks up Pope, and now he gets Duckett, both before lunch. Boy, oh boy, what a piece of bowling. Duckett's gone for 29 at 3 for 42.
Sizzling moments. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists, offering top quality fresh cuts for your family. The Ashes on SEN Test Cricket. Looking for the best coffee and lunch on the run? How's that? Your local Shell OTR delivers. And join a paid clinical trial at CMAX and help advance the future of healthcare.
It's time to stop paying your suppliers and pay.com.au it instead. You'll unlock rewards, improve cash flow and simplify your business payments. So pay.com.au it and start earning rewards today.
The Ashes on SEN for Octet, fueling business growth with smart business solutions. And Host Plus, Finder's Super Provider of the Year. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Coincide has smashed Green Hill Road near Paul Rush Road. Breakdowns on the freeway uptrack near the tunnel. Southern Expressway, Majors Road, Trock Park. Lights out as well, Goodwood Road, Victoria Street, Goodwood. And emergency electrical work, Crossroad, East Avenue, Clarence Gardens. Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to get back to a place that we call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au. Chad Corns joins SENSA Breakfast with Biggs and Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
A mug. How thoughtful. This Christmas, don't disappoint. Get a fragrance they'll love from Chemist Warehouse. Like Mont Blanc Legend 100ml, just $69.99. Don't pay RRP $161. Gift for Barn Lady Million 80ml, now $119.99. Don't pay RRP $230. Or Versace Pour-Homme 100ml for just $69.99. Don't pay RRP $168. Don't miss the Christmas fragrance sale on now at Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Go Harvey Norman's Super Deals on now. Shop super savings on TVs, vacuums, laptops, mobiles, furniture, bedding and more. 75-inch TVs from just $791. Save $150 on Lenovo IdeaPad with Intel Core i5 processor, now just $648. Gasmate Quasar 4-burner barbecue, hot price only $492. Plus King Coil Conformer Ambience Queen mattress, choice of feels only $999 each. Best brands, best range, best prices. There's more in store at Harvey Norman's Super Deals on now.
Hey Strikers fans, Jason Sanger here. I'm fired up for another massive summer of KFC Big Bash at Adelaide Oval. And nothing beats our iconic New Year's Eve match presented by Health Partners. Join us for Adelaide's biggest New Year's Eve party as we take on the Brisbane Heat with Birds of Tokyo live and a huge sound and light show post-match. It's the ultimate family night out. New Year's Eve sold out last year, so lock in your seats now at adelaidestrikers.com.au. Adelaide Strikers, our city, our team.
For 100 summers, Pope has been in the backyards of Aussie homes, keeping lawns lush and gardens thriving. And just like backyard cricket helps grow our future Ashes stars,
That's it!
We're celebrating how Pope has helped grow gardens for generations. From hoses, sprinklers, reels and carts to tap timers and irrigation, Pope's got the gear to keep your patch going strong. Pope, celebrating 100 summers together. Available at selected hardware and garden stores. Find out more at gardeningwithpope.com.au.
Everything grows better. Rainbird's TM2 irrigation controller is now at Nutrient Water. The TM2 is easy to program and easy to use with a large backlit screen and multiple station models available. Plus, it can be converted into a Wi-Fi controller by adding the LNK2 Wi-Fi module. Brought to you by Rainbird, the world's most experienced irrigation company. 92 years in the making and still going strong. Visit nutrientwaterstore.com.au.
With Nutrient Water.
Be the sharpest tool in the shed with a discount on tool insurance from IMAR, the tradies' mate. For over 35 years, IMAR's trusted team have backed tradies with the sharpest... Oh, that really is sharp. The sharpest tool insurance from the trusted team at IMAR. Call 13IMAR today and be the sharpest tool in the shed with your discounted tool cover. That's 134627.
Oh. They're the tradies' mate. That's IMAR.
Here's another tyre safety message from Tyre Power. Long drive ahead? Make sure you check your tread. If in doubt, give the experts a shout at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
The new Grinch Happy Meal is now at Macca's. There are 12 Grinch toys to collect, only at Macca's for a limited time. Trademark and copyright 2025 Dr. Zeus, available 10:30 a.m. till midnight for a limited time at participating Macca's.
Are you a potential surge injection into the game when those two, for our listeners, when the surge is taken? For me, you're someone that can walk in and obviously clear the ropes, but are you a surge option?
I mean, I'm not going to deny I'd love to go out in the surge. Being a middle order bat and I've got 2 up, it's a great feeling. But I think the key to the surge is we've seen success over a number of years is guys who face 20, 30 balls and get to take it there. I think that's when you can really cash in rather than having this injection of guys who can walk in and clear the ropes and that. I'm going to back myself to be able to do that when there's 5 out. I think the real successful teams are doing it when they've got a good partnership going, whether that's in the 10th over or the 18th over, to really cash in on those guys up.
Great shout, Hilton. I'll hand it over to a bloke up here who said that he could never clear the ropes, a former teammate of yours.
I think he could, mate. I remember Pepe made 100 out. He whacked a couple of massive sixes against the Scorchers back in the day.
That was back when I had biceps, Hilton, and I wasn't a dad and didn't see the gym for 3 years. So, but it's great to see you, mate. I was hoping you could just touch on, you said you're batting number 6, and I think in T20 cricket, that's one of the hardest positions to bat because you're either coming in at the top when 4 wickets have fallen quickly, or you have to come in and smack it from ball 1. What's your mentality when you go out to bat number 6?
I think for me, it's the biggest change in my game. Obviously, Stoyan helped a lot because he's done the role for a number of years as well. Is whatever stage you're going, if you're going in the 16th, knowing there's 24 balls, you're probably going to face 12. And what's a good score of 12 balls? And likewise, if you're out there in the 10th over, you've got 60 balls, so you're probably going to face 30 of them. So trying to work out, rather than walking out there with 10 to go, thinking, I need to make 80. Trying to work out what a realistic score is off 30 balls, and that some days that might look like 70, and other days that's probably going to look like a grubby 45. So I think the key part of that, part of my role, is to work out what a good score is on the wicket, and understanding that I'm only going to face 10 balls, probably only hit 1 or 2 boundaries, rather than trying to hit all 10 balls for 6 or 4.
And speaking of the big fella, speaking of Stoiny, he doesn't answer my phone calls or text messages anymore. So I was just wondering, what's he saying to the boys to get you guys fired up? First game of the season to get you off to a flyer.
I think he doesn't have to say, big puppy, when he gets up and about, he's just got that, you would know, he's got that energy that's infectious. We were doing a fielding drill yesterday. He got stitched up by the coach a couple of times, but the way he does it, mate, he's a natural leader. You've seen it, the way that he imposes himself on field, but also drives guys behind the scenes, and when they're training, asking questions, working out how guys are training, how they're doing bits and pieces. I think that's how he gets guys up and about. He shows a real interest in each individual and makes you feel like you're going really well.
Hilton, Mitch Swepson's an interesting inclusion. I think he could be a huge advantage here with these big boundaries. How's he you don't get much time together, but, it's a key inclusion into the Stars lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. I've spent a lot of time with Sweppo through junior days, played a lot against him. So I've said this a few times in a few interviews, but I'm very happy he's on our side because he's had my number multiple times, both in the long and short format. But I think for him, it's obviously massive to have him on a wicket that can sometimes grip and hold a little bit, as well as those big boundaries. So spent a lot of time with him and young Tommy Whitten, the Queensland boys. They always stick together. So he's a huge injection for us to have that consistency through the middle and a bloke being able to spin it both ways.
Look forward to watching him. Johnny, I know you're looking at your clock. Have I got time for one last quick one?
Absolutely, Chuck. You can ask as many as you want.
Thank you. Good. Is Benjamin Button playing tonight, Hilton, for you blokes?
Hilton, I don't even know what he's talking about. You have to be specific, Chuck.
He bowls relatively fast. He's from Gippsland and he's a star.
Oh.
the man in the wheelchair. Is Peter Siddle playing? You know, he gets younger each year.
I'd say Sids is probably playing, but that now that you say that, Benjamin Button, that makes a lot of sense. His hair's white, it's not grey, but I get where you're coming from.
What a star he's been. Hilton, we appreciate your time up here. Pete will be, I think he's barracking hard for the Stars, to be honest, even though he's worn the purple. I think he's with the Stars.
Yeah, his heart's in the Stars. We know it.
Absolutely, mate.
Hilton, really appreciate you joining us and good luck for the rest of the season and tonight.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Hilton Cartwright, absolute star. I'm just marking that spot. I remember it. I'll never forget that shot that he played when you Chuck a go. It was a glorious cricket shot.
He's a powerful unit, isn't he? He's strong. He's like a little brick and gun in the field. Pete would probably have better insight. But I must admit, I know most of the blokes. I'm out of touch a bit, but I've never had anything to do with Hilton Cartwright, but I admire the way that he goes about his business.
Absolutely. Both of our chats with Nathan Ellis and with Hilton Cartwright brought to you by Budget Car Rental. Moving house, do it yourself. It's easy and affordable. Call Budget Car and Truck Rental 13 27 27. Hey, very briefly, I'm padding because we've got to wait for our millions of listeners to come in from the cricket here, Chuck.
Right,
so we might as well touch on that ever so briefly. Is Bazball, is it all over? Is it dead?
Beach ball,
you like to call it, yes.
Yeah. I never thought beach ball was going to work in Australia. I mean, they can get away with it on small English grounds when the ball doesn't bounce above your waist and you can stand and deliver. But on bouncy, fast wickets, again, I'm old-fashioned, but I think most people would probably now agree with my take, and I'll be interested in Peter's take on it. In Test cricket, when you've got bowlers the calibre of Stark, Cummins, or Hazelwood hasn't even played, but Scotty Boland that are the ball's climbing off a length, you've got to respect the game, and it's been played for over 100 years, you know, and the greats are like Viv Richards, and you go through the legends of Test cricket, they were not able to do it in the manner that the English think they can do it. So I'm not surprised that it's come unstuck. I'm probably a little surprised how meek and mild they've been in the contest against Australia, but I'm not a little bit surprised. Pete, what about yourself? What do you take of this Bazball talk, and what do you think?
Yeah, I think Bazball is a bit more of a philosophy than it is just what you see on the field. And I think it can work when you've got an experienced side of when they first brought it in. I reckon their entire squad was almost over 30, except for maybe Pope, and they all knew what they were doing. They all knew their role. They all knew how to prepare. They all knew how to train. So they were ready to go, and they knew their games beautifully. But when you have a squad and you've got guys learning their game at the international level and then trying to play this attacking style of cricket, it's really, really hard. And in Ashes cricket, there's 30 more cameras, 40 more cameras. People are on top of you. If you make the slightest mistake, you're in the gun. And we're seeing it with that extra bounce, obviously at Perth and the Gabba. The game's just not quite working, and I was actually really intrigued to see how they go at Adelaide Oval, because I thought Adelaide Oval would be the one where if Bazball was going to work, it's going to be at that ground where it's short square, they can take on the pull shot, hit their sixes, get the game moving forward. But as we've seen so far in 2 days, it's Australia looking really, really good.
And then on the back of that, Johnny, Ben Stokes, he's a wonderful cricketer, and we've seen what he's done to Australia in the past. But he's almost gone the exact opposite today in Adelaide in 40 degrees, Pete, on the best surface they've had in this Ashes campaign. And it's almost like he said, hey, you blokes, this is not good enough. And he's just dug his heels in. And he did the same in Brisbane as well. So whilst he and Brendan McCullum will be they're going to be criticised and they're going to have to wear how they've performed, he's shown the way and dug in to say, hey, sometimes you've got to grind.
Absolutely. I've actually loved the way Stokes has batted the last his last 2 innings. I think people forget that Test cricket's allowed to go for 5 days, and it can be won in the last session on day 5, and they're some of the most amazing games. So scoring 50 runs off 150 balls is perfectly fine because it keeps you in the game, and the game can fast forward towards the back end if it absolutely needs to.
And we do have to welcome in our audience who have jumped across from the Ashes. It's great to have you with us here at the MCG. 35 degrees today. John Donohoe, Darren Berry and Pete Hanscom are with you for the Stars and the Hurricanes. This is the pre-game show for Plantmark, the go-to plant nursery for landscapers and tradies. We'll get deep into the preview of tonight's game. It's going to be a ripper because I reckon the Stars might be turning a corner here, Chuck, in season 15. I was going to say season 2025-26, but season 15 of the Big Bash, and they're up against the best in the business tonight. So we'll get all that analysis and all the pre-game action for Plantmark on the other side of this. But before we get to a break, let's get into before we get into a preview. Let's get an odds update for Better with Matt Campbell.
Time for a check of the markets with Better. Better, ahead of the game. What are you really gambling with?
Hello, it's Matty Campbell with the market update for Game 5. And as we all know, it's the first time we get to see the Melbourne Stars. But they are the outsiders. They're $2.05 with the reigning champions, the Hobart Hurricanes, at $1.75 favourites. But that does tell me that some punters are giving the Stars a chance here. For player of the match, it's a very wide market. Mitchell Owen's your favourite at $9.50, Glenn Maxwell at $10. Then there's a stack of players on $12. You've got Nikhil Chaudhary, Marcus Stoinis, Tim Ward, Tim David, Joe Clark, Ben McDermott, all on $12. And then you get Matthew Wade at $13. Now, we're expecting some big hitting tonight in this sort of game, so you can have a market for a player to hit 4 sixes on the night. Mitch Owen's the favourite there at $4.80. Then you get some real value. Joe Clark, $8.50, Marcus Stoinis, $9, Tim David, $9, and Campbell Kellaway at $9.50. And what I think is interesting, there's a market for total match wickets. We've seen a lot of wickets in the first 4 games, and the under 12.5 wicket market is $1.65. The over 12.5, to me, represents good value at $2.07. Our better special for the night is either Joe Clark or Glenn Maxwell to be the top match run scorer. A lot of people are hoping Maxie is, but the price you can get is $4.50. There's a multitude of markets at Better right throughout this Big Bash season. Download the app if you already haven't today, because at Better, we're ahead of the game.
When the greats bet, they bet with Better. Better, ahead of the game. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. If it's presence and power you're after, you can't go past the Toyota Tundra. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota. And moving house? Do it yourself. It's easy and affordable. Call Budget Car and Truck Rental 13 27 27. This is Big Bash Nation.
Glenside smashed Green Hill Road near Paul Rush Road. Breakdowns on the freeway track near the tunnel. Southern Expressway, Majors Road, Truck Park. Lights out as well, Goodwood Road, Victoria Street, Goodwood. And emergency electrical work, Crossroad, East Avenue, Clarence Gardens. Get ready for Clean Up Australia Day. Let's get our gloves on Sunday the 1st of March 2026 to get back to a place that we call home. Register now at cleanup.org.au. Chad Corns joins SENSA Breakfast with Binks and Walshy, Feb 10, 2026.
To the doers, why do what you do? The doer who shows up when worn down, who stretches out when stretched thin, who breathes deep and does it all over again. Whatever your do is, and why ever you do it, by protecting what matters most, at AIA, we'll help you do it for life. AIA, health insurance, life insurance, financial advice. To learn more, search AIA Australia.
Caltex makes the engine cleaning power of Techron available in every grade of fuel, not just premium. Caltex with Techron is proven to clean vital engine parts by removing harmful deposits and keep your engine running smoothly. And for a limited time, RAA members can save 10 cents per litre at all Caltex locations in South Australia. Fill up at Caltex and give your engine the Techron cleaning treatment today.
Limited time only. Terms and conditions apply. See caltex.com/au for details.
G'day, Flem here. If Program Commercial Painting were a test bowler, they'd take every painting maintenance job's wicket. Repaints, bowled. Graffiti, caught behind. From schools to local businesses, hospitals and beyond, get them bowling for you. Visit programcommercialpainting.com.au.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer.
coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine, and your mates. Bundaberg Ginger Beer is a true blue brew, a quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger, and a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Real cricket fans watch a test match for 5 days straight. That's sustained performance, just like Host Plus, who have sustained strong long-term returns over 20 years. A top-performing super fund? That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Host Plus balanced My Super investment option based on super ratings data as at September 2025. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
Have a listen to this. It's my four-wheel drive, all fitted out, ready to hit the road for the awaited road trip. Know what else I fitted? A Bendix Ultimate four-wheel drive brake upgrade kit. They're the only brakes you should be relying on when you're towing boats, caravans or trailers. Why? Because you get increased stopping power on even the most extreme Aussie road condition. So, put your foot down with confidence. Ask your mechanic about Bendix. BendixBrakes.com.au.
We all have a mate who goes the early crow. Next year's finalists.
The Saints will be top 4.
Premiership winner.
It's all about the mighty Giants.
Kebabs.
Nah, kebabs at 2 a.m. taste just as good when sober.
Introducing Early Crow, Australia's newest betting site. Download the app. Races, sport and Early Crow specials. Your story becomes legend.
I've got one today.
When you know, go the Early Crow. earlycrow.bet. Download the app.
Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Catch Big Bash Nation on SENSA, brought to you by Health Partners. Every amazing wicket, every huge six in every over. Big Bash Nation live right here on SENSA. Health Partners, health insurance made human. Visit healthpartners.com.au.
If it's presence and power you're after, you can't go past the Toyota Tundra. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota. And moving house? Do it yourself. It's easy and affordable. Call Budget Car and Truck Rental 13 27 27. This is Big Bash Nation.
It is Big Bash Nation for GWM Havel. Go with more and Goodwee batteries by Solar Heart. John Donohoe, Darren Berry and Peter Hanscom on debut. And I must say, sharp to start things off. He's just carved out a nice 10, couple through fine leg and through the covers. He's pushing the singles very nicely here, is Pete. Are you enjoying yourself so far?
See, I felt a bit scratchy there.
It's a weird view for you, isn't it?
It's a weird view being up here looking down on the ground. But I'd say it's close to the best seats in the house. I mean, you see the whole oval. You can see where every fielder is, what the angles are going to be, and probably get a good understanding of what the bowler's going to bowl. So, no, I'm excited to watch the game from up here.
Absolutely.
Can we deal with the elephant in the room with Pete? I mean, he's 34 years of age.
Yeah.
He's a very experienced cricketer.
He is.
A very good cricketer.
Yep.
My question when I walked in, so we may as well ask it on air. Yeah. Why is he not out there? Why is he sitting up here with us? Because he played with the Stars last year.
Well, this is the thing. When I got him to join us here on AFL on Big Bash Nation, I asked him that. I said, "Look, are you going to be involved?" And he said, and that was a bit of an awkward question when I asked him that. Usually, and he came in as a replacement player last year. Pete, why aren't you involved?
Well, I mean, I'm not entirely sure. I think I've done all right. But the beauty about being on this side of the microphone as opposed to the other side is it gives me a chance to get one back on them.
Yes. Well, I've crunched the numbers here, Chuck. 55 matches for the Stars, 27 for the Hurricanes.